chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down and it's okay. this mountain. Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me. on our hands. And maybe I should search for a smile. It'd be nice to talk about things without going back another mile. And with all of this empty space, I'll never fill the void again and find comfort in your place. Now, just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way, standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our I came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can. on my shoulders. Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Hello and good day, everybody. Welcome back to Blast Rising. My name is X-Royal, together with Wild Deity, bring you the action for one more day. I hope you guys were okay with that. I mean, I think we are. I think we're pretty happy about this whole ordeal. But yeah, coming into this one, we've got a massive amount of games coming through. And I hope you guys are excited for it, because I know I am for sure. Yesterday saw Skade manage to qualify from Group C, getting that nice 2-0 start. But we've got a few more teams that have yet to solidify their scoreline in this Group C to see which teams will be able to get themselves that second and third seed perhaps into the knockout stage. And this is pretty much the games that we'll be looking at today, looking at the scorelines. You know, we've got Skade, as we said, with a 2-0 lineup, but Wild Deity, how do the rest of them look?
Oh, I don't know, man. Spirit Academy versus Alternative Tax is what we're going to be diving into today, and this is a very shaky matchup in my eyes, because, you know, when we were looking at the old Alternative Tax roster, that had some cement to it, that had some consistency to it. The results were quite expected, and for the Spirit Academy squad, they're still relatively new, so it's a bit of a mixed bag what we're going to be expecting here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winner of that matchup, of course, will be playing against Mad Lions, the decider matchup of the day. The second one, in fact. There's only going to be 2 best of 3s for the day here in Blast Rising. And yeah, the winner of that will get to qualify as the second seed of Group C. But the loser will have a chance to play later on to potentially have a last and final chance to stay within the tournament and get themselves to that knockout stage, which basically means that they'll be in the solidified in that third place spot in Group C, and will potentially have a chance to play a third place of Group D in a later on day. But as it stands for now, I think Mad Lions will definitely look to get themselves that second, and maybe Alternate aTTaX and Spirit Academy will be able to challenge. But I definitely think it's going to be a difficult ordeal.
Oh yeah, for sure. This matchup in particular, though, I really do want to focus on it for a bit. Alternate aTTaX, they come from a position of power right now. They're obviously a cut above Spirit Academy, but at the same time, it's not like some of the one-sided matches we've seen before. I remember that we were casting, I believe it was Ago versus Stralis Talent. That was that lightweight versus heavyweight bout as well, but I don't think this is that kind of case. I don't think it will be an incredible upset if Spirit Academy come out on top. But, unfortunately, we haven't really seen Spirit Academy perform so much, have we? Recently, they have gotten a chance to play against Skade. They've played against One Win, Sprout, but those have all been losses across the board. And Alternate aTTaX, on the other hand, they've been playing against better team, and they've been having a lot more success.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like the way, although you could argue that Alternate aTTaX have been a little bit shaky, especially after losing, unfortunately, Stefan to that matchup. They had to bring in Prosus as the entry fragger to kind of switch things up due to Stefan having to lead, having to take a little bit of a leave due to some personal issues himself. But yeah, they had a little bit of a rough time adjusting. Though, as you did say, yesterday's games were a little bit closer than the ones we've seen before, right? They were 2-0, both of them. Both of these two teams obviously at a loss, so they did lose their respective games. It was a 0-2 against Mad Lions for Alternate aTTaX, and it was a 0-2 against Skade for Spirit Academy. But all of those matchups were fairly close, right? I mean, especially for Spirit Academy, you couldn't have gotten closer scorelines, maybe overtime perhaps, but it was a 14-16 on Train for the first one and 14-16 on Overpass for the second matchup. They didn't get to play in Mirage, but then again, even though it wasn't a best, it didn't go to that third map, it still was a very, very close matchup. Same could be said about Alternate aTTaX, going to 12-16 and 13-16 on Overpass and Mirage respectively. But yeah, no, it definitely seems that these two teams definitely have a lot more to the table to give out that they weren't quite able to show yesterday, since they didn't get to play that third and final map in their series. But playing up against each other, I definitely think it's going to be a more close affair.
Yeah, the one thing I really like about this match, by the way, is that these rankings or these teams, they're a little bit misleading, aren't they? Because if you look at Spirit Academy, if you just log on to HLTV and you're like, you know what, let's look at today's matches. Let's look at what is going to be popping up on these streams. You look at Spirit and you're like, all right, this is probably going to be a very mediocre match, but they're no slouches. That's the thing. You mentioned this, X-Warrior. They've played against Skade, and they've been beaten twice, but it was both 16-14. Train and Overpass, those are tricky maps, and when you're going against teams that are on the verge of breaking into Tier 1, such as Skade, especially with how their recent performances have been, they've nestled themselves into that top 20 spot on HLTV, so that's nothing to scoff at. You don't get 14 points against Skade without having a lot of grit within you. And Alternate aTTaX, I think they're going to have to watch out.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a little bit difficult for Alternate aTTaX. Spirit Academy has been showing a little bit of promise, you know, and although they have a massive player, they do have quite a few players on board. Maybe some would say it's a six-man roster, although they do play with a little bit of a sub roster rather than Mad Lions, who like to switch things up every single map. It is a little bit more solid on solid grounds over in Spirit Academy. But I think a massive role to play in this matchup is going to be the veto. And looking at it so far, we do have the first bans coming in, Vertigo and Train to be the first out of the bat. But it's the picks of Spirit Academy going to be picking up Mirage as a first, Inferno as a second, and as a decider, Overpass. I nearly thought we were going to get the trifecta there, but Spirit Academy do not want to play Dust 2. They'll be removing that straight out of the bat, and Overpass, yeah, that will be the decider.
Oh yeah, Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2. Unfortunately not a reality, even though I would love to see it. Especially with the kind of performance Spirit had against Skade. You know that they are packing some firepower, and when it gets to Dust 2, things can definitely be dicey. So, I want to talk about these picks. Team Spirit, they've picked up Mirage, and it's not much of a surprise because they have had a fair bit of success on it. Even when they went up against Sprout in the EDC, it was a 16-14 loss. Otherwise, it would have been a 100% win rate. But you know what? Only 3 maps being played, so not really that much to go off of. But it obviously doesn't really reflect how much they've been scrimming on it, how much they've been playing off of the official servers. So it's still somewhat favorable for them. But I do think that one thing that that does favor there is one thing that does favor Spirit Academy a little bit, is that we're going to be seeing two maps which are not exactly very favorable for Alternate Attacks: Mirage and Overpass.
Yeah, no, both of those maps, Alternate Attacks did play yesterday against Mad Lions, coincidentally. In a different order, of course. They played Overpass first, and they lost 12-16. And coming up next was Mirage 13-16. So, yes, it was some sort of a close scoreline, but at this point, you know, it's hard to tell. There are two different teams, and Spirit Academy, I guess you would set them lower, Bard rather than Mad Lions. But, you know, there's a lot of potential in that young TIS rusher coming through from Spirit Academy. There's a lot of potential. One of those, I'd say, is Patsy, the man in charge. He's had so much experience the past few months that you'd say he'd be a veteran at this point, but he's only 17 years old. I mean, he played in the main roster of Team Spirit, and his performance accredited to much of that talent's to much of that squad's success. Even when he was in Espada back in the day, well, back in the day, a few months ago at least.
Back in the day.
Even when he was in Espada, when he wasn't that active roster, they had a lot of recent and really good performances. So taking a look at how Patsy has such a massive potential in this roster, I think he can bring these guys up, and I think we haven't seen much of these guys, and a lot of people are waiting for when that click will happen within them, where they can start to perform, and I think when that click happens, they will look unstoppable.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you mentioned how Panix is so young, because that's not a bunch of rosters to be on that you can just that you can just scoff at, that you can just ignore, because he's been on Espada, he has been on Spirit, and now he's on the Spirit Academy roster. So I honestly love the fact that he's already got such a good portfolio going for him at the age of 17, and now the opposing Opper, he's gonna have something to watch out. He's gonna have something to watch out in the form of Panix. So
I think it's Patsy, no?
No, I meant on the alternate attack side.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, so he's going to have something to watch out for, and I really do want to see that duel go down. But if you look at their highlighted players, if you look at the top players, of course, Patsy on the Spirit Academy squad, the way he's been playing, and it's actually been Crimbo that's been on a bit of an uptrend as far as the alternate attack side goes. I didn't personally think that he would be one of those shining players, but he's been putting up the numbers, and he's often been that cornerstone for that attack squad to rely on. But you know what? I'm really interested in seeing them in action, because the last time I covered an alternate game was back in that old roster. I believe it was Murbit, it was Cressy, it was Stefan. So a lot of shuffles going there within that roster. So yeah, I do want to see that change of pace come through.
Yeah, no, I mean, to say the least, this org hasn't had the best of times as of late, as of the past month, especially seeing that Stefan did have to leave, unfortunately, and they've had a little bit of a hard time adjusting to Process. But even if you compare this roster with the previous iterations, you'd say these guys show that they have potential, but for some reason, something doesn't look right within them, right? Something isn't clicking, something isn't going as good as they can. Currently ranked at 76 in the world, but I think this German roster is really looking to get above that. They're really looking to solidify themselves as one of the top dogs of the tier 2 scene. And with their successes recently, or may I just say the lackluster of those successes, it doesn't seem like that is really the case. But we've got the players on screen right now. Patsy, as we mentioned, the man, the myth, the legend, who is only 17 years old, has his team on his back with the likes of ZNX, Zontix, Siren, and Target. And all these guys are looking on formidable form, playing very well against Skade yesterday, not quite able to finish off the win. It was a 0-2 in the end against them, but they did show some promise, and that's all that matters. And man, I am very scared of how Spirit Academy can turn out. But looking at the other side of the board as well, alternate attacks, they've got a strong iteration themselves. Skrunk, the previous in-game leader, I guess, for the team until it was... who was it? I think it was Crystal to take over, as he is playing that more supportive role. And Crimbo as well, the lurker of this team, with Panix taking over that AWP role. Man, I think this roster still has a lot of potential in them, and I don't think we got to see yesterday what they are made of. I don't think we got to see 100% what they can do. And maybe today against Spirit Academy, they can show something better.
Yeah, one thing I'm incredibly interested in seeing is that Crystal being on a squad means that they've got a veteran amongst the ranks. He's been playing since what seems like forever. He is a lot older than these players. He is 27 years old, and he's been playing on teams like Smash, Godsent, and you know what? If I take you all the way back, in terms of alternate aTTaX' history, he used to be on that roster in 2012 as well. So, you know what? This guy is very familiar with at least the organization. I don't know about the players just yet, but there's got to be some comfort that comes with that. But you know what? We're going to be getting right into it. I want to see how Spirit perform on Mirage, because we didn't really get to see that last time, even though it could have been in the cards against Cade.
Absolutely. Heading right into this one. Alternate aTTaX on the CT side, as it is their opponents' map pick. Spirit Academy taking on the reins of the attacking favorite terrorist side. Now coming into this one, Crimbo from the backside of Ticket Breathe. Smokes are being thrown out, but ZNX are the first blood coming in. They have already gained control of the bomb site. Bomb does get planted as well, but they're moving on towards jungle already, trying to gain control to this area. Do not permit the rotations, and Panic, he can't even cross forwards. He's able to find one kill, make that two. Panics, if he finds a third one, oh my word, that is insane. Zontix, though, does shut down Process. Crimbo joins in for one, but it's down to a 2v2, and Crimbo on the backside of things could do a lot of damage. The NX does get the better of him, though. And although this is a little bit messy, it is Spirit Academy to come up ahead with a nice little bomb to explode anytime now.
Oh yeah, that was a valiant effort from Panix, how he tried to quickly shimmy into battle and get a couple of kills with the USB, but unfortunately that doesn't really amount to much, and it truly did just come down to aim duels. Spirit Academy, they've pushed forward and netted themselves the first round. Great stuff from them, but now I want to look at the decision that alternate aTTaX come out with. Do they play this conservatively? Do they double down? Do they save up? No, they want Panics to pick up that scout. See if they can implement it into the server.
Interesting to see how that one works out. They are going for the full spy, as it does seem like it. Deals all around as well. P250 in the hands of Crystal, though. Seems like he's chosen his favorite weapon in that sort of scenario. Does like himself that little buy. But mostly Spirit Academy that hold the reins of this round. They do have themselves a favorite riflery. They have some nades to work with as well. But without a pick just yet, it doesn't seem like they've gained much access towards the map. Gained a little bit of room towards mid. The bomb as well. Up there, 3 players dedicated towards that side of the map. But they've also got the lurking going on there from Patsy towards tunnels, keeping the alternate aTTaX defense at bay. Looking at the rotations right now, it looks like they want to gain control more towards that A-bomb site. Put some people onto Palace and Ramp. But the fact that alternate aTTaX do have 3 players on this side of things, it still could be fairly difficult for Spirit Academy to take.
Yeah, and it's not like they're missing out on armor or they're missing out on weaponry entirely. So close range angles with 50 seconds on the clock, this could get very dangerous. Now, smokes being lined up. Could be a pretty cookie cutter a take just with a couple smokes. It will come down to aim duels. Crimbo already proactively trying to stop the push with Crystal for the bait and switch setup. 2 players about to pop out of pals, but man, the timer's ticking down. This could be problematic. Patsy has fallen. Crystal's still alive and kicking. There's a player around the corner, and now the T's have quickly recovered. They need to get the bomb down now or be at risk of succumbing to the Deagles.
Yeah, that risk won't be coming to fruition, though. Target does take out Skrunk in the end, but it's Process all by himself in a 1v4. They do lose Patsy in the process, but as the entry fragged through that, it didn't really matter. It was just making sure they knew where the setups were, where the players were, so they could shut them down, no problem. And just like that, Spirit Academy would be running away with this one. Process, on the other hand, will be falling back, saving his Kevlar if possible. But it might not be possible as ZNX. Look at that. He's got a little bit of a lineup himself. Walking slowly. Right into his crosshair. That's going to be the kill, and that is a fairly nice round there from Spirit Academy.
Yeah, the fact that they don't lose many players right after that initial kill from Patsy, that is a bit surprising. Or rather, it was Panix, actually, that was playing the up-close angle, but the fact that they don't immediately drop the ball after that, that's great. They somehow keep 4 players alive, even though they're bringing it down to the last few seconds. But that is the nature of the pistol. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, so it is what it is. Spirit Academy, this time around, they've gotten Patsy very aggressive. He's already gotten to stairs. He gets a free kill there, and I don't think that story is going to be changing anytime soon. It should just be a one-sided affair here.
It's the perfect weapon to get the kills on. Patsy makes that MAC-10 work nicely, and he also picks up a rifle at the same time. So 4 kills going to the MAC-10, I think. Or was it 3? Not quite sure. But either way, that's a lot of cash in the bag. Not too bad. Not too shabby. And for that reason, you may want yourself to go and check out Coinbase, because you can learn about crypto and also gain some crypto at the same time. Best of both worlds. But what Alternate aTTaX will be looking at right now is not building up their crypto, but building up their own economy. They've also done that the previous round, and they've got a nice little buy round in the round for them now.
Spirit Academy, they haven't really been showing us any signs over towards the B site yet. They're still very focused on 4 players ready and waiting, 2 in Palace, 2 in Ramp, so this has to be a pincer that relies on, Patsy to come in from Connector eventually. Now, smoke does go out, but that is a free kill for Panics. That is a drive peek, a second kill comes through. Zontix will refrag, but that is at the expense of 2.
This is a little bit tough here. Crimbo in a little bit of a pickle. All by himself, but he needs reinforcements coming out here from jungle. Crystal does get challenged. Patsy wins out on that trade. That brings things back to a 3-on-3. Process is low already, flashed out completely. Crimbo with the lineup. Oh, that's going to be the round here from Alternate aTTaX. Didn't take long for them to bite back.
I'm not sure if it's showing up the same way on stream, but interesting little detail I noticed is that for some reason ZNX's name is just censored to like one of the default names in CSGO. You know, like when you go on Overwatch and it just has like names of animals and birds and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just cannery.
At least on the bottom right, we can see that ZNX and we can see a school and everything. But yeah, I get that.
Sorry, that caught me off guard.
Fair enough. We're looking at Crystal right now, pushing onwards with an MP9. A little bit risque, if I may say myself. But he does catch Zontix off guard, but the AK-47 does favor him in the end. Spirit Academy do have funds to work with, and that is Panic's caught off guard once more. 3 versus 5 already, and Alternate aTTaX look like they're in a tough spot. Process moving out on mid to gain ground, but Spirit Academy have already wrapped around towards that A-bomb site. Connector under their control. Palace as well, soon to be Ramp. And the only player holding it through is Crimbo in Ticket Booth. No reinforcements. He'll be dead man.
Who takes the first peek, though? Does Process have an idea that somebody's crossed over? I think he's being checked as well, so this is a bit of a stalemate until a peek will finally come through. Alternate, down in terms of numbers, down in terms of positioning, and there's only 45 seconds left on the clock, so at least they might be able to capitalize on that, but they've lost an additional player. It's just Crimbo playing off of CT spawn that might have the chance to interrupt the bomb, but even that opportunity will be immediately denied. Process tries to claw back in, but immediately denied.
It is denied indeed. And the Spirit Academy, they don't take long into fighting back. Short-lived victory there for Alternate aTTaX. And that doesn't even allow them the time to build up the certain economy to actually get themselves the right weapons into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got themselves a couple of deagles here and there. But for the rest of it, it probably is going to be just the pistols to make sure that the next round is just that more dominant with nades, etc. But looking at Spirit Academy, it should be another 5th in the bag for them.
Yeah, this if they somehow drop this after some of the fortitude we've seen come out, I would be incredibly surprised. But right now, they're still taking things slow. They're not looking to make any mistakes. They've left the bomb all the way back, so they want to send a player out to sniff each angle before they really start to commit to this. Mid control is the name of the game, with one player moving in from underpass, and with mid being smoked out, they've split the map in 2. Doesn't matter too much, though, because most of their sights are set on B. With the bomb being postured the way it is, this should be a free round for them. This gamble, I don't think this is going to work out. Siren, he's telegraphed the fact that they're going towards B with a flashbang coming in from short. So now, Alternate, they recognize that they have to quickly rotate over, but it might be a bit too late.
Oh, I like this approach from Spirit Academy, really taking a methodical approach to get themselves onto that catwalk side and tunnels control as well. But ZNX, Patsy, they're holding down the line against them, falling in CTs. But Patsy, he's able to find 3. ZNX chimes in for 1, so both of the players having a lot of fun with shooting guns. especially when they don't shoot back as well, you know?
Yeah, makes it a lot more fun at times. Probably not if that's every game, but at least when you're about to get yourself a snowball win, hell yeah.
This is Spirit Academy's map pick as well.
It does look like it. They've got the better win rate for sure, but they haven't played it too much in the officials, so we don't have that much information to go off of. And I like how traditionally they're playing this. They're just simply going for A executes, and they're winning out on aim duels. Now, the cavalry's moving in. Siren is the first to check the angles. Where does the first contact come in?
Ooh, but they do get the bomb plant, though. They are blocked out by smoke, so aTTaX can't do anything. They don't drop a single player, which is a good note if they want to go for the retake. Panics is able to find one kill onto target, but Patsy, he's in a really notorious position right now. He could catch many of people off guard if he plays this correctly. Nice little flash coming through from Siren. Nearly line up of two, but it's Crimbo to shut him down. Process chimes in for one. ZNX quickly rotating towards it, but it is down to 2v2. That is a crucial kill from Siren because Crystal can't chime in for one. Scrunk, he does have a kit, but he needs a pick here. To make this possible for himself, he needs to get a kill. It's not planted for his opponents, but does get a nice little spray down to Siren down low, but he runs out of time. This is not going to be possible for him. Very nice post plant there from Spirit Academy. Although it looked close, it is going to be the T's to take it.
Even gets Crunk in the process because of the additional damage that was dealt. Now, this is very troublesome for Alternate. How do they come back from this? So once again, they're down and out in terms of money. They don't have more than 4,000 on a single player, so we might just be seeing an eco once again. Maybe a couple deagles, maybe some armor, but you know, they're starting to get a bit worried. Could be 7 straight rounds for Spirit. Very problematic stuff. Spirit, once again, pretty standard setup, taking mid control. Most of the way Spirit approaches Mirage is around either having a fast A take or having an informational play around mid. But I like the fact that they've switched things up a little bit. They also have Siren checking the B bomb site now, making sure that some of the rotations will stay in. So this is once again a very calculated and methodical play. On the flip side of things, though, the CTs, they're not really going for a gamble. And I like this from them because they immediately recognize that Spirit is not the type of team to run straight into a bomb site. They're checking angles, so they have to be very careful.
Ooh, but Process might be in a little bit of trouble right now. Smoke coming through, but they are going to cross onwards either way. Patsy will be the first to lead the charge. He's got his bomb, so he can't really fall back from it. They do get the boost on. They are able to get the kill. Scrunk does return, but he's strangled in towards B. There's only one player rotated now, trying to play that backside to delay the inevitable. Delay it so the rotations can come in fast enough, but that is not going to be fast enough. Crystal coming through mid as well, but that's going to be a 4-man take. AK picked up there from Crimbo, so I wouldn't be surprised if he fell back. Might throw it down to his teammate as well. But instead, we'll wrap around and save it himself. Does shop it. So it makes me change my mind a couple of times throughout that statement. But the matter is that Spirit Academy have taken a very clean round for themselves and survived with 4 players at the same time to get themselves a 7th. Now that is impressive.
Yeah, they need to super glue this AK into the hands of Crimbo. No way they want to give this up. And I like how aggressively they're playing. They're looking for him. They're out on the hunt. They can almost smell him. But almost is a key word because he's all the way in A ramp. Spirit, they have a bit of a bank built up now. Alternate doesn't have much of an economy going for them if they lose this round once again. At least Crimbo has an AK in his hands. That will mean that he has an additional buy. But right now, I'm not even sure if this is the right time to take a tactical timeout. I think it should have come a lot sooner. It is often hard to recognize this because, of course, when you're at that 1-4 mark, you don't want to take a tactical timeout. You've only experienced maybe 1 gun round or a couple deagle buys, but once it gets to that 7-1 mark, you know for sure that there's something going wrong. There needs to be something that is fixed up because the only thing that's fixed up right now is ZNX's position at the top of the scoreboard because, man, he is going 13-1.
Impressive. To say the least, absolutely. And it's only been the start of the game, and he's performing out of his mind. Doing really well so far. Let's see if he can carry things onwards, though. Pushing onwards towards mid, gaining some control, but it's the B site of essence. Siren will be the first to lead the charge, leading the cavalry in towards the B-bomb site. Hiding it back. Oh, not quite spotting him out, but Skrunk is down already. Spray down onto the second one. Siren, he gets 2 straight out of the bat. That surely is going to be the bomb site take. And with 3 players remaining against 5, it does get that much more tougher for alternate attacks.
The way Spirit are playing this in such a simplistic fashion and making it work is mind-boggling. Because right after that tactical timeout, you know that Alternate have talked about how weak their A defense is, how they're unable to get mid control. And as soon as that happens, Spirit, instead of playing this in the classic way where you draw out the timer, you get information and whatnot, no, they're like, you know what? It's a simple B rush. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to matchmaking and hit Alternate with something that they simply wouldn't expect at this level. Also, some really good entries from Siren, by the way. I love that movement. The way he's able to shimmy himself around the edges on the B site and isolate 2 duels, keep one on the back site, find a duel on short. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and he's usually been the sacrificial lamb as being the entry throughout this, but this time around he makes it work. He's able to find 2 kills and he brings things to a more of an equalized scoreline for him at least. But yeah, as he mentioned, it was a very nice movement from him as well. But alternate attacks, now they bring out the big guns, double up setup. Maybe that is what they need to bring things back around. Spirit Academy lining up towards this A site this time around. Panic's aggressing forwards. Molly's going to interrupt that. I like the fact that Spirit Academy are reading in these plays. They know exactly what to do in a difficult setup once more. Smokes thrown out. Siren yet again to entry frag throughout this. Doesn't find the first kill, although he spots out Panics. Down he goes. Barrel of weapons shown, and that's going to be his detriment. Bomb on site already as Molly does get solidified. But all of a sudden, Crystal does get the spray down onto Pansy. 4 against 4 of us for the retake.
Let's see how this works out. They've brought it down to only 3 members, but Crimbo and Crystal, they're so low. They desperately need this round. There's too much HP on the Spirit side, and Zontix has pushed forward, quickly cementing his foot through the door in terms of getting into CT spawn. But now, with ZNX on the case, it's a 1 versus 2. They're about to move in together. They do have a kid on Process, but he might just be taken out right now. Smoke goes out, ZNX misses, and that should be the first round. Oh, okay, Crystal's able to pick up a kid. I thought for a second that there might be some miscommunication. If they defuse without a kid, oh boy.
Yeah, no, thankfully for them, they did have a kit lying around. It would have been a disaster, to say the least, because that was a nice little retake from them. You might say that it was a little bit too aggressive from Spirit Academy to push against the smokes that they did put down themselves. They did challenge CT when they didn't really have to. They could have fallen back, for example, towards Ramp or Palace, because the smokes did buy them time to get those rotations in. But instead, they wanted to catch their opponents off guard. But, you know, that is a little bit of a gamble. It didn't work out for them, and for that reason, the Germans do get themselves a second round on the board. Quick little Molly Siren throws down the smoke, but looking at the Spirit Academy, want to take a default approach this time around, and it's been a while since they did take mid control. Last time around, they went for catwalk, but let's see how they work with this one.
Even that last round, man, it came down to the clutch. Came down to a few players here and there. 1-for-1 trade, though. Process gets a bit cocky in trying to secure the advantage, and instead, he will get his head ripped apart. Patsy, still alive on the server, although it might just be a lifeless body with how little his HP is. Panics and Zontix have a bit of an exchange. 34 and 42. Some bullets will trade places, but it doesn't amount to a kill. Now, Skrunk's position, this is pivotal. How does he play around this?
Ooh. This could be massive, but ZNX is checking every single corner, and he could line up the headshot, and he does. Potential misused there from Skrunk. Unfortunately for him and his team, Spirit Academy might be biting right back around, snapping right up. Crimbo has to hold it all by himself as they do start to trickle in. Smoke fallen down as well. Now, does he pull the trigger? Spotting out a player. Nicely done. Nice little micro play as well. Takes the attention away from the bomb planter and keeps him alive for the time being. Doesn't get interrupted. And all of a sudden, Spirit Academy looks so favorable in this, though. Both with AWPs, they can't really shut down the players with low HP. They don't even have a molly. They don't have an HE grenade, although they turn out target, which did have a little bit more health than Patsy as Zontix. I don't think they can do too much. They may try for another pick, but unless they find it, they'll be in a tough spot. And already seeing that Crimbo has fallen back to that B-bomb site, it doesn't look like a doable affair for them. Maybe ZNX can hear the footsteps. I don't think he did in time, but you know, Crimbo. I think he's got his crosshair on him, and it will be falling down as well. So they do mitigate the damage, but it is Spirit Academy to take the round.
The one thing I want to point out there is that I discounted Patsy, and I thought that he wouldn't have much of an impact, maybe a lifeless body, yada, yada, yada. But the truth is, him being alive there means that they don't immediately go for the retake in a 2v2. But if you want to retake control of your inventory, if you want to get skins that you actually love, head on over to CS Money and check out our partners. Now, what do alternate attacks do here?
Yeah, that is a good question as well, because they might need to wait a little bit. Seeing that their economy doesn't stand in good footings, seeing that they already have 2 AWPs in the bag, they may even want to go for a force here. Their economy is in that spot that it doesn't look good for the TT side. Yes, you can get some armor with a small weapon in, like some MP9s or some Deagles, but you can't really buy up with riflery. It looks like will go for the small investment. Make sure they have enough money with the loss bonus to buy up next round, but they have a danger of losing these 2 AWPs, and they want to make sure that they can take them on to the next round.
Double digits right around the corner. Spirit Academy, they're going for a very fast push towards B. Crimbo has gotten aggressive, and he needs to hit more than just his first shot around mid. Flash completely. They're looking for information and control of the B bomb site, but Crimbo's missed a shot, and that might just be the opportunity they needed. That's a second shot being missed. Panics finally chimes in, but this might be too much. Process finds a shot, and somehow, with just AWPs and pistols, they've turned it all around. Alternate. They have the opportunity to come up out on top. ZNX,
are you kidding me?
Solid no scope. He might just get this. He has an opportunity. He's isolated 2 duels.
Oh,
and he
kidding
gets a 90-degree no scope. What are you doing, ZNX? You still have a chance if he can only avoid the nade. Crimbo switches over to the USB, and it's barely for alternate attacks. What was that? ZNX.
Man, that guy's insane. I thought that was a lost affair. He was 1 against 4 and kills 3 players in the process while being low on health. I mean, Crimbo, let's be honest, he had a couple of chances to on that B site that he could have gotten more kills, but the fact that he did get that first one put them up in numbers at the start. ZNX, though, the man of that round, and nearly turned things around, and if he didn't miss that final shot, he would have had the clutch, and that would have been quite possibly the play of the tournament.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Nobody's hitting no scopes like ZNX is right now. And as I say that, he gets an entry. He makes up for his past losses, and Zontix will eventually fall to Crimbo, but it doesn't matter too much. It is a pretty even trade, although a bit favored to the alternate side, 2v3. But can they get onto the B bomb site? Spirit. They want to reunite.
Indeed. 2 versus 3. I think a few mistakes happened throughout that. ZNX got a little bit too greedy. Peeked through an angle an AWP was already holding, hoping that he would have been quicker to the trigger of the target. Look at that. Kill into Panics. Bring things to an equal standing. 2 against 2. This is a lot more doable here for the Spirit Academy side, as they do want to rotate now towards that A site potentially. Getting control of mid does open things up. They could even go to Catwalk. They could even take it to Connector. And alternate attacks, they've only got 1 player towards either site. Now, this approach could really matter. But for now, they need to get the better of one of the defenders at least.
Oh, I love this. They're making it a little bit more complicated. They're going for the wraparound. They want 2 different angles to approach from. They're not just doubling down on Connector. And with the second player coming in from jungle, does Process react to this? Can he find the shots? If he falls, this is certainly a lost round for alternate, and they're going to be expecting this. There's no way they let him live in CT. His angle will be checked. Process has been spotted, but he still manages to fight back. Target, he does have time to go for the bomb plan, but it's been brought down to a 1v1. Can Crimbo secure it to stop the double digits?
And he indeed, AWP at hand, Crimbo. To find that one shot, misses it, and Target could wrap it around and kill him instead. But he hides out in firebox instead, goes for the ninja approach as Crimbo closes up the gap against him, moving a little bit more aggressive. Smoke throw and reveals his position. That's going to be a simple spray down there from Target. Now they turn things around from a deficit, but it's Spirit Academy now on double digits.
I love how that round started. ZNX drops a clutch, and immediately he runs back to the B bomb site where he was previously eliminated, and gets a kill. He's like, no,
he wanted to right his
that
wrongs.
last kill. I'm a bit late to the party, but I still got it. Oh man. This is very different from what we expected in the pregame. I know that Spirit's results against Gade showed promise, but this is a bit much.
ZNX is a monster. He just came away with another entry frag, and he's down to 21 kills already in the 13th round. Are you kidding me, ZNX?
It's not even the first half being over, and he's already a monster now, pushing straight into the B site. This is going to be a task and a half for the alternate side to hold on to, but Process is not playing like ZNX right now. He's not hitting any jumping no-scope. Crystal tries to chime in, but he's only good for one, and it's not going to matter too much.
No, it's not.
Panics
Two
and
players
Crimbo.
now. Panics and Crimbo.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry to take the mic from you there. But,
It's all good.
But, you know, I mean, the action did end at that point. Spirit Academy, they just took the site, and there's nothing much they can do. Although Panics, he's got a pistol, and there's no reason for him to save, so he might as well go for it. He might as well try and fire an exit frag or two. On the other hand, Crimbo himself will want to hold back with that AWP, but, you know, Panics looking to be a little bit of a mischief here. And it does look like a couple of players will be heading towards apartments as well. Knife at hand. This could be a possible kill for Panics. Misses out on the first shot. They know where he is now. Drawing out the rifles. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I gave him the chance, though. I thought that would have happened.
I love how Spirit Academy have set themselves up already for the CT side. This is the kind of scoreline you would expect Spirit to have if they're playing the CT.
Right now, I mean, what does alternate attacks do? They're in a bit of a pickle, aren't they? Double up setup, that worked once. Now, does that work again? Already Spirit Academy look like they're on a really good spree here. The CIS squad, these young players, averaging at 18 years old. It's insane. They've done such a stellar job so far, but can they carry things onwards? They definitely have the funds to do so, to say the least.
Yeah, alternate want to at least try to stop it right here. 11 rounds is already too much. Getting it to 12, that suddenly puts them in the ballpark of almost guaranteeing themselves to lose the game. Suddenly places way too much importance on the pistol round, and that's already the case, to be honest. This second half, regardless of how you cut this cake, it won't be very tasty for the alternate side. Now, though, Spirit, they're lining up for the A aggression. Pretty classic take. Smoke out jungle, stairs, and connector. See how this works out. They only have one player in Palace, so at the very least, the CTs will have them funneling in from ramp.
Yeah, but that's what worries me. The alternate attacks do have 3 players on this, and they are going to start trickling in. Cinderay could block this attack. This will delay them even longer. Now, they can't start pushing just yet if they want to take immense amounts of damage. But the rotations haven't come in from alternate attacks yet. They don't have the read. Smokes to follow through. Molly's on dark as well. That's going to expose Process. Target them waiting. Good coordination from Spirit. And right now, coming into the site, they try and make the best to find even more kills. Crimbo finding one as he does fall between the shadows. Zontix aggresses onwards, but it's Scrunk for Connector already to come through. Crimbo, low health, but still at an up at hand. One bullet at a time. He can close things up. Siren with a kill, but he does get the bomb plant in time. Does fall in that time, but Panics does try and find the refrag. ZNX there and waiting. That is Spirit Academy with a 12. Did get messy, but the runaway ahead at halftime.
Did ZNX get 2 kills while he was flashbanged? Once again? I'm not sure what's going on with the AWP on ZNX. He is a complete legend. He's playing like a different species on the server right now. It seems like alternate do not have an answer to this. At all.
Do you know what this reminds me of?
What does this
reminds
remind
me
you
of
of?
Scratchy from Argo, you know, doing
Scratchy?
Scratchy. Oh my god,
Snatchy.
Snatchy. I said Scratchy. I'm sorry, dude. You know,
I'm just thinking
when he snatches stuff, he scratches them at the same time, you know? But this reminds me of Snatchy. One difference I can find in the amount that the AWP has impact in the game is that Snatchy hasn't had the best of successes on Mirage, right? He's usually been shut down. It's usually the map that most players know how to play around that AWP. But that hasn't been the case for ZNX, has it? I mean, he's been going up aggressive and very unorthodox points in time, and it's worked out for him, which is amazing me right now. This is very, very impressive from this young man.
Yeah, the way ZNX plays his AWP in these close range angles is as if he's rifling. It doesn't matter. He's got an AWP in his hands. He's good for long range entry frags. He's good for close range clutches. So what is this man not delivering is the question. Where's the catch?
Where's the catch?
Yeah, there's got to be a catch, right?
The skins.
I think we'll have to wait for map number 2 for the catch to show up. But right now, he is leading large and in charge because Patsy's on 12, leading second. Next is on 23.
That is crazy. 11 more kills than the previous fragger. That is something else in terms of impact. But man, you know what else could be impactful in your lives? It could be a nice little phone from Red Magic. Series 6 coming out, and it's got an awesome refresh rate of 165 Hz. And that is fast. Some could say faster than ZNX's reaction timing on that AWP.
I think they're going pretty neck and neck right now.
Does seem like it.
Alternate. I want to see if we start to see signs of desperation on this pistol round. 2 players initially aggressing mid to draw some of the rotations forward. There's no adjustment just yet. I love this from Spirit Academy. They have entirely banked on the B bomb side, and it's not one of those players where you just bank on it early on. In fact, it's the full commitment.
Oh, Crystal there, gonna lead the charge, but he's gonna get greeted by a lot of hell of bullets. Zontex getting the first kill for that, but Crimbo does trade out in the end. Now, do they expect it? They do slow things down a little bit. Alternate attacks, I think they've sniffed this out. Oh, the lurking onto Connector. That's gonna change their minds. And Target, he's already on rotation duty. Panics will hear him out, so that's the information given. So they've yet to pull the trigger on where they want to attack. Process does make his way towards main, does make his way onwards from ramp, but mid control is solid in alternate attacks' favor. They still have plenty of chances to even take it towards the B bomb site. What is troubling me, though, is that the B is heading towards A either way, but alternate attacks, they've got all entries covered apart from CT.
Yeah, they're expecting this to be a double fake and come back to B, but that is not the case. Because the bomb has now spotted all the information, because Panics was able to get the audio cue of only one player rotating over, they can comfortably get the bomb there, and they don't need to do any mind games. Instead, Spirit, they might have just played themselves here as they go for the retake, 4-on-4.
It is a 4-on-4 for the retake indeed. Target looks keen to take first jump into this action. Bomb starting to fall over. Skrunk does get taken out from Patsy. That could be an interesting location to come through. Connected to BFS and ZNX getting the first frag. Crimbo to panic back, but it's Panics as well to chime in. Nothing they can do. They touch the bomb, but they're there and waiting. Alternate attacks are just too many angles throughout that post plant.
Yeah. Initially, I thought that Spirit would get that round because they had the perfect read. They expected alternate to go B, and the one problem there is that overcommitment. It looked like it would work. It looked like Spirit. It looked like alternate would bank on it, but that's not the case. That one lurking player going up connector completely changes everything. Now, alternate, they've gotten themselves a bit of breathing room, but they can't get too comfortable because Spirit is right around the corner to suffocate them as soon as they get their hands on weapons. And even this round, I wouldn't personally get too comfortable in my shoes. They've got a scout rifle in the hands of Patsy, and Desert Eagles all across the board, so anything could go wrong. Especially with the way we've been seeing games in Blast Rising, how the Deagles have somehow been stronger than the Rifles. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Absolutely not. Especially with the lead they've had so far. It's quite a long jump for alternate attacks to jump through. Quite a big canal to jump over.
Mm-hmm. The fire ring that they have to do circus tricks around. Do they have the practice for that, though?
Yeah, that is a massive question into this, right? Spirit Academy, they seemed a little bit prepped as well with the first lineup. It seemed like they knew alternate attacks would pull out. It felt like it wasn't just a prediction. It was a well-read choice. But right now, alternate attacks turning their interest towards the A bomb site. Spirit Academy, they're doing a full rotation onto this, and they might be there and waiting, running out of time. They can no longer transfer this. Skrunk will be heading out first, but Patty with the first frag, he's able to find the follow-up. Skrunk down low, but he could still do damage from the back of things. Triple box on to Fern, find the first process controlling mid, but ZNX, he's making the Deagle work. You talked about this Wild Deity, but maybe now process can turn things around. He doesn't have much time in this. 10 seconds only.
No way.
1v3. There is no charts process. Shot from all directions. Try to make a spin bot happen, but he can't pull it off. Spirit Academy, and they bring things right back around.
I don't even think a spin bot would have worked in that situation. There's no way the gun will fire fast enough for him to get all 3 players and somehow get the bomb down. No way, Jose. Now, Spirit Academy, man, this is already looking like a bit of a GG, isn't it? Alternate attacks, they have 4 rounds, while Spirit are only 3 away from the victory. This is too much for any team to come back from. Desert Eagles all across the board. Spirit, with the kind of form they've had, with how immaculately they've been clearing out angles and not making any communication mistakes, I don't see this dropping. And where Spirit, on the other hand, had singular players getting kills left and right, it's the same case on the CT side for them. MP9, good enough to clean up too. Even when he's been brought into a duel where it's a 1v2 on ramp, it doesn't matter. Things are not looking up.
The CT just becomes that much more deadly with all the economy that is being thrown in their pockets. CNX, ooh, okay, Panics does something with that deal. So there's a trade in their favor, but it's just 1 kill, and being down 3 players is not an easy feat to come up from. Spirit Academy, they keep things going. 14th now picked up, and that was a force buy from Alternate aTTaX as well. Surely this may be 1 round before the end. I mean, it's gonna be 15 after this, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Generally, people use the term calm before the storm. This is just calm before the GG, honestly. I don't see a world where Alternate aTTaX can somehow not have guns in this round, let Spirit get to 15, and then pull off some kind of monster 11-round streak. No way. But if they want to prove me wrong, they can be my guests.
I'm actually going for the full commit as well. Damn. Okay, Alternate aTTaX. This is
Oh yeah,
do or
no
die for
money
them.
in the next round.
This is do or die, quite literally. They may try and find strength in numbers. You can see the rotation going on towards that top side of the map. Maybe look for a B site take. Zontix, though, spots them out with spamming that spacebar. Or that's mouse wheel, you know, and a lot of players do use the mouse wheel as well. So.
It's
Spun of the jump, that's for sure. Oh, okay. If they manage to find more frags like that, that could be a lot more possible for Alternate aTTaX, but that puts them up nicely. A little bit too far out of reach to get himself that rifle under wraps, but Siren does get the rotation on towards Market in case, but it's mid-control that Alternate aTTaX are looking for.
Yeah, X-Warrior, if they want to stop this right here, they have to get this deal round. They cannot allow Spirit Academy to get to 15. Even then, their chances would be few and far in between, but at least they would have something to play off of. Now, Alternate, huddling up in the B halls, slowly making their way in. Patsy, he's going to have a mountain on his shoulders as they start to move in, and there are flashes galore, so they will be thrown out. Utility is at the ready.
Yeah, but they're going towards underpass instead. They may want to go towards that mid side. There are still 2 players of Spirit Academy holding it out, but they are going to use that double push towards B for the lurk out to make the rotations happen, and that is genius. They've lured them out. They knew exactly what is going on, moving towards Catwalk, but they can hear it. They've heard the commotion, but Panics is able to find the kill to target. They've turned things around. ZNX needs to come up huge with the AWP to get that bomb denied. Doesn't connect with the shirt one, but Patsy is there. Bomb has been planted, but they've gained control over the site. 2v3 still not over for Alternate.
Oh, Siren securing that kill. That is almost guaranteed them the round. They don't know where Crimbo is, but he would have to go massive. 1v3, AK in hand. He needs to deny it right here and right now. Comes around the corner, finds the duel on stairs, but not quite. Siren, 2nd kill for him. Complete shutdown from the Spirit side. I liked how Alternate played that. Even in the last few seconds, even on 25 seconds remaining, they went for a little fake Haru, but while ZNX is on the case, I don't know. This is a monstrous performance from him. But if you want to get your hands dirty with crypto, if you want to jump right into the deep end of the pool, listen, look at a bunch of articles, get to know about crypto, maybe you can go ahead and check out our partner at Coinbase. Speaking of coins, though, Alternate doesn't have many of them, do they?
They do not, and they go for another force by coming into this. They knew they were going to have a nice little loss bonus after that, but yeah, that is definitely not enough to be calling it a comfortable buy from them. Panics does make that AK work. Crystal, though, down to a Deagle. We saw him perform with that before. I think it was mostly panics to make that work. Patsy does quickly trade out that kill in Spirit Academy's favor. It is down to a 4v4, but ZNX needs to be careful. Process closing up the gap. He smells that something on Precurious could go on, so he does fall back from it. Target timing could be of essence. Crimbo, though, reads that well. M4 now picked up for him. He's going to like that and put it in his bag. He's going to say that, oh, mine, thank you very much. ZNX, what a flick, though. That's a little bit unorthodox. Pushing it up. Very nicely done. Down to 3v3.
Not for ZNX, is it?
Absolutely not. That guy can hit absolutely anything.
Yeah, but I want to see if Zontix can step up to the plate as well. He knows that the planter's right there. He's found the shot, but not quite. Can't connect enough shots to get the kill. And ZNX is so low that he might not be able to chime. Man, Zontix, though, with 2 quick kills, he suddenly puts Skrunk in a 1v2. ZNX is low, but he has the AWP. He has the favorable weapon for low HP. And Skrunk will have to give away his position when he peeks out to deny the defuse. ZNX desperately looking for this. This one flashbang could change everything, and you can see that the CT side are getting desperate. They're looking for info. Skrunk has found one. Zontix, he's sticking to the bomb, but it is not enough. Skrunk, great 1v2 to keep Alternate in the game, but is it enough?
I don't think it is, but they may as well try and hold on to it if they can, but it also boosts up their morale a little bit, doesn't it? It does keep them in it for a while. Spirit Academy will feel a little bit less comfortable heading into map number 2. Alternate attacks map pick, Inferno, to be played. Right now, I mean, they're just mitigating the damage. They're just trying to hold things back. 15-5, that's a highway to cross, and my word, that is a massive highway.
I don't think they've got the gasoline for this. But if they can run on fumes and somehow make it to the finish line, that would be marvelous. Alternate. They're playing a very mid-heavy aggression style play, but with the way the CTs are positioned, they can easily push into ramp, and that would be a tough job to deal with for the alternate side.
It's actually good for Spirit Academy. They're only holding out on ramp, but they've just lost out of position. They need to win out that first trade at least to solidify their control over this A main area, but right now, Crystal has fallen. Panics does find the counter as Petsy for target mollies out his own teammate, or mollies out himself instead. Oh, that is a tough affair for Spirit Academy. That could be control over the site. It is, in fact. Bomb does get planted. Crimbo, though, he's on the offense, trying to turn things around. Siren trying to make things happen, but he's got a man on his back, looking to pick up that bounty. Siren pushing onwards, does connect with 1 kill. Still doable for Team Spirit, and it looks like Zontix will try and go for it. Smoke out in his favor to allow him to push onwards, but let's see if he can kill out the trade. Panics there and waiting, wins out the AWP kill, but it's still a 2v2, and without a kit at hand, they won't be able to do that. Zontix does fall in good manner as well. Siren realizes this and falls back instead. Spirit Academy, they haven't won just yet. Alternate attacks, they're holding on.
They're holding on, but I think their fingernails are starting to get chipped. I think they're being pulled out of their roots right now with how they're clinging on desperately to their cliff. But Spirit Academy, they've taken a tactical timeout, and this could be a sign of things to come.
Could be.
9 rounds in a row, alternate. I don't think they're set up for this, but if there's a way to start a comeback, this has to be it.
I mean,
Off
they
of
get
a clutch
themselves a
from
7th now. It would be 3 rounds in a row for them. So that would be loss bonus for Spirit Academy, which would be okay for them. And it is going to be a loss for Spirit Academy. By all means, I don't think they'll be able to make a pistol round work out, right? So Siren does have an AK.
Wait, do you want to reconsider that?
Yeah, cast is curse. Okay. Bring it on.
I mean, I said it. I pointed it out so that the caster's curse would be canceled out by the frequency of saying it a second time.
Have you done the mathematics on that? Do we have proper proof that that is the case?
Yeah, I'll show you my working after the game.
Sounds right. Sounds good. But yeah,
it's just a blackboard that says "screw you." But man, I want to do the math on the numbers that ZNX is pulling up right now. He's on 31 kills. That is crazy.
And usually when you see 30 bombs, it is because it's a close game, right? You do already see like an overtime scoreline and someone would be just hitting the 30 bomb. But this is just 21 rounds in. That is insane.
I know that there's also an argument to be made about getting closer to the 30 bomb more easily if it is a one-sided game because you get more opportunities, but it's not like ZNX has been handed kills on a silver platter, has it?
Absolutely.
He's been getting no scopes, he's getting clutches, he's looking like an all-around beast. And with this kind of form continuing, I think alternate aTTaX have a cement wall to bust through.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if he's found this comfort on the CET side just yet. Most of his success did come through when he was a terrorist, but now as he steps into different shoes, he may look to find a different strategy in how he wants to play this out. Though at the same time, he want to see his own teammates being pushed up from him, but alternate aTTaX want to take a nice, simple A-site approach. Looking for the first frag, that molly will surely lure that play out, and that's exactly what happens. Out in the open, and Crimbo shuts him out. First early frag, and that is going to be the A-site take as well. Full A control.
Yeah, Spirit, it's already an uphill battle here. Siren has an AK-47, but this is an unnecessary risk. As soon as he walks out of the apartments, it is certainly going to be his death. Yep, he is not expecting Skrunk. I love that attention to detail. They know that there might be someone coming in from ramp, so instead of situating the player on ramp, no. We have him all the way in T-spawn. Although, this is still not a great trade, because that is a wild ZNX running away with an M4.
Let's see if they manage to get anything else. They're just pulling shots in the dark right now, but nothing seems to be connecting, apart from ZNX's kill earlier. That would be a nice M4. But Zontix wouldn't mind another one. I think he'll look for the rifle that his teammate shot, but little does he know that got thrown out of the map, unfortunately for him. Yep, he can't find it. He's lost.
If he had a nade, then maybe. But at least the scoreline is getting closer. It looks a lot better than it did earlier, but you know what? If you want your inventory to look a lot better than it did earlier, you can hop on over to CS Money and check out our partners where you can trade in your current skins for some new, cooler ones.
See how Spirit Academy look right now. Are they going to look cool like your potential inventory? But alternate aTTaX, they look a little bit cooler than they did before. They looked pretty bland in the first half, but now it looks like they've been rejuvenated on the T side. Will that last? Siren opening things up with the first blood of the round, but it is a slow approach from alternate aTTaX, easing up forwards on all fronts. Mid control as they look to gain some information at the same time. Spirit Academy can't really get a full run rotation as they don't have the right read. It does seem that it might eventually end up to be that A-site take, especially seeing that Karimbo is in Palace, but they have room to rotate towards short if need be. They do lose out on another player, so Spirit Academy still are on the front foot this round and could well close it out. Should be simple. Siren does get shut out, and Crystal, he's got an AWP. He'll try and make it work. He knows where Siren is holding it out, but with Karimbo finding the first kill for alternate aTTaX, that might be the silver lining for them, trying to keep things running. But Siren there and waiting, does get the refrag, does peek out in time, and Karimbo finds himself in a 1v4. Now that is a tough affair, especially seeing now that the bomb is far out of reach. That is going to be Spirit Academy taking it home with a 1-0 start in the bag in this series.
That was such a convincing game from Spirit Academy. And that's sort of the thing that I missed out on when they went up against Cade. The third map was supposed to be Mirage, but with two 16-14s, unfortunately, we didn't get to see them perform on the decider. But now that they're finally on Mirage, now that they actually end up picking it out, we can see signs of life. Not only do we see signs of life, we see signs of flourishing, completely destroying alternate aTTaX on that map. And this isn't one of those maps where you can be super specialized on. It's not something like Overpass or Vertigo where you can have super specific strats. And it's not like we saw them either. We saw pretty simple executes, pretty simple fake outs, and of course a monstrous performance from ZNX. So things are looking troubling for aTTaX, and they're looking up for Spirit Academy.
Absolutely. These young CIS players are doing very, very well, to say the least. As well as ZNX, I think, by no question of anyone's imagination, ZNX is definitely, for sure, absolutely the MVP of that map. And heading into the series, we hope to see him perform to a similar extent as well. But you did mention the previous maps they played against Skade yesterday, and Mirage was going to be that third map. Imagine if if either Train and Overpass were a win and they got to play Mirage. Imagine if they beat out Skade. That would be a massive win, and seeing like that would be a possibility. My hopes are high for this young roster, and I think alternate aTTaX must be shaking right now because heading into map number 2, Inferno, they shouldn't be too comfortable, should they?
Oh yeah, definitely not. But you know what? We're gonna go ahead to a quick break before we come back with the action. The players are gonna be connecting back to the server in just a short while, so stay tuned.
just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing know that I can, and I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. Came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
She ain't mine, but she looks fine. Gonna take some time, gonna make her mine, gonna make her mine. I'm the man, I got the plan. When it hits the fan, do all I can, do all I can. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild. And she looks in my eyes. Hell yeah! I don't care, it's a double dare. I ain't scared, you best beware, you best beware. It's alright, she's in my side. I got all night, so just sit tight, so just sit tight. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild.
And we're back into it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Blast Rising, yet again, second map ahead, Inferno, with Team Spirit Academy versus Alternate aTTaX to bite things off to the end. Team Spirit already with that first win in the bag, but Alternate aTTaX, they look to be struggling. How do you see this, Waldady?
Team Spirit, they're reminding me of the main lineup Spirit. Okay, so these little dragons might actually have a lot more fire in them than we anticipated. Of course, not getting to see Mirage earlier on, this is a pleasant surprise. I love seeing this. The fact that they've completely steamrolled Alternate aTTaX right out of the gate, that shows a lot of promise. But on the other hand now, Alternate, they've got something to prove as well. They cannot allow this sort of underdog victory to come through.
Oh, absolutely not. And yesterday Inferno was banned, so they didn't really pick that out. This time around, they've got it. They're going to be playing it. So let's see how they actually perform, because we didn't get to see it yesterday. Maybe they've got something readied up. Maybe they can form and bring things to a better standpoint, because as you mentioned, it didn't look great from them that first map. It didn't look so good. It didn't look comfortable. By all means, it felt like Spirit Academy had control and had the reins over that game throughout the entire map. Yes, maybe throughout the start of the second half, they managed to bounce back and get themselves a few extra rounds here and there to mitigate the damage at least and not look that dreadful. But it didn't last long. That as soon as Spirit Academy had the right funds to buy properly, they were straight back into it and were able to close things out smoothly. And yeah, maybe hopefully for the Alternate aTTaX, hopefully for the German fans as well, things will look up for them in Inferno, because it is going to be their own map pick heading into it. And being their own map pick, they might be able to find more comfort.
It might be the case, but right now I'm looking at the kind of games they've played, and I'm not too sure, because on one hand, the one advantage that they do have is that Spirit Academy isn't really a big fan of Inferno either, right? They've only played it twice in officials recently, although they have few officials altogether, since they are a relatively recent team and they haven't been performing too much in tournaments. Alternate aTTaX, they've had some questionable results as well. Much bigger defeat to Skade, 16-10. They've lost to LDLC. They had a decent scoreline against Ambush, which was 16-6. So that is something to go off of. But also, Ambush isn't the same level of team as something like Skade is. And then they also had a recent win in Spring Sweet Spring against Double Pony, which is 19-17. But these scorelines aren't looking very convincing to me. It doesn't seem like they have Inferno entirely under wrap. So in any case, this is still a fight and a half. And this is one of the dynamics I want to talk about, and we have mentioned this previously as well. If you take the risk of picking something like Mirage, if you take the risk of heading into Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2, the Powerpuff Girls of the active duty group, then in that case, you're always taking the risk that the enemy team will be well prepped on it. You cannot go into Inferno expecting it to be a complete whitewash, although I am a bit surprised that Spirit did that on Mirage, considering they didn't really even go for any particularly complicated strategy. In fact, if we're going to talk about depth, I feel like Alternate actually had a lot more depth going into it, considering the fakes we saw, how they were constantly wrapping around Connector, how they had more informational plays. But it does seem like everything's aligned for Spirit, and now everyone will be in line on the server to move right into the pistol round.
Yeah, this could be Alternate aTTaX way to stay in the game. Overpass will look tough later if it does come to it in the end, but Spirit Academy have a good chance turning things to a 2-0. Coming out of the bat, already wrapping around A long. ZNX will be there and waiting, but could that be too late? Already through Arch. Target try to greet them with some firepower, but instead everybody wrap around him. They are going to circle through him. He does get one in the process, but Foley does get shut down by Skrunk, and right, that means that is going to be a 4 versus 4. ZNX, he's low. Only 3 points of health remaining on him. One bullet should do it, but they've turned their attention towards A. They've managed to skate it out. They managed to scout out the CT. Zontix is out of the map already, and that means they've gotten themselves a bomb plant with 4 players alive versus 3 for the retake.
Alternate, they didn't really have a convincing start, but let's see. ZNX has fallen as well. Siren moving in with the double dragons. Can he pull up some more?
Let's see if he can.
That might just be style. Uh-oh.
Yeah, not quite.
Can't really pull up with the dualies like that and expect to get a 1v4, but you know what? I'm still happy I got to see that 1 kill. Just charged right in. But let's see how Spirit respond to this. Heavy investment. Eagles and 5-7s. MP9 on target as well, so This is still not going to be a comfortable round for alternate, however way you cut it. And with Spirit being on the CT side, this is a bit dangerous. They had a monstrous T side on Mirage, and now that they're starting on the advantage, alternates still have to watch out. That first round, it's not too comforting, is it?
Doesn't look like it's the case at all. But the flash will be thrown at the start. Maybe they look to push the banana. Patsy, he's holding it all by himself, so he doesn't have great chances in winning out any of these trades. Even if he does get one, he'll get quickly traded through, and that's going to be alternate with full control of the B-bomb site. And knowing how difficult the B site of Inferno is to retake, I think Spirit Academy may be up for a retreat. They aren't going to rotate just yet. They are considering it may be a fake, but Patsy falls back from it. They may try and go for a full 5-man retake. Maybe not. They may try and survive. They do have weapons that they can use for the next round. They know they're going to have to eco anyway, but nonetheless, this is definitely going to be a round for alternate attacks.
Ooh, Patsy. He's making the 5-7 work. And if he gets the second frag, then oh no, never mind. I wanted it to be a bit expensive for the alternate side. Keep the pressure on them. I want to see how they perform in moments of desperation. But right now, we're looking at Spirit Academy simply huddling up on the A site. Stick to their weaponry, live to see another day, and with that being the case, they should have 2 attempts at still having decent buys. In the next round, they keep this weaponry. In the round right after that, they'll have all weaponry across the board. So still not optimally set up for alternate, and that could be a problem.
Could be a problem indeed heading into this one. But we're seeing a similar position that we saw them once before, right? We did see the same rifle read to come out. ZNX had a 5.7 instead of a Deagle that time around. We are seeing a MAC-10 going over into process in that regard. So this time around, how do alternate attacks approach this, right? No, how do Spirit Academy more like approach this? Because last time around, they went for a stack towards a 4-man stack nonetheless, and it looks like they're going for the exact same thing again. Yeah, the gamble didn't work out last time around. Are they counting that it will work out this time? I'm not sure, but so far, Patsy's a little bit more aggressive on Banana. May look to go for a little bit of a lurk before any rotations do come through. Target holding it out, naded as well, down to half, but they've got the good read. Spirit Academy, they could win this through. They do spot out at play, and they do fall back at the same time. They're going to go for the B-bomb site yet again.
Oh no, this is perfectly read by alternate. The way they checked one player, and they're like, nope, we're going to back off instead. No way they're going for that. And Patsy, he suddenly made a dent in the offensive alternate, but it doesn't matter too much because right now, all the Spirit players are on A. They will finally start to move in, and this time it will be an attempt on a retake because they realize that they have a buy in the next round anyway, and there's no reason to stick to these weapons and give up one more free round. Moving straight in from Banana, Crimbo with a frag. Skrunk chimes in with 2 more, and that is the offense completely annihilated. ZNX, last man standing with the Deagle, but hasn't quite found the same success just yet. As those words come out of my mouth,
Speak of the devil.
So will the teeth of the alternate attack players, as the Deagle will chime in, but 3-0 regardless.
You just had to call upon ZNX, didn't you? Let's get a little bit more expensive for alternate attacks, but it's good to see that they get themselves off to a good start. Though you could get yourself a nice little phone as well with 165 Hz refresh rate coming through from Red Magic. Very, very smooth phone if you're into mobile gaming. But Spirit Academy now have a little bit of buy in them. Set up for ZNX, and we know how good he can be on that weapon. So let's see how he works out this time around.
Early Molotovs from Spirit Academy. They're trying to take control of Banana, but target will be eliminated. Skrunk, hot on that MAC-10. He will run right in, but there's still 2 players remaining. And alternate don't immediately pull the trigger. Instead, they'll be backing off because they know they've gained an optimal amount of control over the B-bomb site. They know that they've triggered the passivity within Spirit Academy, so they won't be aggressing forward anytime soon. The bomb staying back as they try to collect more information. There's still Crimbo wants to potentially cut off a rotation that might come in from Spirit Academy, but right now, alternate, they're looking a bit indecisive. They're waiting for a reaction. They're waiting for Spirit to try to regain the advantage, double down on it, and then go for some kind of push. But with no reaction coming in, instead Spirit banking on their guns to work out for them, they finally do start to go for a push.
And Crystal peeking out first may want to spot them out. 3-man setup here for Spirit. It's a good read. Can they make it work? Boosted position as well. One coming in from Archers. Coming in, Siren does get one, does fall back, so he doesn't get traded out. ZNX makes that AWP work, and even though Krista was flashed out, it's by his own teammate, Crimbo. He does get flashing onto Patsy, but it is going to be the hold coming through from Spirit Academy. 1 round now on the board.
Can they capitalize off of this? Can they make this work? Can they keep it going for the equalizer? Alternate. Because Krunk and Crimbo are sitting on all those dollar bills right now, should be able to drop a couple guns over and they will have a comfortable buy, but they're still diving deep into their pockets. Spirit. How do they aggress Banana? They've got a 3-man commitment. Early nade goes out, close molly as well, so that'll allow 2 players to push forward, but some information is missed as 2 players collide. But he's instead completely abandoning it. Instead, they're going for an apartments and brackets push. No utility being expended by the T side just yet, and ZNX, he has to get aggressive to try to stop the push before it even happens.
Crystal moves that forward, but it's ZNX, what a surprise to get a first kill. Make that a second as he draws out the pistol. Spit work in that different angle. Strunk though, he's in a bit of a pickle here, and it's panics to fall down. Siren does get the kill through it. Spirit Academy haven't dropped a single player through those trades, and that's going to set them up nicely on the defense. Impenetrable at this point. After an attack though, Crimbo trying to find a gap through the cracks. It's so well reinforced by Spirit Academy, especially on this A site. It does get a little bit more tough. Oh, lineup slowly walking into ZNX's crosshair. That's going to be an easy tap 1 of a mouse 1.
That's even the cue with the barrel of the gun, so it's not like he even has to second guess or pre-fire, but now Skrunk is feeling pretty lonely here. Not for long though, as he joins his teammates in the graveyard, but Spirit, now they have a chance to inch forward. And as this is going to be a throwaway round, so I want to point out an interesting fact. ZNX is just Zontix with a couple of vowels missing and a T.
Yeah. ZNX is Nikola
I like how
Tesla
they just froze your brain.
with just nothing out of those letters, just ZNX in the middle.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, cool. Well pointed out. Thank you,
blue
Daddy.
screened. You just blue screened. I could
Absolutely.
see it.
Error 404, brain not found.
I thought we've been seeing that error for a while, but
Wow, okay. I see you. I see you. But alternate attacks, I'm not sure if they will be seeing a victory this round, seeing that they were just with pistols. And with Patsy already aggressing on Banana, not only is that access onto a map territory that shouldn't be theirs, but that's a lot of information given. And you damn right know that there's not going to be a rotation to come in from Spirit Academy. There's no need. There is, frankly, no necessity for that just now. But they're going to trickle in and try and find strength in numbers. And Cindere thrown out, but they're going to cross towards Archers either way. Controlling over CT, maybe to wrap around towards Library if need be. But they aren't heading towards the B-bomb site just yet. Taking things slow, potentially find a pick. They know we're in troublesome territory. They know are in the back lines, but Siren does hold down the line. Target Giants find another one, but Crimbo sticking up behind can't make it happen. Target, he's able to hold down the line to the B-bomb site. He does have reinforcements to come in from Patsy. Does get turned out, does get turned down, but it's Target a close out process in the process. And Spirit Academy, they find the equalizer.
love that. Love what you did with the words there, and love what Spirit Academy did as well. I love Patsy's recognition that there's no reason to just huddle up on A, immediately rotate in from Banana instead of trying to take the fight to Arches. That does become a much more tricky affair. So sets himself up nicely, but regardless, doesn't even need to do anything off of his position because his teammates are good enough to get the fights themselves. Now, AWP finally in the hands of Panics, but he has ZNX to go up against Patsy. He's gotten very aggressive. He can see a barrel, but he's got assistance in the form of a teammate that has now quickly fallen. ZNX immediately responding and takes out the opposing Opera, so that's put them in a 4v3 that is not very favorable for the alternate side. They are getting away with nothing after those first 3. And this is where they start to get a bit desperate, quickly wrapping over to the A site. They've got 2 players to deal with, and it's a double pit setup, so it'll be especially tricky to wrap their heads around. The way the bomb is positioned, they might just run into some trouble in the library.
They might. Patsy did have a chance to greet them towards that direction, but changes his mind and does focus towards the B bomb site. Could be a good movement as well, because alternate attacks, they've got a similar idea here. Now, last time around, they did cross through. It didn't quite work out, and especially due to the fact that it was an eco round for them, it definitely did not favor them in that regard. But now they have a choice. They split the map in two, and just either hold down the line, wait for a rotation to come through from Patsy, or wrap it around towards Library.
This is perfect from Crimbo because he might just draw the rotations, knife out. Look at this. Patsy might just walk into these crosshairs, but he's being extra careful. He is expecting this push to be through.
They've turned around though.
20 seconds.
Crystal does move forwards though. He's got reinforcements this time around, but Patsy then waiting. Maybe it didn't quite work out as we thought it would. Target does find another kill, and Spirit Academy, they don't fall victim to alternate attacks as shenanigans. Crimbo stays alive with an AWP, but there might be a search and destroy party right after him. Target is chasing to see if he can find the kill, but that was an unfortunate turn of events there for alternate attacks.
I would have really liked to see Crimbo get more aggressive. I understand that he had an AWP, which makes it tricky to find the duels in pit, but if he used that smoke, if he tried to rush, if he tried to take more duels in that instance, that would mean that there is a bigger sense of urgency in the back of Patsy's mind, and he rotates over. He rotates in back to A with his knife out, or at the very least, it creates favorable duels for the alternate players that are already nestled into arches, but that doesn't happen, and it gives them comfortable duels instead, so didn't really pan out, but good effort regardless. Now, ZNX, he's got the right idea, but the shot will not connect. Not something we're used to seeing, are we?
Absolutely not. ZNX has absolutely been the backbone of this team.
Pavlos, you mentioned that he reminded you of Snatchy, and I can see why now, because even on map number 2 on Inferno, he's sitting on 10 kills and 2 deaths. That is something we've come to expect from Snatchy, but look at this. Passy might just be finding a duel here.
He might as well, but there's plenty of players from that backline of things. But to a crisp, but he's able to find a kill in the process. Crimbo does shut him out, AWP at hand, but that's going to be the better weapon of his team. They need to find more kills if they want to have a chance to get the bomb planted. Extra cash in the bag is what they're looking for. Maybe potentially a win. Target completely flashed, draws back. Same could be said about his teammates. Oh, ZNX, what a flash. Catches both of card. Target is able to dominate upon that. And that's going to be in ZNX now in a prime position to shut the attack down. Crimbo, you need nothing less than a miracle to turn this in your favor, and he's able to find one, but he can't turn out 180 degrees in time. Spirit Academy, they take that their way.
Yeah, as soon as ZNX falls, the older brother with more letters in the name just runs out with an M4A1, holding mouse 1. Free kill for him, and when all is done and dusted, Spirit have a 5-round streak. This could be a very similar affair to what we saw in Mirage. Had the pistol round not gone the way of alternate, we might even be seeing a recap or a much worse core line than what we even saw in Mirage. So this is not really panning out for alternate now, is it?
Doesn't seem like that's the case. Although Zontix does quite burn his feet. It must be quite painful trying to walk on those right now. Alternate attacks, it's not the first time they've shown this mid-aggression. It's not the first time they tried to gain that control early on in that round, and this time around won't stick to it with a smoke thrown out from Spirit Academy. Some gain is re-entered under the territory of the CTs. They've got the AWP from ZNX holding down that angle, and as long as a peek doesn't come through, should be fine to hold it onwards. Flash does get drawn, he falls back instead. Alternate attacks, they were given this room here from Spirit Academy. The reason they've got 3 players still holding on is because they know that alternate attacks has got plenty of room to push onwards. Smoke coming out from Library, that's a good smoke. ZNX won't be really effective in this angle and rotates towards Arch instead. Needing reinforcements now, they're not quite committing to it just yet. Scrunk, though, may have to push onwards, and ZNX, I think he's got the right angle.
Yeah, 3rd time's the charm. This is them pushing into arches once again, but the timing hasn't worked. ZNX, though, he's going for the wraparound. Scrunk, perfect timing for him, and target has fallen. All thanks to a few milliseconds not going the way of ZNX. Now, the pincer for the B site is coming in. It's all down to Patsy to try to hold it, but it'll be next to impossible as they're rushing in. Coming in from Cathedral, can he get the lineup? Almost 2 kills, but Crystal capitalizes.
He does indeed, and that's going to be the bomb plant there from Alternate aTTaX. And Spirit Academy, they have a choice. Do we go for it? If we do, we need to go fast, but they do not. They fall back from it, and being at a numbers deficit on the CT side as you try and retake the B bomb site is not a prospect they want to be facing right now, and for that reason, they draw back instead. And that is a very nice wraparound there from Alternate aTTaX. A push that we haven't quite seen them execute
Successfully,
at least, right?
Yeah, we've seen them do it a couple times where they quickly get into arches, but after that, it has always been a stalemate where they don't know what to do ahead of that. This time, when they get control of brackets and Spirit Academy are pushed back, they slowly but surely get into arches, and with a little bit of luck thrown into the mix, with ZNX not really having his crosshairs on what was it, Skrunk? Yeah, not having his crosshairs on Skrunk, it does mean that they can get to B with ease. But if you want to be with a bunch of cool skins, you can head on over to our partners at CS Money, where you can trade in your current boring old skins, or at least less cooler ones than you can find on CS Money, and get yourself something that you actually want.
Yeah, but what does Spirit Academy want to do here, right? They need to regain control of this game because losing that round does stop up their momentum, their winning spree. Alternate aTTaX, they've done a good job in doing that, but they themselves want to be finding the equalizer now, and it's a full buy round across the board. This is going to be very, very close.
Very, very close indeed. Tactical timeout from the Spirit side. I'm not sure why, because they've had a streak and a half, but let's see how this works out. aWP in the hands of ZNX once more. Target tucked away into sandbag, so he will have to find the duel. Oh no! Almost! Process almost had a chance there, but luckily Siren had to peek out to find the frag. Otherwise, Target might have been capitalized on. But now Alternate quickly make the adjustment to try to go towards A. They recognize that there's a heavy investment onto the B side, so they have to push in now to capitalize on the numbers advantage.
And Zontix is there and waiting together with ZNX, the two players that need to be the saving grace for Spirit Academy. ZNX is able to connect with one. Who other do you want to defend a site? I definitely want ZNX on my side. Target is able to come in time, moving across mid. They know they have everything in their cards. And Crimbo does get rotated upon from behind. Patsy takes him out, and Spirit Academy, what a hold there.
The immediate reaction to have ZNX on the aWP and have a second player in the form of Zontix as the insurance policy, it's perfect. He draws the attention long enough for Zontix to make it work with the M4, and as that's happening, Patsy has already quickly put himself in the back of apartment, so things just seem to be lining up for Spirit right now, and if they can get a 2-0, that is a strong showing from them. But Alternate, of course, they want to deny this. ZNX up against the enemy Opper. If Panics can find the shot on ZNX, and at that point, maybe something can finally go the way of Alternate. Ooh, lots of damage.
Yikes! Patsy must be feeling that after losing his toes to extreme burns. Imagine walking on burnt feet. That definitely isn't nice. And ripped apart boots, melted. I'm pretty sure they're fireproof, but it definitely has created a boiling pot within them. And aTTaX are moving towards Banana this time around. Spirit Academy, second time in a row.
Speaking of boiling pots, if they do end up going to Banana, they will be cooked to a crisp, but luckily for them, they're heading over to the bomb site that has fewer players. Siren. He's in an optimal position. If only he can dodge the flashbangs, this would be ideal, but Alternate still, of course, have 5 players alive, although they are down to their last knees. Let's see how this works out.
Yeah, Util is thrown out as well. Siren, he's anticipating the flash, and it does come through. He does peek out in time. He's able to find one kill. Siren with 2, Patsy with another. Crystal and Skrunk try to turn things in their favor, but there's still one player holding down the site. ZNX misses up on the shot, and that could be the bomb plant. 2v3. Alternate aTTaX still have some cards in their arsenal. Now, can they pull them and make them work? Skrunk now in pit, as they do start to cross through. The timing needs to be right for them. They don't have any more util left, just a flash in the hands of Grimbo. Smoke in the hands of ZNX just thrown out to close that one angle, and that's a beautiful smoke. Strunk doesn't have much to work with. He's going to allow them to push on site, but is able to find one, down to a 2-on-2. Bomb, not to get touched just yet, but if it does, it puts pressure on the T's. ZNX grabs one, Crimbo with the other. It gets stuck by target, but not quite in time. Shut down by Crimbo. Alternate attacks fight straight back around.
That was a beautiful hold from Skrunk to use that smoke to his advantage and find the head of a player coming in from apartments. Perfect. That is still ZNX's 4th death. He has fewer deaths than the amount of rounds Alternate have won, so that is still a monster performance. And even there at the end, he found the kill on Skrunk with barely any HP to work with, so incredible stuff. But now Alternate, they're showing us what they're made of. They might just make it back. There's no reason to throw away Inferno like they did on Mirage. Maybe. Got a lot more going for them on this map. Of course, that was Spirit's pick, so I'm not that surprised that it went their way, but in the fashion that it did, the fact that it was so one-sided, that's not something either of us expected when we were talking about it in a pregame.
Even coming into the day, I didn't think it would be that one-sided. I thought it was going to be a close affair for these two teams, but Spirit Academy, they've shown a different face, and Mirage looked dominant, to say the least.
It might have even been an even closer scoreline if we saw the attempts from Alternate there at the end fail on Mirage, because it came down to 2 very important clutches that even brought that, or at least sort of made that scoreline look a little bit more fashionable by making it a 16-7. I think otherwise they were set up for something like a 16-4. This is already looking better, though. I like this from Alternate. Although not everything has been working out for them, those Arches pushes not always being successful, the times that they do, they have been able to win out aim duels and capitalize, so it is a good change of pace.
See how this one works out, though. ZNX still able to forward an AWP, though Panics doesn't fall very nicely. Does get shut down. Smoke will come through. Crystal anticipating the push. Does go aggressive. Turning things back around. Patsy with 2. Surely that's the hold. They've annihilated the banana push from Alternate Attacks. Time and time again, they've been gaining access to this, but this time around, Spirit Academy, they thought to challenge it, and they came out ahead. They've all played. Yeah, they've got all players to tail the tail as well.
It's actually 3 kills for Patsy. He completely annihilated the terrorist side with just a little bit of help from his teammates. Flashbang was perfect, though, so gotta give credit where it is due. Skrunk and Crimbo now. Tag team duo. They only have to deal with 2 players, so that's something they've got going for them. Skrunk will spot out a player, but Patsy, he's good for the ace! Somehow gets the lineup. It's all guns blazing from Patsy's side.
Beautifully done. Patsy with an ace. How about that? And just with those 5 kills, he's just beaten CNX to the scoreline. if someone is looking at the scoreline, if you want. But yeah, no, the big scoreline that does matter is the round scoreline. And Spirit Academy are definitely leading right now, 7-5. And seeing how the economy of alternate attacks is, they could even turn it to an 8th.
This is still not a terrible half by Alternate already by any means, so I still am holding out a candle for them. Maybe they can bring it back on the CT, but it's not really anybody's game just yet. The bomb closer to apartments does signal that this might be a fast brackets or apartments push. Right now, with the way their weaponry is for Deagles, I think they're looking for individual duels.
Definitely would be a little bit more favorable for them if they were able to execute something like that. Other than that, Spirit Academy have got a good read in. They are permitting alternate attacks to gain some room here. But with limited utility, they don't quite have the funds to cross onwards. That makes their attack that much more harder, especially facing ZNX here. They might want to push all together. Incendiary thrown out, that's going to delay them a little bit longer.
I think the sound cue of the Molotov also gave it away that there are players right behind that Molly. But this is looking like a checkmate. They have 3 players here. They have 2 players on the crossfire and a 3rd in library. So I don't see a world where Alternate can actually get onto the site, especially not with 20 seconds remaining. But ZNX, the first missed shot is the opportunity they needed, and this is where they also start pushing in from short. ZNX finally connecting, but in the meantime, they're trying to bait out Siren.
Well, they cannot because Zontix has got his back. Crossfire set up there and ready. Zontix with 3. How about that? Well, it was 2 in the end, but the fact that ZNX got 1 through it, it just seemed like it was a triple Z kill. But Coinbase is a place you want to get yourself some extra crypto knowledge, or even if you're in the game already, it's a good place to be to earn crypto in and have good advice while doing it. But Spirit Academy, I don't think they need much advice anymore. I think they've hit the road running. They've now solidified the fact that they'll be ahead at halftime.
It will still be a tough T side because I know for a fact that historically alternate attacks have been that kind of CT-sided team, a team that generally has good communication, and Skrunk is often the cornerstone that they can rely on bomb sites. But with the kind of roster shuffles and with how mixed up the players are right now, I don't know if that's going to stay true. Not as much aggression on Banana anymore because they don't initially commit all chips to the B site. There is a fair bit of passivity from Alternate as well. As the smoke subsides, though, we should be seeing a dual process as expecting it. And with the first kill going their way, now Spirit, instead, they will have to tuck their tails instead.
It's been a while since they found the first frag out of the bat. ZNX doesn't take long to equalize a scoreline, at least in numbers. Zontix decides to chime in for one as he aggresses himself, but movement already indicates that they want to push onwards either way. Running out of time, they may be leading a player behind with Incendiary. ZNX having the lineup. Oh, that is a little bit unorthodox. Well, that doesn't usually happen, but he goes in again for the retry as he does manage to kill off the kill onto Process, but it is Target all by himself here. And they should know it. They haven't called out a rotation just yet, so they're just wondering where he might be hiding out from. Target. Bomb hasn't been set down just yet. Panic's looking through, and that's a perfect timing for him. Interrupted, running out of time. Flash being thrown out as well. Simple hold there from Target with the assistance of Zontix and Spirit Academy. They've just put alternate attacks to economical recession yet again.
And what a time for that to happen, right? Because Alternate, they want to try to get this last round. And their buys will be shaky across the board. Crimbo, because he wants to opt for an AK, he doesn't have head armor. He doesn't have anything more than a flashbang. Sure, if he's got a decoy, but that's not going to be very essential. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and one Daddy AK. Will that work? Will that stop Spirit from getting the double digits? We're about to find out. But no early push will come through with the Mac 10. And I do think that Spirit might have been expecting it, so... Or at least Alternate thought that Spirit would expect it, so... They don't commit to that just yet.
Not quite.
Crimbo has to be the man in charge, right? He must get a kill with the AK. Has to open up a bomb site all by his lonesome so that the Mac-10s can charge in, because otherwise they are severely outgunned.
This is the final chance. Not quite the final countdown. Soon that will come upon them. In alternate attacks, yeah, they'll fall back. They'll go towards the A site. And Spirit Academy, they haven't budged. They're keeping all players around here. Good little read.
Because they've got 3 players here, this should be perfect for them. Spirit now pushing on to the A side, but it looks like their destination is Arches. Are they going for the wraparound on long? They will fight a solitary player who is rotating all the way back to B. Target, he will have to hold down Cathedral if he wants to make this work.
Oh, but Passy's been smoked out. Ooh, Target with a spray down. He's able to find one. Mac 10 close up distance, does die some damage, but dies in time. Crimbo tries to make things happen as he does have an AK-47 himself, but only one kill in the bag for him this round will try and have to be good enough. It's not going to be. ZNX coming through from Banana helps that from an alternative angle. Crimbo. Do they expect this? I think they do. They knew exactly where he's coming from. Peeks out and Siren falls. Okay, Crimbo. Now 3 kills this round. May look to close up the gap. Up goes to Personal. What a flash. He nearly made that happen, but not on ZNX's watch.
That was so close. That would have been a monstrous clutch because there were only 10 seconds remaining. All ZNX had to do was stay alive, but instead he takes the bull by the horns and ends it on 19-4. Man, what an attempt from Crimbo. You can look at that timer ticking down. was down to the last wire, but oh man.
You had
Oh,
me on the edge of my seat, that's for sure.
The fact that the camera just popped up without a player in the chair, that had me on the edge of my seat. I was like,
Wait,
okay,
what happened? Where did he go?
Yeah, did Crimbo just walk out of his room after missing that clutch?
Oh.
Oh man, well you can see that alternate, they're individually, they're not really showing up, are they? Sure, Crimbo had some signs of life there at the end, but Panics, he is not really standing up to the opera that is ZNX. Only 2 kills for him, and I think he had 3 or 4 opportunities with the AWP. No pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect Crystal to not be high up there, especially being the supportive in-game leader in the matters. But seeing your AWP not get any shots onto his opponent, it is a little bit tough to see. Panics. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if he can find some more comfort over on the CT side. He might as well, because that's more of a holding down an angle rather than going for aggressive picks. But, you know, maybe that style will favoring him a little bit more. But coming out of this, Spirit Academy, on their opponents as map pick, they're not showing any signs of slowing down, are they?
Definitely not, but I want to see where this pistol round takes us. Alternate. They need this. They've lost map number 1. They cannot afford to give up the pistol round. And one thing I want to point out is that Spirit is on double digits. They're on 10-5 regardless of the fact that Alternate picked up the pistol round and got 3 rounds off of it. So this might actually be a much closer scoreline towards Spirit Academy than we give it credit for. Alternate, they've only gotten 2 proper gun rounds.
Yowza.
I mean, a round's a round, but if you're relying on the pistol, then you have to get the second half's pistol as well. This is where all speculation ends, because in just a moment, we'll be heading right into it. Pavlos, what are your thoughts on this, man?
My thoughts is that alternate aTTaX must be in a lot of pressure right now, because not only are they mapped down, but they're on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament already. It's definitely not what they want.
That is tough.
Completely tough. For Spirit Academy, they're surprised me on a good mark, right? They're doing a lot of good work here, but on the T side, look to turn things aggressively towards the B bomb site. Do slow things down a bit as there's movement from Scrunk in mid, but they are there and waiting, already down to 2 points of health. Spotting out a secondary player, they know they're going to be pincered in, so they aggress anyways, pushing onwards, finding some damage, looking to find the closer. They eventually do. Panics does get one in the process, but target is good for one nonetheless. Bomb to get planted as a couple of players are shut down, but they managed to stop the bomb from getting planted. Up behind Fountain, that it will not be the case no longer. Patsy getting one, creating some extra room for the bomb to go down, but they have extra time that are going to spend to try and close out some more CTs. Already on time, already getting one, but he turns his back, but Patsy has got his, and that's going to be another pistol round for Spirit Academy.
That round might have just been saved by ZNX. He got aggressive with the P250 and got 2 kills all by his lonesome, challenging CT spawn out in the open, out in the field, and well, that is being reflected in the scoreline now. Alternate. Panics will finally pick up out as well. Once again, he has the sniper, but will he make it work? I have to see. No opportunities being granted just yet. Ooh.
Okay, that's something that we haven't seen much from Panics, but we love to see it now. Maybe he can bring out more of it. Good little kill coming through. Patsy, it seemed like he just jumped up and got dinged. Did he get dinged by his own teammate? Because
Yeah,
there was no CT there.
Yeah, there wasn't. I think he did receive team damage. Otherwise, it would be a lot more than 30 HP. But
It's the
right
ghost
now,
of Crimbo.
right now, this is ideally set up for the CT side because they've got 3 players remaining there, or ready there on the CT side. The bomb should be heading their way, but ZNX is as well. Crystal, he's quickly removed from the server, and now Spirit, or rather Alternate, might have to make some quick adjustments.
Might, but so far they're just keeping alternate aTTaX on their feet. A couple of players now lined up towards the B bomb site, but no rotations coming through towards A. which could be costly, but I think they're going to take the gamble. I think they're going to rotate, and this could be a good read, but is it going to be fast enough? Process holding down the line here with the Deagle. He's able to find one now coming through, pushing onwards. aTTaX does get one more. They're making this happen. They're making it work, and they don't have much weapons to do it with. aTTaX, he's been rejuvenated this round. He's able to get a couple of kills so far. Actually 3, but Patsy tries to turn things around. Smoke up against it, but aTTaX is there and waiting with an AK, brings out a full K this round.
I know I pointed out aTTaX a fair bit, but if there's any way to turn things around, this is it. This could be the defining moment that makes the difference between alternate attacks even winning the series. If they had lost that round, I think Spirit would have hit the road running, and they'd be too far apart to catch. So suddenly, this isn't just one round going the way of alternate. This is another round potentially, because Spirit have been brought down to Deagles. We all know how that ends. I'm gonna have to wait and find out. Spirit taking their sweet time, playing behind the smokes. No early aggression coming out, and that should be the case because the CT side, they went for some early nades, a couple Molotovs down Banana as well, so we can understand why they didn't progress forward this early on, but I'm hearing a bunch of ticks, and that is a bit worrying.
It is a little bit worrying. Hopefully that won't stop the round in any way, but ZNX does swing through with a kill.
Oh,
aTTaX
no.
is FK. Ouch. That's going to be costly, but they can't really reset the round. Maybe we'll see after this round what the decision is, but Crystal and Crimbo can't really do too much. Seeing that Spirit Academy have got 4 players on the A-bomb site, though, they're wrapping up around it either way. Now see, he has disconnected. aTTaX is no longer in it. That is an unfortunate affair, but that will cost alternate attacks effectively this round. Spirit Academy on site. I mean, apart from getting a free kill onto aTTaX, we did see a moment of excellence there from ZNX pushing through
the
mid.
entry.
The entry is beautiful. So to an extent, rightfully deserved, but you know, it is an unfortunate factor seeing things like this happen.
Yeah, we might have to wait and find out what the decision is for this, but man, I think with that 4K, aTTaX might have fried his router. He just couldn't process how good that previous round was, and he just disconnected, but we'll see. We'll see.
See. Indeed. Technical pause. Hopefully aTTaX is in the server again. He is, but let's see if any network issues do subside. Coming into this one, alternate attacks basically now lose most of their funds, right? Spirit Academy look on a good foot to bring things to a 13th. Well, they're just trying to scramble up weaponry to pull onwards. Actually going to be a force buy. I'm actually surprised by this.
Looks like we're going to be playing it. No round resets come in, so alternate attacks. I have to bring it back once more. Spirit Academy, they off of ZNX's incredible entry frag, they might have just gotten a lifeline. But aTTaX looking to stop things once more. If he can do it once, he can replicate it. But I want alternate attacks. Get this chance once again. Coming up mid now, Spirit Academy looking to take control of brackets, but they have 3 players to deal with. Siren, Ferrari peak comes out, and aTTaX is unable to respond. That leaves only 2 players on the A site. They'll be having a bit of panic amongst the crowd as well, because they're quickly trying to reposition and play it a bit more passively. There is a player coming in from Arches as well. Crystal, optimal position as the bomb is being dropped. That is information, and a head being recovered.
Yeah, and you now see the rotation coming in from Crimbo as well. And they shut down from behind. Rifle to be collected, but Process makes it happen with one. Swings out for the second, misses it out, but he needs to be careful. Target already. He's able to find one towards it, but right now, 2v2. Things have turned. Alternate attacks have a good chance in this one. The bomb has been dropped right outside of Arch. They make it work, though. It's Target yet again with another swing, bringing things in favor of Spirit Academy. Crimbo, you nearly clutched up a few rounds ago. Can you do it this time around? He's got the bomb in his sights. Spirit Academy, they've got to figure out where he is. I don't think they quite know. They're pretty delirious of his positioning. Could be anywhere. Library, Arch, he does make some noise, but I think they're a little bit too far away for them to hear that. They are going to cross through, and he himself won't be revealing himself on that push. He's going to wait for them to push towards A. Now spotted them out, smoke coming out. They know that he's going to be in Library. Molly thrown, and he does push through, but there's 2 players there and waiting. Spirit Academy, they make it work.
And now 3 rounds away from the win. This is looking bleak for the alternate side. Mirage, incredibly one-sided affair, and once again, Spirit's performance is looking magical. Similar to our partners over at Red Magic, who have released their Series 6 phone and has got a 165 hertz refresh rate. Tongue-tied there, but you know what? You're not going to get tied up when you get to view all that mobile gaming action with that smooth screen.
Yeah, let's see if alternate attacks get a little bit tongue-tied here, because last time around it was a gamble to take a full spy into it. It didn't pay off, which means that they're probably at another round deficit, seeing a Spirit Academy head towards that 14th scoreline. Picking through, Patsy doesn't quite connect with a first one. Double nade stack up is going to be the end of him. Nicely done, but Target still holding down the line. He's got reinforcements. Smoke to be thrown as he realizes they are going to stop pushing through. ZNX and Target shut things out. Alternate attacks with the pistols can't do too much. And now with the rotation coming in from Panics, there's only 1 player per site. This should be a simple deed from Spirit.
Didn't we see 14-6 at one point on Mirage as well? Could Spirit be replicating their successes of Mirage? I'll be very surprised to see it, because doing that on two of the most played maps in the world? I don't know, Pavlos. I don't know how to feel about this. This is Spirit Academy coming in as the underdog, at least on paper, at least in terms of ranking. They're coming in as the underdogs, and they're showing us what they're made of in such a dominant fashion. You would expect it to be a close game, but I think we already had some indicators of this. I think we did have some signals that they had signs of excellence within them when they got so close against Skate, and they're proving to us that that wasn't a fluke. They're still able to punch out alternate attacks and come out with the win, but still need to close it out, don't they?
They do, but I'd like to touch upon the fact that you really can't count Spirit Academy out anymore. I mean, this squad only got announced at the end of March. Maybe they had some work going on before that, but if you think about them being actually an org under the name of Spirit, of course, Spirit Academy, effectively, they've only been around for a couple of months. Being this well refined that early on is a prospect that you need to fear. The CIS scene is looking strong as ever. And even the Academy teams in the CIS scene, you need to fear. This is absolutely insane. These guys are young as well. 18 years old is their average. Patsy, who is the in-game leader and captain of the squad, has had so much experience as he's only 17. He's found successes over to the main roster of Spirit. He's found successes over on Espada. And right now, he's leading the team to victory, and ZNX is performing out of his mind.
Yeah,
Spirit
Pavlos, you
Academy.
might be seeing another 30 bomb coming his way, and he's going 26-6 right now. That is... It's almost as if he's only died on the rounds that alternate attacks have actually won. It's such a clean game from him. Flawless Mirage, and so far, flawless Inferno. Alternate, you can see that they're feeling a lot of the pressure because Crystal is low on HP, and they don't have much utility to keep Spirit off. And the way Spirit play this, with how aggressively they play this, a lack of utility can mean big things.
They're going to push through either way. Process falls back to the side. That's a massive nade to come through. So much damage falls across the board. Process with a lineup. 3 kills for him. Potentially an ace if he doesn't get shut down. Siren gets a good spray, but it's Grunk to shut him out. All up to ZNX. Alternate attacks. That looked like a good defense, but ZNX, as long as he's alive, he's going to be a mischief. In through the smoke. Crimbo spots him out. And that's going to be round shut out. Close affair in the end of things, but it's alternate attacks to win either way.
The fact that he's able to get 3 kills off of that box, that is incredible. For a second there, I got worried because he got checked, and if he had died there, it would all be over. But luckily for alternate, they can pull through. And Spirit, they're playing this so carefully. They're playing this like a team that is a bunch of veterans. You would not think that the average age of this roster is 18 with how methodically they're playing this. Tactical timeout immediately after that loss. You have only 2 steps to take, but that can be 2 steps too many if you don't make the right decisions. DNX, once again, being handed the AWP. Patsy will obviously have a rifle on his hands as well, but okay. He opts for more utility and head armor instead of the AK, so good decision making from him. Wants to play it a bit more utility heavy. This is a recap of what we saw in Mirage. ZNX just leading the charge, Patsy close second, and everybody else they're doing just enough to keep Spirit Academy above the surface of the water. There's no need for them to perform out of their minds when ZNX and Patsy are just going wild.
To be fair, they're doing a stellar job in setting up ZNX for success so far. It doesn't matter that the rest of them don't get kills. Like you said, as long as Spirit Academy do get themselves round to the board, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Alternate attacks to push forward aggressively, but do get punished. A little bit out of reach there, Crystal. A little bit too deep waters, and if you can't swim, you won't survive. Right now, Spirit Academy, they're on the front foot again.
This is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Alternate. One more kill going the way of Spirit would mean certain death. No money on them either, so next round won't be very kind to them either. Panics. That flashbang has allowed somebody to creep forward, gets tagged down to 50, and now Spirit can start to flex their muscles here on Banana. They have control of Banana. They've got control of brackets almost, so it seems like Alternate are playing this off of the back foot, and this is the perfect read from Spirit because they're heading over to A.
Yeah, indeed. Are they going to be quick enough? Spirit Academy not yet pulling the trigger on their decision. They're taking their time, and that could be costly. But if you can look at Patsy, look at the movement. He's already onto the B-bomb side. If he spots them out, they have a little bit of time to get the rotation in, and they have. They know that only one player's there, but they turn their mind yet again. Scront gets the first kill as they do start to trickle in. Looks behind, gets the second one. Alternate attack still in this to win this. Panics holding it through with the AWP, but Siren, what a swing was that. ZNX holding the angle, waiting for his teammates to get the plant down, and he does. But in the process, loses down his life. Siren, 2 kills on the board so far this round. 2 more to be collected. Can he find them? Spray down onto the first. Does get pincered through, but it's Scrunk to find the finisher. Alternate attacks. They're still in it.
They are for sure. The fact that Siren can still hold down the line for that long, get the bomb plant, and even get a kill with that little HP, still impressive, but right now, Alternate. Their individuals are stepping up. Crimbo had some moments of success there. Scrunk single-handedly destroyed the push from both short and apartments. So had it under lock and key, and if we can see this kind of gameplay coming out from Alternate, I wouldn't be surprised if they take it to the decider, if they take it to map number 3, if they take it to Overpass. But this is still a long road ahead. And unfortunately, they're on a timer. They're living on borrowed time. It's similar to what we saw in Mirage, where we saw a little bit of a comeback come in there at the end, but how long will this borrowed time last them? Can they avoid the Grim Reaper for long enough to take it to the tie themselves?
Man, okay. Well, we see the ghost of Scrunk again. It seemed like someone is charging up their headset, so that's what happens when you have Bluetooth headsets, ladies and gentlemen. You need to charge them every so often. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, you know, they're comfortable. I like them. But that's enough about Bluetooth headsets.
That's actually that's actually happened to me a couple times where I'm in the middle of a cast and my headset just dies, and then I have to hastily pass you the mic.
Ripperoni, pepperoni. I've always got
Speaking
your
of which,
back,
I should probably connect my cable.
Gets reminded.
Yeah, if they have my cameras on, they just see me quickly plugging in my headset as well.
Professional,
don't embarrass me by having the camera on me.
Oh, but yeah, okay. Back to the point though. Technical pool was over. We'll get started any time now. Overpass to be played if it does come to the decider. But right now, that seems a little bit too out of reach. Alternate attacks have a long way to go. A little bit lesser of a distance than we saw over on the first map, but still a big distance nonetheless. Spirit Academy, they've got a pistol round, which means that alternate attacks have a chance to gain themselves a 9th. But let's see in what fashion they're able to do that.
There isn't even a flashbang on the Spirit squad, so it would be a mow down regardless of where they go, unless the NX can turn up huge. I'm a bit surprised to see that he doesn't have a deagle in his hands because he's made it work before, so. Okay. And now he's going to pick up a deagle off of the dead body of target. Maybe that was the plan all along, but it doesn't seem like the plan was very solid because aTTaX has picked up 3. So, nice padding to the scoreline, kill upon kill. But as the AWP player, he needs to do a lot more.
That was very dramatic.
Yeah, it
John
was.
Wick
It was
style,
crazy dramatic
getting out
the
of
way
the
he
window.
jumped out of the window. If he got a couple kills off of that, then it would be cool.
Ah.
But no cool points for you. Siren just broke a window. Lots of property damage here on Inferno.
Ah.
Imagine living in one of the houses here close to Banana. All these B rushes. You never get an ounce of sleep.
Yeah.
Speaking of not getting an ounce of sleep, though, I don't think Alternate are going to get a chance to rest their eyes either as they fight back against what is a pretty significant lead.
Let's see how this one works out. ZNX, it's got a good angle here, but the nade surely will be thrown. That moves him out of position. Whoa, okay. Nade, Kobe, ZNX is down, and Crystal goes aggressive. Does he expect it, though? Yes, he does. Patsy, he reads the play, but that means that Panix does get a kill onto Zontix at the same time. So aTTaX, they went out on the early trades. They look a little bit more comfortable than they did before. It's like Inferno is a little bit of a comfort zone for them. The boost will come underway as well. Incendiary thrown out. They don't expect the boost, and that's going to be costly. Crimbo with one. Siren does find a follow-up, but they can move towards the B bomb site now. They can go for the plants, but they're running out of util. They have already run out of util. See if they can make this work. 2v3 for aTTaX on the retake.
Yeah, 2v3. Elbow grease has to be the name of the game, but Siren doesn't have much of it. Target 1v3 now, brought down to the last member. Can he hold down the line with just an AK and no utility whatsoever? Giving up his position, doesn't even get the first, and there it is. Comfortable retake for the alternate side.
Yeah, the damage was inflicted early on, though, right? I mean, it was the nade stack onto ZNX that impressed me the most. They said, oh, he's at the back of logs, just throw nades, done.
Yep. No need to even see him. Cool guys don't look at the nade stack that they've just thrown.
It did look cool. I mean, and Spirit Academy find themselves in a weird economical spot, don't they? I mean, this is kind of the situation where you can either buy up and have some util in the bag, but at the same time, it is looking rough. But you can brighten up your day with some skins from over at CS Money. Selling your old skins and getting ones you like is a prospect you can do over at our partners. So go ahead and do that. Spirit Academy.
Yes, it is a lot easier as well. Is what you were about to say.
But I couldn't quite say it. My mouth just got stuck for a sec. Let's see if aTTaX can get unstuck. So far, 1 round in that way. Double digits. A little bit closer to that scoreline that they want.
This is not looking impossible anymore. 14-6. That was a mountain to look at, but little by little, they've whittled it away. Oh my god, what a tongue twister. Not expected, but
Little by
neither was a
little,
kill from
whittled it
aTTaX there. Little whittled.
Ooh, nice little deagle shot coming through from Patsy. Again, nade at logs. Will be his finisher. Wasn't ZNX. It was Patsy's time to fall in that fashion. Spirit Academy trying to isolate a couple of kills here and there, but doesn't look like aTTaX look to give it to them. The Germans look like they've been rejuvenated to some extent, and the 11th round is of the verge. It isn't expected the Spirit Academy would take this round, to be honest. I mean, they did only have deagles throughout this round, and are making sure that they have plenty of funds to buy up next round. But, you know, causing damage to your opponent's economy is a prospect that they will be looking towards.
Now you can see that they've started to relax just a bit. Alternate. Zontix, I want to watch out for this because this can get very deadly soon, and he even gets the chance to get the bomb down, so now a 1v3 could potentially be in the cards, but he needs to get past that AWP from aTTaX first. He will have to go aggressive, otherwise he'll just get sandwiched in. Peeks out now, gets the third shot, that is 3 deags for him, needs to get a couple more, and now this is within the realm of possibility. Dodges the flashbang. Can he isolate these two duels? Zontix, you just need to creep forward, be a little bit more proactive, and just get that final shot in. Spots the shoulder B, gets the
no way.
And he might even get
Zontix!
the fifth. He's gotten the ace with the deagle. Not even any armor on the man, and he recovers the AWP. What is that from Zontix?
Zontix, are you kidding me? That was a monster clutch.
I've got no
And
words
that
for
puts
that.
them up on the 15th round as well. They could close things up here. Match point for them. That was the first frag. It was an ace as well. He got an ace, and 4 of them were in a 1v4.
He's a different
How
species.
about that?
Zontix, now he's starting to show the same indicators as ZNX. Or even more. He doesn't have as many kills on the tally, but does it really matter when he's done so much? This is crushing for Alternate. Just as that one round from Panics was the turning point for Alternate. This could have been the one for Spirit. You said that their economy was at a turning point, but Zontix doesn't care.
What a masterpiece. A masterclass of a round there from Zontix. You can never count out Spirit Academy with those Eagles, can you? Absolutely not. Even though he was in a 1v4 in the end with already a kill on the
No
back.
armor either.
That is just something else. We've got
Ridiculous.
one round to go now to close down the game series. The one already falls. Patsy again, the first man to leave the server. And Crystal, he's had enough. He's had enough of the previous shenanigans going on, but Siren's able to find one. Molly to end the deal on him, but Alternate Attack still have double the amount of players on the server than their opponents. Should be a simple close, but at this point, can we ever count Zontix and ZNX out? I don't think we can. And Krebo, he spotted out with barrel of the weapon, but does miss it out. Flash coming through. Beautiful flashes, but they're looking away for the second one. Spray down from Zontix, nearly getting a second, but he's only good for one. In the flames, has to walk out of it. Barely survives and evades the nade at the same time. 1v3, nade to end the deal on the other player, and that does come through. He's got 30 seconds to reposition, but doesn't have his sights on Bananas. Panic shuts him out. Close round, but it's Alternate Attacks to put it in their favor.
Once again, they've leapt back. Only 4 rounds away. But you're only a couple clicks away from Coinbase. You can go ahead and take control of your own economy by tapping into the world of cryptocurrencies with Coinbase. It makes trading a lot easier, and you can learn a bunch about crypto with a lot of the articles they've got on there. Lots of advice, but now we gotta get straight back into the game. Alternate. Such a close affair from them.
It's a very close affair and target. This time around, it's Spirit Academy to take over with a nade. This banana play is just marvelous to see. A spectacle. I wonder if someone could remix it into some sort of a montage with all the kills coming through for the nades. So far. Panic's holding it out. He needs to bring things back in his favor. A little bit absent the past few rounds, but let's see if he can make anything happen here. Incendiary thrown as they do push towards short. They're going to try and make it work with a pistol. Siren taking charge with that deagle, and that's going to be the bomb plant. 2 versus 4 Alternate Attacks. They can't fall back from this. That's going to be riflery picked up as well for Spirit. It needs to be decisive. Otherwise, this is Alternate Academy out of this tournament.
This 2v4 is looking next to impossible. They're in such good positions, crossfires all across the way, and the timer is ticking down already halfway through. Crimbo takes a few scratches, and that'll turn from scratch to worse. 1v4 and Skrunk is out of the equation. That is off of Desert Eagles, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 for Spirit Academy.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think anybody expected that turn of events, and you can see the frustration in their eyes. It's brutal. The comeback was nearly there, but that one deagle round that destroyed their hopes and dreams. It destroyed their morale and messed with their heads. And that is going to be the downfall, ladies and gentlemen, of Alternate Attacks. I say it lightheartedly. That's unfortunately, they will no longer be in this tournament, and it's going to be a shame to see not see them anymore progress within it. But what I can say at the same time is that Team Spirit is looking promising, and seeing them play against Mad Lions later, man, I think we're in for a treat.
Oh yeah, this is... I've said it once, and I'll say it again. The Desert Eagles on Blast Rising, they're made of something else. and we've seen that once more. That insane kill, or rather that insane ace from Zontix, that was just icing on the cake for a series that was monstrous to begin with.
Absolutely. And we saw the first map, right? We saw Mirage, where we didn't quite get the chance of seeing that against Skade yesterday. But Team Spirit, imagine if they picked that against Spirit, against Skade previously. It could have been a completely different affair. They barely lost yesterday, 16-14 on both maps. And yes, okay, it was a 2-0, but it could have turned out either way, especially seeing how close it was. And man, this CIS squad is looking insane. Every single player on that squad looks like they have massive potential. Clutch-worthy moments, consistency throughout the board on a couple of players as well. Changes to their tactics and being able to adjust to certain situations is showing that there's in-game leading prowess throughout that. And seeing that these youngsters have only been together in a squad for only a couple of months, and they're acting like they're the best of the tier 2 scene currently, that is something else to watch, and it's a spectacle indeed. And we'll be having an interview shortly, but before we get into that, well, Deity, what is your main takeaway from this whole shenanigans that we've seen so far? That's that 2-0 we've seen.
Main takeaway, we cannot underestimate Spirit Academy. We saw this initially when they had a monster performance against Skade. That win doesn't matter because you lose out by 2 rounds, 16-14. That is anybody's game. And as Zontix's Deagle proved, anything can happen. So those 2 rounds that they lost against Skade in both maps, I could even chalk them up to pure luck. I would go ahead and say that they had a chance to even win it out 2-1 against Skade if it went to the deciders. So if our heads were in alignment with the idea that that could have been a fluke, no way. Not after this performance. Not after ZNX stepped up in the way he did. Not after Patsy's IGL. Not after we saw ZNX and Patsy combine forces to bring 2 stellar performances, and not after the pillars in the rest of the team that we found.
Man, it is absolutely crazy. And especially, like, we saw everything come together for Team Spirit when it was required on the second map. The first one, it seemed like the entire squad wasn't really challenged. It just felt like ZNX was playing in a shooting range and getting kills one after the other. But that changed completely on the other map. Yes, maybe on the factor that ZNX didn't stop fragging out, that didn't change, right? He still managed to collect quite a hefty amount of kills. But then it felt more like a group effort at the end of the day. And you kind of love to see that, especially from a young squad this early on in their careers. I think you guys need to really take a look at these names because you'll be seeing more of them. I am absolutely certain of that. And I remember back in the early days where Gambit Youngsters was a thing, and then all of a sudden they came out of nowhere. I think I'm getting similar vibes. I think I really am.
I love that you mentioned Gambit Youngsters because that's exactly what I was thinking of. I remember watching Shiro. I remember watching Axel. And thinking that these guys have to be the next big thing. I remember casting a tournament where they won the grand finals against Godsend, which was, I believe it was 9-5 for
the old Godsend.
Yeah, the old Godsend. And at that point, I'm like, no, this is not Gambit Youngsters. This is just Gambit, and that's when they became Gambit. So this is the kind of feeling I'm getting from Spirit Academy, and we are now joined by the man himself, Patsy.
Hello.
Welcome, Patsy. It's great to see you perform today. The entire squad as well. Everything seemed to come online for you guys today. And in contrast, well, not really in contrast, because yesterday was also a banger of matches, even though you did turn out losing them both, which I think they could have gone either way at that point. I have to ask you this one thing. How does it feel coming together with all these young players, you're young yourself, and actually performing to this certain extent? You've had a lengthy amount of experiences already, but how does this experience with this squad differ from the previous ones?
I think all my guys show good performance because they're young players, and this is first important tournament like Blast. It's a famous tournament, and we're playing. It's very good performance and experience for us. So when you're playing like this, I'm very happy. So it's we show how we work all this time before. Yeah, and after our first official matches, because first official matches we playing bad, and we have bad experience in this time, and lose to Skate like 16-8 and 16-7. and we show that we do something on pracs and trainings.
Patsy, I want to ask you, what was going on when that 1v5 happened? I want to know what was going on outside the server.
We all screaming in TeamSpeak because Zontix won this clash. I don't know how. It's unreal. It's
I don't
really
think anybody
unreal.
knows how.
Unreal.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go watch the replay on that.
Of course, of course. But
Crazy.
after match, no, not in match. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fair
of
enough.
course, of course.
Yeah.
Oh man, Patsy, congratulations again. Massive performances. But yesterday you had a chance to win against Skade, right? It was 16-14 on both matches, and seeing your performance on Mirage today got me thinking, imagine if it went to a third map. We see that you're from the top dogs. Skade, probably one of the favorites in this tournament, right? One of the better performing teams all around. You being such a big aspect to nearly beating them to a certain extent. What do you think your chances are in this tournament?
What was it?
How good do you think you will perform in this tournament? Where do you think you can get?
We think we can go to the playoff stadia and try to win some teams. It will be good for us. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Fair enough indeed. Yeah, very down to earth, absolutely. And coming into this one, right? We didn't really get to see you make too many mistakes. It seemed like it was a one-sided affair. Is there something you feel like you need to work on to actually perform against greater teams and have better results?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's scratch that. It's okay. Let's scratch that question. I actually want to say one thing here. I just one final question. First of all, you're young, early in your career. You look at all the young CIS teams going up ahead. What is going through your mind when you start getting wins? Do you think you can actually get up there with how Gambit have managed to get to? Do you think you can be one of the best in the world one day?
Firstly, we are academy, so we need to
absolutely.
and we need to update our skill, and we need to get experience from these tournaments and come to Tier Dean for players. So not like team, just like players. So if some of us come to Tier Dean, it will be very good, and maybe to main roster spirit or something. Firstly, it's for skill our players. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, completely get that. Completely get that. Knowing that you need to get some experience under your belt before you can get that, but I absolutely understand that judgment. But thank you very much for coming for the interview, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Good luck on your next one. And heading into a little bit of a break shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be playing. Well, we ourselves won't be playing, but we'll be seeing Team Spirit Academy playing against against Mad Lions. I'm going to get
Mad
that right
Lions.
one day. Well, they'll be playing
One
against
day.
Mad Lions as a final chance to get into the playoffs. One of the final chances to get into the playoffs. The winner will progress. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for now. A short break coming through. Make sure you stick around because the action has only just begun.
I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river. Sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Oh, kerosene creek, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river. I thought you'd leave me, but you never tried. Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Babe, I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road to take it. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? But can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out?
can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know. Be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know. Be wild in the mystery. Come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. Be wild, be wild. Yeah, I was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still, I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, but callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when I ways and
forget your shining eyes. The world's shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Below the hill, below the hill, below the hill, below the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You
just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Above the water, hovering southwards, cause a stream on the beach, his wife and daughter wave, we love you, and hope he sees. His mind is drifting backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a bucket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a bucket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, once more here in Blast Rising. Match number 2 will be underway. And as we already seen one match come through, it was the terrific attempt from Spirit Academy to beat out Untitled Chapter, knock them out of the tournament, simultaneously crossing onwards, crossing the line, which means I'll be playing up against Mad Lion soon. My name is Xraya, together with my boy Wild Deity by my side. We're bringing you the action for yet another series. And how are you feeling about this one, my man?
This is the chance for the little dragons to butt heads with the big tamers. They've done it once against Skade, but they didn't quite make it, did they?
No,
I think
two maps, 16-14 each. Too close.
Yeah,
too close.
That was too close and very uncomfortable. But Mad Lions, this is a chance for them to go up against a team that is that's a cut above alternate, not quite Skade, and cement they can zone us in more on what caliber they are right now, because I feel like Mad Lions are like right in between alternate and Skade right now, not in terms of ranking but in terms of gameplay. So this will help us to this will help us tune us in to like how good Spirit Academy are, and this is the perfect chance for them to do it. This is still going to be an underdog scenario for them, but after what we've seen, do you really think so?
Well, there's a high chance, you know, chances do exist. Anything can happen within the realm of Counter-Strike. Any sort of upset or expected result can be thrown out of the window, because this is Tier 2 and Tier 3 Counter-Strike. Anything can happen, you know? So heading into this one, you're thinking, okay, Mad Lions have a better ranking, have a better scoreline, but I think you can't count on that any longer. I think today is a good day for Spirit Academy, and I think they're going to give up a good show against Mad Lions. And we know they're running a 6-man roster, which is going to be also interesting to see, depending on which players they will be putting on each map. They do like to switch a few here and there. It's one of the only teams in the current scene that do that significantly. And so, I mean, you know that at the same time, Spirit Academy have a 6-man roster themselves, but they run it in different times, right? They do play on a substitute basis rather than an actual switch per map basis, which is something that we only have seen from Mad Lions for the past months, to say the least. But coming into this one, you know what your expectations may be. It just depends on how Mad Lions are prepped up today, how strong they may be looking, and which side of the bed they woke up on.
Yeah, this is actually interesting that you mention. Mad Lions, they're one of the only teams that has been experimenting with the 6-man roster, and I'm not sure if I still fully agree with the idea. I do like it. I do like the fact that they're innovating. It is a bit off meta right now, but if that can work out for them, it's great.
Absolutely.
For Spirit Academy, though, they've only got 5 members that they're playing around with. The 6th man is probably not even out of bed right now, so who knows? But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I do want to see how far Spirit Academy can take this. In the interview we had with Patsy right before this game, that gave us a chance to talk to him a little bit about how they were feeling as well. And right now, in the Spirit Academy camp, they've got emotions flowing. They've beaten out Alternate, and after that 1v5, or well, it doesn't matter. It was an ace clutch with a deagle and no armor, okay? We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty. But after that, the emotions were wild, and they've got a lot of fumes to run on right now.
Absolutely, but we also heard during the interview that how down to earth his answers were at the same time, right? They're not over their heads. They know they've got a long road to go, and they know they have to improve and be more consistent in that regard. And having that mindset heading into it, and not just thinking, oh, we can take on the world right here, right now, is a good concept, right? They know that they need to improve and working on their games, and I think with that mindset they've got the right idea of how to reset and get ahead Mad Lions right now. But looking at the maps picks right underway, it's Nuke to start things off here for Spirit Academy. Mad Lions picking up Dust 2 next, and Overpass as the decider.
Yeah, let's talk about these maps for a second. Nuke, Spirit Academy's pick. I want to think about this for a second. They haven't really played it much, have they? We don't really have much to go off of. They have played one game against one win, but that is mostly inconsequential. We don't really know what that means. And even that game, it didn't go their way, 16-12. So this is a big question mark for me. And on the other hand, if you look at Mad Lions, they're not too uncomfortable with Nuke. Although they don't have the best of successes either, it's still a big question mark in my book. However, next map, Mad Lions' pick, Dust 2, is something that they heavily favor. Spirit tried playing it as well a couple times, and they've had losses against Skade and Sprout, the big losses that I can note here. But other than that, no promise. So we don't really know what's going on in their minds off of the officials. Now, the problem here is that we've seen their promise on Inferno. We've seen their promise on Mirage. We haven't seen them really go wild in Nuke and Dust 2 yet. So these first two maps, they're going to be a menace to get past.
Oh, absolutely. But something that I need to note about Dust 2 being Mad Lions' map pick, against Skade, where they did go 2-1 in the end, they did lose out. Dust 2 was their only win. The scoreline was 16-3 just yesterday. So Dust 2 seems like a very scary prospect, even though they did get bested over an Overpass and Train. Close results on that regard, but nonetheless they did lose out on in the end. But again, Skade on Dust 2, the Bulgarians that know how to aim pretty well, I might say myself, they got bested by the Mad Lions. So coming in for their map pick, it's looking like a strong point. But yeah, I think the main regard is to see how Nuke will turn out for both of these teams, because from both of them we haven't seen too much of it as of late, especially the fact that Mad Lions haven't played it at all the past 2 days. It does seem like a menacing factor. So Team Spirit, I think they're taking their luck in that regard. I think they want to see what's is in store for Mad Lions, because yeah, by all means, I hope they got something prepped up, because Nuke is not as simple as Dust 2 or Mirage in that regard. There's a lot more strategy that plays into it, and many teams have developed many different styles. So there are many various strategies that you can pull off, and in order to have such a map ready against Mad Lions, I'm just hoping that Team Spirit did do the prep. We talked about it in the interview, like it did sound like they're coming into this day prepared and they know how they want to approach it, but I actually want to see that to fruition today.
Yeah, there is one variable that we need to talk about. The Nuke pick is something that requires a lot of preparation on, and Team Spirit, they haven't been together long enough to perfect all the nitty-gritties. Nuke is the kind of map where timing and so much depth is important that it can often mean that just having those official games under your belt is the difference between success or not. Of course, everybody knows how to play Mirage. Of course, everybody knows how to play Inferno, but you need to get the hours in on a map like Nuke to understand it at the molecular level. But I'm going to put you on the spot here, Pavlos. What are your predictions here? I want it down to at least the match scoreline, if not the map scorelines.
Oh, putting me on the spot.
Something like a 2-1 or something like that. Yeah, I am going to put you on the spot.
It does get tough, and I am going to say that it all depends on Nuke, right? If Mad Lions pick that up, I'm going to say 2-0 for Mad Lions. If they do not, it could well be a third mapper, where Overpass will be deciding the deed. And seeing how Mad Lions did perform yesterday against their opponents.
They were Skade, I believe. Yeah, they played against Skade. They
played against Skade 14-16, and it was a close score. But at the same time, they played it previously against Untitled Chapter, which was 12-16. So I'm saying that Okay, this is my prediction. If it's not a 2-0 for Mad Lions, it's going to be a 2-1 for Spirit Academy.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and change things up a little bit here, okay? I'm gonna tell you
Fair
what
enough.
I think. You said that if Mad Lions pick up Nuke, it has to be a guaranteed Dust 2. No, I don't agree with that. I think that Mad Lions are almost guaranteed to pick up Nuke and then lose out on Dust 2.
Really?
I'm going to run right into the wall here and cement my 0% prediction rate. I don't know what's going to happen on the decider, but I actually do think for the first 2 maps, I think they're going to be picking up each other's picks.
Yeah, okay, that would be an interesting factor, seeing Little Spirit Academy pick up Dust 2. It is a map they play a fair bit. It is a map that they don't fear playing, but they haven't had too much success on, which is why I'm kind of lingering on it. But seeing how well performed and how well polished they seem today, you never know. It could happen. And we saw a lot of amazing performances on AWPs as well. So Dust 2 is a very AWP-centered map. So I see where you're coming from. So it could really go either way. Our predictions are completely left and right and completely opposite, completely yin and yang.
Listen, here's the strategy. Don't tell anybody, all right?
Yeah.
I always set us up for a win-win situation. What I'm doing is that I'm going for the opposite pick, so at least one of us feels good at the end of the day.
What if we're both wrong and it's a 2 and it's actually
2-0 from Spirit Academy.
2-0 from Spirit Academy.
If it is, then oh well.
Well.
I don't expect it, but that would really put the final nail in our coffins as analysts, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. But we do have which players will be playing on each maps here for the Mad Lions side. Mad Lions will be dedicating Spellin, Sorcerer, Waro, Tutson, and TMB on Nuke, which means that JL will be out of it. Next up, they'll be switching up JL with Waro on Dust 2, and Sorcerer will be coming in instead on Overpass if it does come to that. So nice little lineup, seeing that JL will be the first of the lot to be switched through. And it looks like the players that we're playing throughout the whole thing is going to be Spellin, Tutson, and TMB. It's going to be awesome to see these guys actually perform to that level. Let's see that come to fruition. It's that little extra aspect in before the maps that we don't really get to see a lot of the times. It's fairly interesting. I love to see Mad Lions play every single time that I get to cast them. It is fascinating to me.
Yeah, it is a very different way of approaching the game, especially because there is some like microchemistry that starts coming to life in between the players. And when you have that additional element of a 6th player, I'm not sure how that really affects the whole IGL experience or the whole coaching experience. And then across different maps, you also have to keep track of different players' positions. So I think there is an extra layer that goes into it, but probably another layer that comes out of it in the form of individual players being able to pull off more complicated strategies, because there is simply less to remember because they're playing fewer maps. And you can obviously spend more time on the server as a player if you have fewer maps to worry about. So if the coach is handing out some information, you can go like, all right, yeah, we're done with Overpass. You know what, Saucel, you can log off. I can just speak to the player that'll actually be playing Overpass. So more hours of practice, but more depth in having to make decisions. Lots of variables that go into it, but we're gonna have to wait and see that come to fruition on the server.
Absolutely.
If we really want a good picture of this.
You know, and something else that interests me is that Spellin right now is playing on a trial basis for this team, right? So it's not like when Keen left the squad, when the team parted ways with him at least. They were like, okay, we'll no longer be a 6-man roster. Let's just stick like the 5 players we are currently. They brought in Spellin to see if what he can bring to the table. And they've put him on all 3 maps. Now, that is something that they did with Keen every single time, right? Most of the games that he played, he was usually the one playing every single map. And we're seeing this again with Spellin. I'm not sure how they'll be able to perform at it, seeing that it was just last month that this man has been brought into the squad. So that's also an aspect to look at when you look at these 2 teams and their lineups. So Mad Lions coming in also with some sort of a change. They do look a little bit shakier, which we did come to see yesterday, especially seeing that their matches were fairly close when playing against alternate attacks, having those fairly close scorelines. It was a 16-12, I believe, an Overpass, a 16-3 in Mirage, which you can say those scorelines are not one-sided at all. So so in that regard, you start to think, okay, Mad Lions not on their best, not the best we've ever seen them, but at the same time on the uphill.
Yeah,
Spirit Academy, I think they have a good chance on this.
Yeah, there is one thing that I'm starting to consider. I'm not exactly sure who's IGLing on the Mad Lion squad right now. Is it Spellin? Because he's generally the Opera and IGL for the teams he's in. I need to double check that. I think that information might have slipped my head. But it would be interesting to see if he is, because he's only been on the roster for a month. And
It
as you
is
said,
indeed.
he is he is on a substitute sort of basis, or rather trial.
And I am seeing the lineups here, but I believe JL won't be playing out on the first map. We're seeing the 6 men on the screen right now. Source of TMB, Spellenwerer, and Chudson on game, but JL will be missing out on this one. You're seeing all 6 players on the screen, but he will be absent in this map. Obviously, playing 6 versus 5 is a disadvantage, but that is not a possibility in Counter-Strike. You don't get that sort of a bring point. But Patsy, ZNX, Zontic, Siren, Target, all 5 players we saw earlier playing against Alternate aTTaX. It was a very close matchup towards the end of Inferno, but on most regard, it was Spirit Academy that had control over the entire series, getting wins mostly due to the fact that ZNX was pretty much performing out of his mind with that AWP. Patsy's in-game leading potential, as well as fragging out in many situations, and we saw a beautiful ace deagle shot with Zontix online at some point. So every single player on the Spirit Academy side seemed to be online today, but let's see if they're going to be online enough here to play against Mad Lions.
Yeah, that's the win condition, isn't it? They need to all be on fire if they want to make this work. Pretty fast aggression towards outside. A couple players already making their way past Mini, and they've taken a few shots on the way there, so Waro, he's got a fair amount of information. He's coming up behind them. They're not checking for him, but in the 180, the headshots will ensue, and Waro and TMB will both be tagged down heavily. ZNX finally chimes in with Siren, putting 1 to the tally as well. Saucel does fight back, but not for long, because Zontix is on the case.
He is indeed. Tutson, I think that's a too difficult ask for him right now, as the 4 players of the Mad Lion side Spirit Academy, excuse me, are alive and waiting. Does go for the swing. Not sure if that was a headshot or not, but it did make a dink sound, and it was ZNX to kill him off instead. Nice little quick round for Spirit Academy, but it puts them up ahead.
It's not a dink sound. It's more of a very satisfying goosh sound.
A goosh.
Mm-hmm. You said it in the same way that Poe does when he finally takes out Tai Lung with the, what's it called, the whooshy finger hold.
I didn't get that reference. I'm terribly sorry.
No, you're not. You haven't watched Kung Fu Panda. Oh, no.
I have, but I can't think of the scene.
You don't remember the whooshy finger hold?
No,
for
I do
shame.
not.
You've
I need to watch it tonight. I'm watching it tonight. Kung Fu Panda. Watching it tonight. Which movie is it? The first one?
Yes, the first one.
All right.
It's one of the final scenes as well. So.
Ooh, okay. Watching it tonight. Absolutely the case. Target, though, well, what he's not watching is through the smoke, apparently. No, that's actually what he is watching. He's got some sort of binocular glasses that are able to catch up DMB, but the full spike coming through from Mad Lions doesn't look so capable anymore. Crack through the line of defense from the start. But if you notice, it is Patsy on the back lines here. Already made his way towards Secret. Cheeky little man. But right now, Tudson holding his lineup right now with a deagle shot. Spirit Academy, as they do ease forwards, so many players. Do they check it? Yes, they do, but they do fall instead. Siren kills off his own teammate, unfortunately for him. But still, Spirit Academy mostly alive to tell the tale. But they're all within that 1 deagle shot range, which does get a little bit scary. Patsy, he's got full health, so he's going to have to carry this through. Spellin coming in from behind, Sourcel as well, chiming in.
Oh, he's being checked.
Siren is then ready. Spellin can't do too much right now. Patsy straight pretty much rushes after him, and Spirit Academy start things off with a 2-0.
Solid stuff from Spirit Academy, and I think they've already set themselves up to falsify our predictions. It is the T side, though. How far can they take this? Only 1 kill coming out from the Mad Lion squad right now. Weaponry across the board, Spirit Academy. They've got utility falling out of their pants pockets. Mad Lions, on the other hand, they'll be sticking to USB. Spellin, just a singular flashbang to allow themselves to maneuver outside. But it hasn't been put to use just yet. Even if they do end up using it, it's not going to be very consequential. Spirit, on the other hand, holding their angles. This is the way to go about it because they realize they don't want to walk into a stack. They'll be sending players individually to sniff this out.
Yeah, no one's really holding out ramp though, which is going to be an issue. Spellin is a little bit too far out of reach, which gives full control for Mad Lions there. Injury, Molly, whatever you want to call it, thrown out as well. But here's the rotation from Mad Lions already. Now, Spirit Academy, they do continue onto the B-bomb site, but Mad Lions, I think they've got a quick rotation here.
Yeah, but they don't really have much to work with, do they?
No, not
Few
the
USBs
shoot.
here and there. Maybe they can be a menace. A couple kills going their way would be the best case scenario. Don't think they're getting this anytime soon, but yeah, Saucel, 1 kill for him. And this is where we should see the action starting to sprout up now. Spirit Academy on, or rather, Mad Lions, gotten themselves up to some money now. No head out armor either, but it shouldn't matter too much. Hudson and Spellin on the AUGs. I actually haven't been seeing too many teams offer more than 1 AUG. So that is interesting to watch. Waro on the AWP. I want to see how this works out. I know that when Spellin was in Skate, he was usually playing the AWP, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now, at least for Nuke.
See how this one works out. Spirit Academy making some nonsense going on at outside. I think that may be a glitch. Or is he hiding in the smoke? Yeah, Tutson, I think he's glitched out on the map. Because I don't think he's hanging out outside. Otherwise, we would have seen Patsy move onwards. There is a smoke between himself and the aggression over to the B-bomb site. TNB there and waiting. Falling back, he knows that some sort of shenanigans could be going on. Draws back to find a headshot. Peeks out, crouches down. But that's going to be the cross. DMB has to fall back to the site, waiting for the push. He's able to find one, nearly a second, but Siren is there to deliver. Double shot coming through, but Tudson needs to fall down. He knows he's being chased upon from ramp, but can he square any shot before he falls back? They line up for him. Tudson with 2. Mad Lions could bring things back here, but Siren and ZNX not going to give up that easily. Tudson, peekaboo, hiding out from behind. ZNX able to shut him out, but Saucel down to a 1v2. Up in control room right now, bringing things up around towards the glass. Gap through it as well, can make himself scarce. But ZNX find the shot, thought to go for trigger discipline, but it doesn't work out for him. What a shot by ZNX.
Yeah, too much discipline there. At that point, ZNX gets a free shot off. The fact that they end up dropping the round after Tutson's incredible performance and the fact that he gets a lineup, it is... it's not the best case scenario in the world now, is it? Look at this from ZNX. Looks so confident. Finds Saucel at the very end there, and his trigger discipline doesn't end up benefiting him at all. Brings them back down to the Desert Eagles. If there's a team that is good at defending against Eagles, it's probably Spirit Academy, but I would want to hold my breath against this kind of statement. We'll see. Siren holding Mini, or rather holding Hut. Not much aggression from Mad Lions just yet. They've got a nade, potentially for a door, and they have a flashbang on Saucel, so if they do decide to push forward, they've got the resources for it. aTTaX, in the meantime, he has reduced them to 4.
Saucel was flirting around with the tease there, but it was Waro to take the bullet to the head in the end, so it felt like Saucel kind of baited his own teammate into that. That was a little bit funny to watch, but at the same time, Spirit Academy not giving anything too much away, just a little bit of damage over onto ZNX, mostly. That's 60 points of health, that's not going to matter too much at this point. But other than that, Patsy has made his way around. He's able to cut down Tutson, and that's a ramp full open for the taking. Saucel realizes this needs to take matters into his own hands, but won't be capable in doing so. They've got the information of where TMB is. This is going to be a simple plant from Spirit Academy. They take things on a very good point. 5-0 at the end of this round as well. Impressive.
TMB,
okay.
Nice shot. Probably not going to hold much water, but at least he gets that shot to add to his reel.
I mean, if he turned that into something winnable, then I'd say props to you, man, because that would be quite a feat. To be honest, we saw some moments of excellence earlier today with Zontix, like bringing things up from a 1v4 with a Deagle. You know, it's one of those moments like you really don't know what's going to happen. There is a very likely outcome, and then someone comes over and surprises you with a.
Now, let me tell you exactly what ends up going on. The caster ends up saying what is predicted, saying that, okay, yeah, no, I don't think he's getting a 1v5, but guess what happens then? There is some kind of energy that casters have of somehow manipulating the game by saying something. I don't know what it is just yet. It is dubbed the caster's curse, but I think there's a bit of black magic going on.
There's some sort of aura going on where casters are involved and words are sprouted out. When predictions are involved, things do tend to go wrong, but they are going to grasp onwards either way through the flames as well, making their way into the site. Patsy gets one, but also in TMB are quick to react. Patsy already with 2 kills, but he makes room for the bomb to get planted. Rotations in order, but Target holding down the back. Spellin down already, but look at the wraparound. Waro from top. AWP at hand, connects with the first one. That's a beautiful shot. Quick, in fact. Down low with a nade, though. Smoke being thrown. He has to act all by himself in this situation. Target holds down the line. That's going to be simple. He is thrown out. Smoke thrown. Okay, he's got a little bit more room. Can work with it. Without touching the bomb, there's no pressure on Spirit Academy, is there? They don't need to pick.
Isn't. They can just relax. Waro, he can't even run away from the situation because there's already someone in mini, and as I say that... Oh my. Somehow he gets away with the op.
Yeah,
that was ideally set up for the exit frag. I opened my mouth, and then no scope occurs.
The kid in you got excited about that because I heard a really beautiful voice crack through it.
I'm sorry, man. This is unprecedented. The amount of times things go wrong when we say they won't.
Yeah, we've got things to work on, and those things are not making predictions because things go wrong. Spirit Academy take up a 6-0 lead over their opponents right now, and
crazy how
they're in a really good spot. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy how I said that they would pick each other's map picks up, and right now Mad Lions is on 0, so it's as far from my prediction as it could possibly be.
Well, it's only the start, only early day, you know, and anything can happen at this point. Especially when the casters are involved. Let's get that out of the window. I think we've had enough of that joke. But heading into this, Siren will look for something interesting. Does get taken down to 64 points of health. Mad Lions he'll have most of their HP to work with, but Tutson's got a nice, interesting lineup there. No one will be heading towards that side of the map just yet. What they're doing is lining up smokes for outside.
Oh, Waro, he catches target off guard as the door blows up. Perfectly aligned, and that has brought them down to 4. There isn't much weaponry on the Mad Lion side, but if they can pincer these T's off of the AWP and the Deagles, Tutson, he's gotten a chance. He finds the back of Patsy, and he even finds a second. Siren eventually falls, and it comes just down to Zontix and ZNX. They're the men you want on the clutch. Do they make it work? Saucel, he will cement their defeat with a shot to the head.
Ooh, Zontix not over it just yet, though. He's in a 1v4, brought down to a 1v3. With limited time, there's not much he can do. Pretty much nothing he can do, seeing how far away his opponents are. But, you know, could have time to bring out a kill. There's an AWP there and waiting for him if he does end up exiting. But I don't think he will, unless he peeks out through a window here and he just gets annihilated. No, that won't happen, but the Mad Lions, they get themselves an instance on the board. Talking about instances, you may want to put some instances of crypto into your bank account by taking control of your eco at Coinbase. They offer plenty of articles and stuff to help you become an expert, and you get the chance to earn free crypto at the same time. So why don't you go and check our partners out?
Mad Lions, now they've got a double op setup, so things are starting to look up a little bit, but that's only the first round. They've gotten their foot through the door. Actually, they haven't even gotten it through the door yet. They're still knocking on it. But Patsy, he's gotten through to Secret. Should find a duel here. Spots a Pixel, catches him with his pants down, but the smoke will still abate this progress. Patsy misses out on a golden opportunity, but now they're huddled behind the smoke. They have just one player to deal with who will play around the angle of the stairs. Pushing straight through, TMB comes right up. He gets the advantage, but Zontix will win regardless.
What a shot by Zontix. That allows them to cross through onto the site right now. Rotations are in order for Mad Lions, though, as they do start to bring things upon them. Waro coming through from ramp as well with the reinforcements. But in control room, that's the first thing that Spirit Academy are going for. Target knocked down low, but not good enough to close him out. Smoke on one of the areas. That closes out their attention to where they want to go. Double smoke as well. Waro, how does he make that happen? I do not know. He was completely blind, both by a flash and the smoke. But either way, makes it happen. Blocked out. They will try and get the bomb down. But it is a 4v5 for the post plant, but it hasn't even gone down yet. As I say that, punched in. Firstly, the charge. It is going to be Warren with the AWP at the back line. ZNX trying to hold it through, but it's Patsy to connect the first shot. ZNX with another one. Mad Lions aren't getting anything out of this right now. And without a pick, they're going to fall back. Nothing really gains out of it. And they'll feel bad about that. Spirit Academy, though, on the other hand, nice little take and nice little hold.
Yeah, this double AWP must be saved. Tudson and Waro, they've got enough money. Tudson with 4,000 means that he can drop in the next round. So this is still a complete gun round in the next round, but 7-1, man. What is this reminding you of? I think we just saw it, so you don't even really need to jog your memory.
What, Brazil versus Germany?
This is the kind of reference that I wouldn't get.
Oh, come on! World Cup! Come on, German
I'm
versus
sorry,
Brazil.
man. I'm so out of the loop with these things. But what I was talking about was alternate aTTaX versus Spirit Academy, because we just saw that happen. 7-1, Spirit were completely annihilating alternate. I'm sorry, please don't hate me.
Damn it, man. Oh. Guess you never watched the Football World Cup. Oh, well. Okay. Doesn't even matter. I'll forgive you, maybe, if I think about it long enough. But, yeah, you forgave me about
Not my fault that
remembering
you
the
played
final
in
theme
it.
of Kung Fu Panda. But, hey, that's fine. Coming into this one, we're seeing an AWP setup for the Mad Lions as they did save it through. It's double AWP for them, but something we see many of the times here on Nuke is that the T's will just go for the AKs and no sniper. They do push onwards a little bit too greedy. Without reinforcements, there's no trade to come out from it. They back away from it either way. Maybe the second time's a charm as the flashes are thrown out. Waro spots them through, tries to connect the shot. He does. Already at a deficit, Spirit Academy. Doesn't look they can do too much. But they've got ramp control, so they've got options. But they're slowly going to get closed in on. And they need to act fast.
Hudson with a second kill means that Zontix and ZNX are once again left in a 2 versus 5. Similar situation the last time the Mad Lions got around, and it seems like that will be replicated. Zontix still alive and kicking, and after what we saw with the Desert Eagle, I'm not going to count him out just yet. With the leg, however, I think we can start to see a universe where Mad Lions get a second round. So, Spirit Academy, this might be... Oh, let me look at their economy for a second. If they lose a couple rounds now, that's when Mad Lions will truly have a chance to bring it back. It's not too far of a scoreline just yet. 7-2 is still pretty early on in the game, so this is still not an alternate attack situation just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case. But coming in, Spirit Academy don't look too bad on their own map pick. They still have funds to facilitate by, which is pretty much what they're looking for at this point. But they may run out of it soon, which is what they're going to look after. TMB, spray gun coming through, but he takes most of the damage throughout that, so I don't think he's too happy with that turn of events. Barely scaling away with his life, 10 points of health. But on the other hand, Mad Lions, again, don't really go for that outside aggression. It's mostly Spirit Academy that may want to turn their attention towards it. You already see third player lined up on that regard, and they may want to start pushing. But for the time being, Spirit Academy, I think they're just trying to gain control, get some information, and maybe play around it at this time. But other than that, they may want to smoke it through. Could be also a fake. Keeps Mad Lions in the dark.
Bellin, perfect flashbang. Waro will assist him in getting 2 kills. That is 2 to the tally and 2 in the graveyard. 5 players still alive for Mad Lions, so awesome start for them. Spirit Academy suddenly on the back foot. How do they recover from this? They don't have any setups ready to get a refrag, but Tudson, he's about to get a freebie here. Easy to press mouse 1, ZNX will fall. That brings the count down to 2.
See what else they can do. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think they can do much. But Zontix, we saw a Mad Ace clutch from him before.
No.
This time around, had a freebie of a kill. Didn't quite make it happen. Saucer from behind as well does take advantage of that situation. And yeah, Mad Lions, slowly but surely, they're closing up the gap.
They are indeed, and I said that there would be a couple rounds before their economy would fall, but because of their heavy investments, uh, it means that they can't really go for a buy-up once again. They go a bit conservative. They hold on to Tech 9s instead, a couple sets of armor, but not much off of it. Let's see. They got flashbangs ready. This has to be a fast push towards B or A. Let's see what they're going to. Ramp seems to be their destination. Tutson lands the first shot. They're pushing through the molly with the assistance of a smoke. Tutson misses the second shot, and they cannot overwhelm him just yet because he's got backup, and eventually the Tech 9 will come to fruition and take out Tutson to allow ZNX to get an AWP. This has to be the switch up, right? Yep, M4 passed, and now they've got a chance.
That's amazing. 2 rifles in their hands now. This is a little bit more doable for them. Not much util though. 1 smoke and 1 flash that needs to be perfect. Spotting out 1 player. What a swing from Zontix. A little bit unorthodox, but he makes it happen. I saw a little bit of a jump in there as well, but that's going to be the upgrade. AK-47. And look at the time. Plenty of it. The trades came through so early, they can wrap around to the A site if they wish. And right now, Mad Lions, they've got no idea what is going on.
Oh, Woro's ready for it, though. He might just get a freebie here if he can hold down the line, but instead, going to abandon his thought process. ZNX taking his sweet time. He knows that they will get curious and they will fall. Saucel walks into ZNX's barrel. Has his body blown apart.
Yeah,
Woro,
they
now
waited
in a
just in
1v2.
time. Ooh,
Oh no,
Woro,
this is
there
perfect for Woro!
it
No,
is! Open your
what's going
eyes!
on? He's right behind him, but he needs to close it out. He gets it! 1v2, Woro, that was masterful!
Well then, that just happened, and Woro was able to cut shit up. I was about to give it to Spirit Academy there for waiting just enough for the rotations to come in, or maybe make their opponent second guess and split them off and win it 1 by 1. They won the first kill through it, but after that, they rotated, and Woro was there and waiting. Could not have been better for that man. Oh.
Oh my god, how does he have that patience? He could have dropped the ball there at the end as well, but
Disgusting.
perfect is what I see it as.
Well, 2 sides of the same coin. Either way, Spellin gets the first kills. They do try and trickle onto the site. Siren and Patsy, he gets 2. And all of a sudden, Spirit Academy, I think they've just had enough. Tutson in a little bit of a corner. They're still alive, but not for long. Woro is taken all by himself, so he finds himself in a very lonely spot. Spirit Academy, I think they were mad after that round and thought to turn things around. Bullets are flying through. They've just hurt him a little bit. Little do they know, they actually connected. Gap through the smoke. Maybe they've spot him out, but the molly will follow out. Flash, that will solidify his position. Mad Lions, they catch him off guard as well.
How is that such a such a comfortable round for Spirit Academy? They just walk in, they're like, whatever, let's put on the deathmatch. ZNX running around willy-nilly. That's how he was playing on Mirage as well, by the way.
It is indeed, and right now, I mean, it puts Spirit Academy in a tough spot, right? I mean, they still have money to work with. They still can work it out, but they would have loved to keep things going there. That would have put Mad Lions a far bit back, and it could have been Spirit Academy on the verge of double digits now, but that is completely not the case. Mad Lions want to be closing up the gap, but look at Spellin. A bit of a greasy position that could come through. ZNX again with a little bit of a pickle of his own. Doesn't come underway, but a few trades here and there. Some people just touching heads, but apart from that, it's simple round here from Spirit Academy. Simple setup.
Yeah, but as you say that, they've dropped a player off of the server.
Ooh. Yeah, I just noticed that. Thanks for pointing it out.
But damage has been exchanged, so not sure what that will lead to, but let's see. Spirit Academy. They've gotten the half advantage. And that is all that they could have hoped for on the T side.
And Woro, he does get that kill. And yeah, I mean, already you know they're going to be getting into a technical pause that next time around. So they're going to try and end things up, save their weaponry to that next round. An unfortunate regard. Now, Mad Lions, they can just choose to respect that respect that save. But they actually draw out the round. That round did not count. Maybe it came to the attention before it began, but the call is as such. I think it will get reset now.
Yeah, there we go. Now we know for sure. I do like that, though. A round reset basically ensures that You get to see the round in its entirety. No scratches, no nicks, nothing. TMB looks very concerned there.
I mean, if Mad Lions are able to turn things back around here on Nuke, they do have a solid chance to get a 2-0. We talked about this in the pre-game as well, right? So,
Not me.
well,
you said that they
it's my
can get a
prediction.
2-0. I'm still sticking to the idea that Mad Lions pick up this map. So we'll have to wait and find out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see how it does turn out, though. I guess we'll just have a look at the setup first. ZNX, again, with an upper hand borrow as well, but this time around, they're going to go aggressive. Warrior not ready in time, and aTTaX connects with the first kill, smoking out main right now, and they've gotten 2 kills already onto this site. Tutson, he's frustrated. You can see it. Swiping left and right.
Yeah, it's a universal call out for I just want to punch my monitor right now. And it's not just limited to Counter-Strike either, by the way. It's all games. It's even games that are not FPSs. If you're rapidly right-clicking on Dota, you know what happened. Or if you start drawing things on the minimap that would probably not be safe for stream, then yeah, you know somebody's very tilted.
Yeah, start pinging your teammates in frustration. Yeah, no,
Boots of speed here. Boots of speed here. Boots of speed here.
Yeah, I think there's going to be another thing that you'll be disappointed me in. But before I get to that, you might as well not be disappointed in me because I'll be mentioning CS Money. It's a place where you can upgrade your skins, trade them through for even better ones that you may like yourself. So go ahead and check out CS.money because they've got a lot of things to offer at this retrospect. But I was going to say, well, Daddy, is that...
Yeah, you don't even get the Dota references, do you? I played...
No, the thing is I'm a League of Legends player, not a Dota player.
Oh, no, I played a couple hundred hours of Dota just to like sort of understand it from a viewer's perspective. And even that doesn't work out, but Target. At least his aim works out for him. Fitting name. Spellin will fall on early. We're not really seeing much from Spellin today.
No.
3 kills for him so far.
Definitely looks a little bit uncomfortable on this roster, but ZNX is able to scramble up a kill out of nowhere. Thin air. He's able to do that. Don't know how, but you might as well call him Houdini. TMB, Sorcerer, and Tutson, the only 3 players now alive here on the Mad Lions side, but let's see if they can actually make this work. Siren pushing on forwards, but it's aTTaX to get another one. Only 2 kills, only 2 players for Mad Lions, and things are looking tougher by the second. TMB, oh, he's got a good little chance here. Up against Secret, up against the stairs. Maybe get a kill or 2.
When he creeps forward, what?
Ooh, never mind.
How does ZNX even spot that? Tutson, last-ditch effort, but it doesn't work.
Well, by the way, just for clarification purposes, from the previous round that we did get the pause, apparently the issue was earlier is that the problem was spotted out before damage was inflicted, and for that reason the round got reset in retrospect, but they were needed a few seconds to get that fixed up, which is why things happened like they did happen. Just for quick clarifications for people that may have gotten confused about that round that we had that disconnect. But coming into this Spirit Academy, I mean, right now they hit double digits already. They seem on a good point, but Mad Lions, I think they want to switch up the tempo. Look at the players outside.
Now, Spellin is in an ideal spot to capitalize on this. If he doesn't get checked by Patsy, though, Patsy comes up, has the right idea. But Spellin will catch him regardless. 19 points of health for him, but it's still a decent trade because he's taken Patsy out of the server. He is one of the top performers. But right now, Tutson's about to get a world of hurt.
Oh, Tutson there and waiting. Not quite able to connect the shot as Target with a swing that connects the headshot himself. Down to 4v4, but that does leave the B site completely open for the taking. No CT there to defend it. It's uncharted territory. And Spirit Academy, they're just going to claim it. Instead of putting a flag down, they're putting down the bomb, ready to explode that C4 in this nuclear power plant. But let's see if the retakes do come through in time. Warrior 2K already lining things up, coming in through ramp. TMB has his teammates back, but he does fall in the end. So Still, Mad Lions do have the numbers. Picking up the riflery, they may look a little bit more aggressive. Zontix, though, then waiting. Passing through, he gets the 1 kill. Spellen, though, does return. 2 kills for him. Mad Lions, it took them some time, but they do take the last round of the half.
Yeah, Spellen finally comes to light, and he's gotten a 3K for himself, so once again, as soon as I mention it. But this is still a great scoreline from Spirit Academy. Mad Lions, they haven't had that much of a performance here, and I believe one of the rounds they got was also off of a Deagle round, but let's see. How do they play this? Can Spirit Academy have the same kind of domination on the CT side? Because I get it. When you've picked a map, you're very well versed on the T side itself. You've got a lot of depth going into it. You've got strategy. But there's a fair bit of communication that also goes into the CT side. Some setup, some aggression, a pre-calculated decision-making. Mad Lions, on the other hand, they still have a decent shot. Scoreline isn't too far, but T side certainly makes it harder. At least it's not like the nuke of Days Gone, where a 12-3 scoreline would be serviceable.
Well, at this point, I mean, Spirit Academy needs something magical to... Well, Mad Lions need something magical, but let me tell you something else that is magical, is the Red Magic 6 Series world's smoothest smartphone, which has 165 Hz refresh rate. Now, that's a fast refresh rate to have on a phone, especially if you're into gaming. That's a matter that you'd want to look into, but Mad Lions, they've got a tough task ahead of them. I think they want to close up the gap shortly, and a pitch around will definitely help in that endeavor. Maybe find a couple of rounds straight after it, bring things to a 10-8. Definitely something they'd be looking for, don't you think?
They are looking forward to it, but will they actually get a chance at it? Spirit Academy, obviously, they just want complete domination here. They want to replicate what they did against Alternate. But this is a team of a different caliber. Mad Lions, a cut above the rest. Not quite Skade just yet, but not like Skade had a very easy time against Spirit Academy, so I've got high hopes for this young roster. Mad Lions, most of their attention going towards A. Lots of utility, and they're going to be swinging straight out.
Ooh, Tutson, an early opener frag there for him. He's able to square up a second one as well. Julie's picked up. I like that. Make them work. No! He falls. Damn it. Target does get the other kill, but at this point, Zontix is delivering. Zontix, hello. I thought this was over. Finds himself some kills. Warrior coming in from behind. Looks like he can sniff it out. Coming through, but the kill is found. Mad Lions make that work quite simply. Doolies, wherever they were held, the man fell, which is an unfortunate regard because I love that weapon. But nonetheless, Mad Lions, they win the pistol.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the dualies come into play, but we didn't get to see that. It's all good. 4-round deficit for Mad Lions, and because they've got that ramp to speed off on, based off of their economy, I don't see Spirit taking it as comfortably as they did the games against Alternate. I think the pistol round going their way would have significantly changed things, but now this is their opportunity to claw back. A scout rifle in the hands of Patsy, Deagles, everybody else. If Patsy can get aggressive and get a few shots in before the Deagles actually come into play, then I can still see a world where this is an upset on the second round, but right now, the scout is not being enabled.
Yeah, they know the cross could have come through as well with the smokes flowing out early outside. Already in secret, ZNX has got a treat coming through him. That's going to be Flames from the start. Moves away from them, but Mad Lions, they've got control of events if they want to go through that. But other than that, they want to try and aggress onwards. ZNX. Push onwards. I think he may have to break the glass. No, actually, it's fallen back instead. It's an open territory. Sorcel, what a beauty of a shot. Swings out, gets a headshot, but now mollied through. Tutson barely survives onwards. 7 points of health to be exact, but still on a healthy standpoint. Spirit Academy can bring things back in their own favor. On the defense side this time around, they want to make sure that Mad Lions can't bring things around before it's too late. But Warrior 2K, he's there and waiting. Nice little kill from him. TMB as well. Mad Lions, I think they're not going to allow Spirit Academy run away with this one. They've got plenty of players alive, and the bomb already on a site to get planted with.
I was just going to mention that maybe they get away with all 5 players, but Even Tutson's life is in grave danger as he sits on 1 point of health. At least they do get the round, though. Great stuff from Mad Lions, and they're still big contenders for winning out Nuke. Certainly not over just yet.
Yeah, it does seem like that is the case. TMB there and waiting for Patsy. Gets both as well for good measure. Draws out the dualies as well. No, picks up the deagle. No, pick up the dualies, man. Doesn't. That's unfortunate.
That's not the deagle, that's just the wrong weapon.
That's just the wrong weapon.
Speaking of wrong things, right now, Spirit have woken up on the wrong side of the bed because they will have no money to fight back. Just a few nades, so this can still be pretty spicy. I want to see where these nades are going. Oh, that's what they've got to prime for. I think they were expecting somebody to push forward early into vents, and they had the nades ready for that, but apparently that's not the case. No shenanigans will come off of it. Instead, Waro will just be holding mouse 1 for 3 free kills.
Yeah, simple round so far for Mad Lions, and ZNX with that USP on outside. Instantly deleted by Tutson. Mad Lions, they look a lot more confident, and we talked about this at halftime. A pistol round just sets you up lovely for the follow-up, and they've closed up the gap already. Only 2 rounds between themselves and their opponents, but here comes the big guns. ZNX, AWP, and we know how scary he can be with that weapon.
Against Mad Lions, though, will he be putting up a similar performance? I want to see that. I want to see ZNX in his element once again. Early nade goes out. Patsy doesn't quite aggress on outside, but now with the smokes and flashes coming in, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get a little bit more cocky. ZNX, though, he catches a body as they're crossing over. You try to avoid the bullets, you try to avoid the spray down, but you cannot avoid the angel that is watching from heaven.
But now on site already, ATTaX catching Spellin off guard. Now the bomb is dropped in the center of the site. That gives time for the rotations to come in for Spirits, and they've already come through. Beautifully done. Mad Lions in a bit of a pickle. They have to peek through, and Zontix is there waiting. Waro wins out on his trade, so target has fallen. Still, they've got a long way to go. Nade right into the corner. Boom shakalaka. Down goes Zontix. Not going to be good enough, though. ZNX and Patsy do have his back, but nonetheless, Spirit Academy are back in the game.
I love how cinematic that looked. The slow-mo of the nade. For me, that was a few thousand frames, and not just a simple nade.
Well, you know what could be simple is your way getting into Coinbase. Well, into crypto via Coinbase. Go ahead and check them out at coinbase.com. But Spirit Academy right now, yeah, they've brought things back. 11th now picked up. And they keep this going, though. Mad Lions had a little bit of a chance to build up their own eco.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they didn't really capitalize too much, did they? They've gotten 8 rounds, so this is not the worst scenario in the world. But Spirit, they're right back in it. AWP in the hands of Waro, and he's up against a monster that is ZNX. So see if this works out. Pretty passive plays coming out from Spirit this time. They're not really going for too much. Mad Lions.
Switch of pace.
I think Mad Lions have the right idea, the same idea as well. They're allowing Spirit to get aggressive, but there's no aggression coming out. But this time, early nades, or rather early smokes towards outside, will at least draw the attention of a couple of players. But this also telegraphs the fact that TMB might have crossed over in a situation where he wasn't previously checked. Now they will actually be wary, so this might not work out in their favor.
Yeah, but if you see 4 players flying out through A or ramp, nonetheless, you may not check it either way. TMB out exposed, but they are going to start trickling through into the A site. Saucer with the first one. Patsy, he's able to swing out. He wins out the trade. At the same time, though, Spirit Academy have gotten most of the kills on the site. Doesn't mean that Tutson and Spellin aren't able to plant the bomb, but they are in grave danger. Wrapping up around as well. Patsy might come through. Are they looking at it? Now Spellin turns his attention towards it, but they all may come from heaven. Slowly but surely, Spirit Academy may want to wrap on this, but they don't have much util. Flashes now thrown out. Let's see if they can find a kill. Spellin hiding it through. So is Tutson. They're playing this safe. Rightfully so. Tutson wins out on his trade, trying to pre-fire that angle. Spellin, they know where he is, but Tutson wins everything. Patsy runs out of time. He does pick up a kit, but has to stick it, otherwise it's a lost round.
Yeah,
That's
no way,
exactly what it
Spellen.
is.
He's gonna run right away with it. Oh, by a second. That was almost got away with the AK, but it's whatever. They're more than happy to just get away with the round instead. Now the thing is, Spirit Academy, they're letting up too much control. Mad Lions from 10 to 5, they've brought it to 11 and 9. So if they can get their T-side economy built up, if the Spirit can start losing a grip on their economy, it could all be downhill from there. And that is sort of the win condition that Mad Lions would need to win out on Spirit Academy's map pick. We haven't seen many signs of life from Spirit as far as the CT side goes, but we did see a lot of promise on the Terrorist side. Can they do something similar? Still not out of it, still a very close game, and they will still have a bye in the next round. But they would have to deny this train wreck of a momentum.
Yeah, likely to be double digits as well. That becomes slightly scary and worrisome, especially if it's your own map pick. But Waro picks up the first kill, which solidifies the advantage, puts a stamp on it. Maybe a ribbon as well to make it look pretty, but make that a second for the round. Sorcerer does make his mark. Slowly, they'll start to find openings. I mean, there's cracks throughout the entire defense. Target, he's hiding out. He's making sure that the one defense that they have can be a little bit curious, out of the ordinary. Waro somehow wins out the kill for Siren. I have no idea how he did that, but it's clean nonetheless. aTTaX is left in a 1v5, but he's got his favorite weapon, the Deagle. So I'm not going to count him out just yet. You may go for the swing, and Mad Lions, I'm not sure if they were watching the previous game, but I think they might want to be scared of it. Flash coming out, that's going to be his disadvantage. Sorcerer wins out on that kill, and Mad Lions bring out double digits.
Oh, so that was the secret recipe to shutting down aTTaX, having a flashbang. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Who would have thinkety thonked? $200 investment to avoid a 1v5. Great stuff. But right now, Mad Lions are only 1 point away from tying things up. So this is looking like a much more convincing game than anything we saw come out from Alternate. Fittingly so, because obviously Mad Lions, so far they have proven that they are the better team. But Spirit, they've got a mountain to climb. They've got to win as the underdogs. Doesn't look like it on the server the way they play, but in the grand scheme of things, that is the case.
Does seem like it at this point. But the tempo has switched up a bit. Mad Lions making their presence known towards outside, but TMB wins out a trade onto Patsy. Now, that is something that if you're Spirit Academy, you do not want to see. Already lose out on a player, so it looks like the CIS squad facing a few difficulties here. Their own map pick. Mad Lions bring things up around. Not over this round just yet, but a loss here would cement Mad Lions on top, most likely. Switching up the tempo as well. Siren does hold it through. They're taking their time, aren't they, Wilderi?
Oh yeah, this man deficit means that Spirit have to be very careful about how they approach this defense. Target, he gets a freebie as there's a corner in the smoke that has left one exposed. Target avoiding the flashbang. There's more coming through though as they're flushing out the vents. They're not expecting him, but regardless, they will win out the duels. aTTaX will eventually follow, and ZNX, he's just playing around with his butterfly. He knows that there's no way he's getting back on the site.
I mean, it's a beautiful butterfly skin, so you might as well show it off. But nonetheless, yeah, that is a tough ordeal. Mad Lions, this is the equalizer, and looking at Spirit Academy's economy, it's down the drain. Quite literally non-existent.
ZNX, unfortunately, he's not going to get some of the no-scopes that he was on Mirage to save his life, but this is great stuff from Mad Lions. And Spirit Academy, they will finally take their first time out. What are they thinking about right now? Pavlos, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you're the IGL, you are the IGL. It's 11-11. This is the final match of a major. No, I'm not going to put too much pressure on you. But, because the way they're just scratching their heads, this is not...
those shoes, haven't I?
Yeah, the way they're scratching their heads, this is not the end of a... This is not the final of a major for sure. But this is a pretty important match regardless.
Yeah, me and my Nova Ventures will know how they would be thinking as in-game leader. No, what I'd be thinking right now is the fact that they need to take a little bit of a breather, try and calm their nerves, because for quite some time, Mad Lions have been coming back, and that's a fairly stressful aspect to it, right? seeing that they haven't found much comfort over on the CT side, the importance is winning that first round. If they have, they could solidify an advantage. But the fact that they haven't, they need to calm things down a bit, make sure that they get enough kills here on the... well, make sure they're comfortable enough to perhaps get a kill here, but make sure that they also know that it's not end to the game if they do lose this round. They need the right mental attitude into this, and with ZNX popping off of the Deagle is exactly what they would like, but Tutson won't allow that to happen. He's able to find a second one to Zontic, so the 2 Deagle masterminds of Spirit Academy have just dropped. Now what do? Not sure. Probably nothing, right? They may try and get a kill here or somewhere, gain an advantage, but they also have a chance to save the Deagles nonetheless. Doing damage to their opponent's economy is what they mostly would like, so a comeback would be more possible, but Mad Lions, I think they've got solid control over this game, and I don't think they'll let go. But first, they need to gain access to his site, and getting a kill there would be exactly what TMB would have liked, but I think it's going to get delayed for a little bit longer.
This is already enough damage for them to get onto a site. There's only 3 players remaining. Tudson is on... Okay. Patsy. All right, then. He gets a shot off as soon as I start talking. That's all right, but Patsy's looking for more. He finds the second one. That means that Spellin and Tudson are within a scratch of certain death. So now this is doable. Patsy through the door. He's found a kill through the smoke. And now this is suddenly entirely doable. I would even go as far as to say that Spirit Academy, they've got the advantage here because there's only 20 seconds on the clock, but Patsy has suddenly been shut down. That is at the expense of one, though. Saucel now in a 1 versus 1, and as soon as we can't get the GoPro back on him, we can see where Siren's coming from. He has to swing out, finds the shot, but Mad Lions, they will deny it.
Man, yet again, somehow Spirit Academy nearly come back there. Nearly. I don't know how they do it, but Patsy, I think he was dreaming of this moment. That is crazy. But they can't quite solidify that win. Saucel does shut him out in the end, and yes, it was an expensive route for Mad Lions, but Spirit Academy, they're showing hope.
I would have liked to see a little bit more aggression coming out from Spirit Academy, because right now they're allowing Mad Lions to play to their pace. Target. Well, it's actually Zontix that takes a fair bit of damage in this case. Right now, Spirit Academy are feeling the pressure. Losing this round would certainly mean that their economy is out of the question, but so is Waro because Target has found his head. He is struggling to get back on top of the box, but it doesn't matter because Siren is there to pass it on. TMB will fall, and it's a 3v5.
It is indeed. Mad Lions now on the back foot. Spirit Academy want to square things up a bit. Still on the verge of possibility. Mad Lions may want to wrap around. Got movement towards outside, but Saucel's got the bomb. So if he falls, that should be the end of it. Target does get 1, but should is a key word at that prospect. This game has been nothing but illogical. Spellin does get a trade on through. He's able to find one more kill as well. Tutson, another one going their way. 2 versus 3. The Mad Lions aren't done just yet. Absolutely not.
Spirit Academy, they definitely have the advantage here, but look at this, man. It's actually... Oh, okay, they don't have the bomb, so yeah, this is way over. I didn't actually catch that for a second, and then I realized that, okay, no chance whatsoever. But Spirit Academy, this is their spot to bring it back, but the problem is that Mad Lions still have a fair bit of money to work off of. Even if they lose this round, I believe they will have enough money in the hands of Spellin. But if you wanna play around with some money, if you wanna clear out your inventory and trade it for some brand new spanking skins, do go ahead and log on to CS Money and check out our partners.
Right now, I mean, things couldn't have been more equally sided, right? Spirit Academy bring things back to a 12-on-12, and the economy looks similar on both sides as well. Mad Lions, let's see what they can bring out here, as they are the terrorists in this situation. They need to bring out the big guns, need to aggress. But no AWPs on this server this time around. No AK. So ZNX won't be bringing out that brilliance. It's their riflery all around at this point, but ZNX brought down low as well. Okay. Things are looking up for Mad Lions, but can they bring the kill here upon Zontix, holding down the line against Ramp? Looks like it is the ordeal that they will be going for. Slowly, flash thrown out. Zontix there and waiting. Bullets are flying through. Patsy's there for reinforcement, but Zontix falls. Patsy, same happens to him. And Mad Lions already with an advantage. Target winning out the trade on TMB. ZNX and Waro. Things are within the realms of possibility here for both of these teams, but the bomb doesn't quite go down just yet. Room is created by Sorsal, and now it has. Beautifully done and nice coordination, but now down to a 3v3 as they are pushing inwards. Flash, beautifully done. Tutson does get the first kill throughout Siren through the smoke. Can't do anything with that. ZNX all by himself, and he doesn't have plenty of health to do anything about it. He'll likely go back and save, but that is Mad Lions scathing up ahead.
Yeah, once again, ZNX is back to the butterfly. Back to the inspect, back to the spam the reload button, but it is expected because you can't really do too much about it. But this is not a good time for Spirit Academy to drop out a round. You can see that their money will reflect it. Now they're oh no, ZNX also loses his gun. I didn't expect that to happen at the very, very last moment. So Mad Lions now on 13, they actually have full control of the game. Even at 11 to 12, Spirit had a chance. Even at 12 to 12. They could have brought it back. They had some moments of brilliance where the clutch could come to life, where ZNX could chime in, where the rifles could come out to play with the advantage. But right now, the way I see it, Mad Lions have secured nuke. Spirit Academy, they're the ones that are pressured for the comeback, and I don't think they have the money for it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, does it? Things do start to get a little bit tough, seeing that Spirit Academy are on their own map pick, and Dust 2 up next as well, where Mad Lions look insanely strong. It's going to be a difficult endeavor for sure. But they're going for the fours. They're trying to pull all their economies to make something work. AWP in the hands of ZNX, maybe that's going to be what they need. Maybe that's what they require. What do you reckon?
That might be the case. Now, ZNX, he's getting very aggressive, but he doesn't pull out the scope in time. He switches over to the gun way too late, and that means that Sorsal can get away with 2 frags. 3v5 off the bat, that is Mad Lions with the advantage, and Spirit Academy are looking at broken apart, especially because they had to delve deep into their pockets to afford anything for this round.
Spellin already moving onwards. Mad Lions have the advantage. We'll look to solidify an even greater one. M4 to be chopped away as well. Trying to deny that weapon as far as much as possible. You can see Zontix is nearby. He's looking for some cheeky movement, cheeky kill if possible. I'm not sure if Mad Lions will permit that just yet. Maybe they will. Zontix, catches him off guard. Spellin is down, does damage to one. Bring things to a possible standpoint. They may run out of time, and he knows where a rifle is dropped for him to find one for him later. Maybe for a teammate as well, but Waro, I think he knows of this. He'll look to hold his teammates back as well.
Zontix is the wrench in the works that they need to get out of the toolkit. They still don't know exactly where he is. Waro has the right idea, but as long as he's still in there, it's still a problem. 20 seconds on the clock now. Mad Lions need to get the bomb down soon. Zontix swings out soon, doesn't connect the shot. Siren is left alone. And there's still a while until the bomb gets planted. Finally, it does start to get put down. Look at Siren.
Ooh, he's able to find one. That's 1 out of 2. 50% of job done now. Needs to find another one. Oh, so darn close, but it's Waro to take it. Now, that was nail-bitingly close for either of the teams, but it's Mad Lions to bring themselves to a 14th.
This might have just slipped out of the hands of Spirit Academy. And what a comeback it would be. Mad Lions, they were being battered at the start of the game. I believe it was 7-1, but you can see the nerves settling in on Spirit as well. I know that ZNX is a talented opper, but some of those missed micro players there, the way he doesn't pull out his AWP in time, he doesn't pull it out before he crosses on over to Redcon, those micro plays can be the difference maker. Otherwise, he would have had the lineup. And since it came down to the 1v1, it could have changed the game, but right now, Mad Lions are feeling pretty happy about it. You can see that in Saucel's cam.
They are
2 rounds
indeed.
on the equalizer and 2 rounds on the finish line. What are we thinking here, X-Warrior?
I mean, if you think about how Mad Lions were doing that this far into the previous half, when we went into the cam moments, you could see there's some sort of frustration there. There's some sort of uneasiness. Right now, it feels a lot better for this international squad. European squad, if you will, but they're all over the place, I reckon. They're doing a stellar job so far. Spirit Academy, though, they're not done just yet. Not at all. I wouldn't count them out at this point in time. Anything is possible, but nah, Mad Lions, I'm telling you, they're done. They want to get this done with. Let's see in which fashion they do it. So, flash drawn out in ramp, spots out one player. No aggression will follow through. But for the time being, they'll be looking each other through a smoke.
Mad Lions are playing this in a very calculated fashion. Now, Molotovs will go out, which will knock a couple of players out of position, and Target has taken a bit of damage on the back as well. But Spirit, no reaction just yet, no aggression, and the ball is in Mad Lions' court. Now, ZNX, the way he's playing this, he can swing out at any moment. He's looking for audio cues, he's looking for anybody to aggress forward to hell, and at that point he can swing out to try to take Tudson, but he is too far away.
40-second mark and no kills have come through. This is madness. Usually these have been very, very messy moments so far, but TMB will be the first to trickle on forwards. Doesn't spot out a single player. Target plays this perfectly, but it does mean that he loses out on his teammate. All kills going to the way of Mad Lions, but finally ZNX chimes in for one. Double nade stack up does a little bit of damage. Not quite enough to end the deal. ZNX wanting to keep the game under wraps, but no, Mad Lions, they're on that point.
That was such a good take from Mad Lions. The fact that they can hold on to their horses, still hold down that shift key, even on 25 seconds remaining, because they don't want the MP9 player on the top of the hut to swing out, that is perfect. They get free duels there. They're still not sure where the enemy is at 25 seconds remaining, and that's how the T side just get in there. Free kills across the board. This is Spirit Academy's last chance. This is their own map pick, and Mad Lions are on the verge of winning it. They still will have a chance on Dust 2, but this is playing it too close for comfort.
Definitely is. TMB already low though. Spirit Academy force buying once more. They have no other choice. Is their last resort at this point. Otherwise, Mad Lions will be taking their opponents' map pick and sets them up nicely for Dust 2. Maybe a 2-0 if they can make that happen. Take up the second seed of their group. Definitely what they're looking for at this point.
Lions are slowly getting control, but you can see that it's not really off of damage. It is off of map control. So these early smokes towards outside also mean that now Spirit don't have access to a fair chunk of the map. But Mad Lions, that's not what they're going for. They're backing up to ramp, and Zontix is shoulder peeking it so he can stop them with a molly as soon as they come through.
Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Zontic has to fall back. Doesn't quite have time to pull out the trigger. And at this point, Mad Lions have solid control of a ramp. They can take this towards A, but they need to challenge an extra player. But ramp right now, the access to the B-bomb site is there. TMB, he's low. If he does get challenged, it's likely that he will fall. Zontic, Deagle out, tries to make it happen. He's able to find one. Target one onto DMB with his MP9. Things are looking doable for Spirit Academy still. Bomb does get planted, but look at the movement. Spell of them waiting. He's got the trigger onto one. Spray down, but it's not going to connect. That could be crucial. Siren does get the kill, but Warren Sorcel going to have to be the two players still holding onwards. Warren from the back line holding it through. Nice little tap onto two players. Does close out one. Close different distance from Sorcel. Is able to help out Warren with another. Beautiful lineup there from Mad Lions. They close it out.
2v4 as well. That is perfectly played. The way they played the bait and switch setup behind the silo, make sure that they have to peek out wide and give away a free kill. That is perfect. And I actually got caught a little off guard there as well when I saw the surf on the railing there. Did you catch that, X-Warrior?
No, actually I didn't. But nonetheless,
yeah, it was
that
really weird movement, but it is pretty crazy. I wish I could get to see that again. rather than this repeated clip. That is pretty cool as well, though.
Yeah,
You gotta
that
love
is.
the production team for coming up with stuff like that.
Absolutely. Could well be a GIF. Could well be a GIF.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, it is already.
It is. I bet it is.
Clip that.
Absolutely, but looking at the whole entire match, the whole entire map, Mad Lions, they performed out of their minds throughout that. I mean, at the start, it looked a bit rough, it looked a bit shaky, but bringing things onwards when Spirit Academy should have been more comfortable on the CT side, they couldn't quite find their footing. They couldn't quite have enough money to have an AWP on the specific play at the right time, and that means that Mad Lions, they are 1-0 in this series, and they have their map Pick Dust 2 up next to prove if they can finish up the job. Well, make sure you stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because that map 2 is going to be pretty, and there's going to be a break between that, so make sure you stick around.
But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Once more here in Blast Rising. Map under one came underway. Did I say under one? Map number one came underway. And it was Mad Lions to take their opponents as map pick. Now Dust 2 to come through. What are your thoughts? Apologies about that.
It's okay. Now, the one thing I said at the start was that I'm thinking that they're going to win each other's map picks. So you already know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking that Spirit Academy take this. But you know what? You don't share the same opinion, do you?
No, I said there's going to be a 2-0 for Mad Lions. Well, it potentially could be a 2-0. If they did win the first map, it's going to be a 2-0. So I'm expecting they'll win it, but you're saying the exact opposite. So, yeah, we've got conflicting thoughts about this. And heading into this one, we also know exactly which the lineup is going to be for this time around. Instead of JL, instead of
Woro.
we'll be having JL jumping in.
Yes.
So that's going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially because I know that JL also has his hands pretty comfortable on the AWP. So that just adds an extra element of surprise. You know, you've seen Waro AWPing, Spellen's pretty good on it as well. So now you have this third contender that can always turn up to the party as well. Not sure how well that is going to work out, but we'll have to see. You did mention, of course, that instead of Waro, it's going to be JL. So that obviously changes the AWP dynamic a little bit. And if we do talk about Dust 2, you gotta admit, it's a very aim-reliant map. So I think Spirit Academy might actually have a better shot here. The reason I say this is because when you're a young squad, you're missing out on a lot of depth. And because of this, having more aim-reliant duels might work out in your favor. But Mad Lions, they're no slouches either.
Absolutely not. Heading into this one, I mean, we've seen some Dust 2 come underway yesterday, and we've had some missed opportunities to see Dust 2. And talking about yesterday's missed opportunities, it was when it was when Mad Lions were able to beat alternate aTTaX in a 2-0 fashion. Dust 2 was lined up after that, so we didn't quite see Mad Lions perform on that. But later on in Skate, it was the first map to be played when they got to play against the Bulgarians, and it was a very, very one-sided affair, 16-3 to go in favor of the Lions. So walking into this one, at the same time, you may be thinking, yeah, okay, we've got a lot of mad shooters over at the Spirit Academy side of things, but at the same time, I don't think Mad Lions are a team to sleep on when it comes to that map we all know very well. Yeah.
Listen, I know you two know it way too well, because that's the only thing. That's the only thing that you're queuing for, and that's the only thing left over on Face It after all the level 3s and level 4s click away all the other maps. Yeah, so I do want you to talk to me about a little bit of the Dust 2 strategy. You know, the usual, the rush B, the rush B to mid tunnel. I'm gonna smoke CT, I promise. The whole thing.
The whole shebang, the whole deal.
Yes.
But I mean, at the same time, you kind of know that this has been like the after Mirage, I guess. Before Mirage, I'd say Dust 2 was that most played map out of everything. Then the remake, when they remade the map, and then Mirage became it. So then you could say that Dust 2 is one of the all-time best known maps of Counter-Strike. So it's not just me, okay? It's not just my Nova endeavors.
It's not just the best known map of Counter-Strike. I think it might actually be the most well-known map in the world, like in general. Tell me any other map that is as iconic. Summoner's Rift doesn't count. Okay, I was limiting it to video games, all right? But you know what? You got me there. The Mercator projection is probably better known. Oh,
Gotcha.
man.
Got it. Yeah, no. I guess after Dust 2, it is going to be Mirage, you know? So to that extent, I get what you mean. But no, definitely everybody knows the world map better than Dust 2. Well, it's widespread. Everybody knows it by now.
We'll hope.
Well, yeah. We'll hope.
Yeah.
But at this point, we're heading into a very closely contested matchup. The first map wasn't a one-sided affair, right? Mad Lions did win it. It was their opponent's map pick, but it really could have gone either way. There were a couple of clutch moments in the latter stages of that game that could have gone in favor of the Academy side of things. So if if that would have happened, then we might have been seeing a completely different scoreline. It could have been Spirit Academy to take it, or even overtime to be on the board. So at that point, you kind of think, I think these two teams may be very, very closely contested. And when you take out all the strategy out of the bag, yes, there's of course some strategy that can be pulled out of Dust 2, but mostly it's aim reliant, right? So if you take most of that out of the equation and just purely focus on aim, which team really comes up top? That is a massive question that I guess we'll have to get answered in quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I think Spirit Academy might have a little bit more firepower under their belt. And you know what? Some people will disagree. They'll go like, oh no, Mad Lions, they're a cut above the rest and blah, blah. But I still think, I think that if a team is performing at this level after only about a month of being together, and it's not even like they're veterans so that they should have everything drilled into their heads already. No, these are players that have an average age of 18. They're being led by a player that is 17 years old. So if they're winning out with barely any practice, there's got to be something going on, mechanically speaking, for them to win out these maps. But no more speculation. We're going to get right into it. And what better a way to start it off than TMB throwing that beautiful flashbang.
Yeah, now we'll be seeing the face of JL coming into there. Waro no longer. He's been subbed out. It's JL to join in the party. Let's see how that lad performs here in Dust 2. Already gaining a lot of room on the A-long side of things, but Spirit Academy seem to have a sense of what is going on. Their spidey senses are tingling. And they spent quite a few players dedicated towards that side of the map, but they keep on lingering a bit. You can see some movement going on towards mid. ZNX, though, does peek out through. What a shot! Spellen out of it, out of the equation already, and it's Spirit Academy with the numbers. But looking at Mad Lions, they're starting to close up the gap. You have a couple of smokes available to be lined up towards that cross, and they are going to come through. Patsy does swing out. Whoa! Beautiful shots connected on either end, but Tutson and Sorcerer are able to bring things back to a more favorable standpoint. 2v3 in favor of Spirit Academy, but they are going to try and bring things back in their favor.
Yeah, but Saucel is the only man remaining, Glock in hand, doesn't find the shot, and ZNX will be happy to pick up the pieces. Spirit, first round for them. What a way to start off Dust 2.
Ooh, beautiful shots by ZNX that round, though, right? I mean, all the way, there were some beautiful headshots throughout it. But yeah, Spirit
Patsy
Academy
as well. He did start things off with a nice USP headshot. But now, I want to see how Mad Lions play this. They didn't get a bomb plant, but they're still not buying anything up. No flashbang even, so this is as bare of a round as it can possibly be.
Yeah, but look at their movement. Heading on towards mid early on, it's the catwalk approach they want to go for. Maybe overwhelm some players, but that AUG is sure going to mow them down. MP9 in that distance. If it's Glocks, it doesn't even matter, right? But think at the long range of a ramp, but at the end of the day, I don't think Spirit Academy have been able to lose a life there. It's Mad Lions to fall directly beneath their hands.
Yeah, this is a solid start for Spirit, but you look at Mad Lions, now they're going to have a lot better weaponry. Of course, this still does count as a bit of a bonus round for Spirit because they don't have to invest anything. They still get the loss bonus or the round win bonus, and they get to play around regardless in the next one. Mad Lions, they've heavily invested into Tutson getting his hands on an AWP. Tutson, sorry.
Smokes to come out, though. Sorcerer, look at this. Moving a little bit aggressive, trying to get some mid control. Making some footsteps, his teammate. Right now, misses out on the shots to get himself a kill. Molly will delay the push, but sticks around. He's able to find one kill as well. Spots out ahead! Nearly a second one, but Patsy takes him out. Zontix, look at that. They line up with the MP9, but no. JL gets the better of him now on the server as he does replace Waro, making a statement already. First kill of the round, and they gain themselves that B-site take. Tutson, excuse me, gets the kill into Patsy, and now it's all down to Siren and ZNX, and I don't see well where that's going to happen. They may try and go for some exit frags, but I think the ordeal has already been done.
Yeah, ZNX and Siren. It always seems like it's ZNX that is chilling on the other side of the map sometimes, whenever they're left in an unfavorable spot, but you know what? He's pulled his weight enough. He gets to chill out for a bit. Tutson. I'm still trying to get used to the pronunciation, because X-Warrior and I, unfortunately, were a bit ignorant, and we didn't catch that the first time, and we were corrected.
I mean, it wouldn't be a cast for me if I didn't get a name wrong, you know?
Yeah, I actually think there hasn't ever been a game we've casted together where you didn't butcher at least one name.
No, absolutely. That's never going to happen, man. Keep dreaming. I know that already. But yeah, Mad Lions bring things back fairly soon, right? I mean, they've already got themselves on the board, and Spirit Academy, they're on the verge of economical recession as well, so they can't really afford themselves to lose it. So we're seeing a very close round to come underway, right?
Oh yeah. Like I said, Spirit would have had a free round in the next round anyway, so right now, this is where we actually see the guns come out to play. The previous rounds, it was MP9s here and there. It was some spare change in their back pockets that they were putting to use, but right now, this is where Mad Lions can make or break it. Smoke comes out to CT, and target will be their destination.
Already gaining so much access towards it, but ZNX does trickle on through. JL completely flashed, but he's able to close up the deal. Pints it in through B. Spirit Academy aren't really engaging on that end. That could be costly because there's so many players still alive and waiting. And without being challenged, they're taking it back to Catwalk completely. And the A site, it's open. They could just get the bomb planted. But speaking of the bomb, it's stuck a little bit behind.
Because JL gets 2 kills in CT spawn, and now he knows for a fact that reinforcements were arriving because there was a lockdown going on the B site itself. So this is a perfect read from Spirit. They recognize that they've gotten 2 kills. That's it. Worst case scenario, there's Siren in CT spawn, and even that is one play. Even if they went through CT spawn, that would have been a free kill for them, unless they got entirely overpowered somehow. But this is a masterful play from Mad Lions, capitalizing on those 2 kills, making it to A, and putting themselves up for the equalizer. Still, you do have to keep in mind that Spirit don't lose many players either, and that's sort of how they went into it. It's a bit of a gamble setup, where if you hold down B with smokes, if you completely lock yourself down, it will end up leading to a case where you either take the duels or you get the chance to save.
Yeah, and it looks like it's the latter at this point, you know? 3 players from Spirit Academy take their weapons onto the next round, and we talked about recession, right? Apart from the whole world going down in shambles due to COVID, it looks like the Spirit Academy are kind of seeing the same thing. The fact that they do save a few rifles does mean that they can have some sort of a buy. I imagine a couple of players may want to go for a force at this point. So it's definitely not the end of the world for them, but that's the equalizer now for Mad Lions. They haven't really allowed their opponents to gain too much of a lead, where there was a 3-0 potential. They've already done a good job to bring things back to a more favorable standpoint. So now heading into this one with a map advantage, I think they just will need to carry on forwards.
Look at the money here on Spirit. This is still a chance for them. Sorry, I just had to mute there for a second. Gotta clear my throat.
Quite all right, my dear friend. But let's see. This matchup hasn't been that friendly so far. Mad Lions a little bit rude taking their opponents as map pick. How dare they? See if
it is rude.
Yeah. That nade was also rude.
Yes,
I mean,
this is just a gentleman playing Counter-Strike right now, and it is preposterous how rude these guys were being.
Outrageous.
Outrageous indeed. Now, Mad Lions, they're situated for a cat take. They've got the smokes lined up. The Vanguard smokes at the ready. Flashbang comes out. 2 players already on the A site to swing out for themselves, but they are hiding behind the smoke. They are letting these pieces of utility expire. Patsy is still holding on to his life. ZNX has yet to reveal himself, so it still could be the defense. DMB, though, with that bullet being nestled into the head of ZNX, that has to be the round.
It has to be, but I don't think it's over just yet. Siren may give it another go if he gets a kill too. Could bring things to a more doable standpoint, but a little bit too far out of reach. Target loses his life, and yeah, now it's completely an undoable position. Can't just control Z this anymore. Siren is all by himself when he can't bring his teammates back to life. It's a lonely position to be in. But Mad Lions, I think they've gained 3 rounds in a row now, and that's not too bad for them. Siren can't get a single kill either, so Tutson will add 1 to his many, now third this round.
Now they've got a bit of breathing room to work with, and if you want some breathing room to work with in the sense that you want a little bit more time to react to things, you can go ahead and get Red Magic 6 Series phone, because when you've got 165 Hz refresh rate, you'll be seeing things a lot quicker than your opponents.
Definitely in the gaming world, some hertz do make a difference. Helps you be a little bit more competitive. Let's see how competitive Spirit Academy can be with his pistols. I don't think they'll have much potential in this regard. Especially seeing that Mad Lions have now turned their attention towards A-Long, which no one is guarding it from Spirit Academy, which could hurt. What could go well for them is its mid-aggression. It catches a player off guard would be perfect, but at the same time, you can see some rotation coming through. Spell and them waiting, spray down, doesn't connect with a second, but there's a secondary player, TMB, coming in through suicide. Makes some movement, footsteps, spots him out. 2 kills simply going the way of Mad Lions. Now, Spirit Academy, they're down 2 players, have got no control over the A side. This should be simple from Mad Lions.
It has to be. Spirit simply didn't have enough players pushing in through mid to actually make it competitive in terms of the duel. So Mad Lions comfortably get that round, and now you can see their bank accounts being lined up, those remittances coming in, and Spirit Academy can live to fight another day. However, if Mad Lions can get this round, then it's a runway for them, isn't it? Then they can start to run away with the entirety of this game, potentially, because at that point, you're looking at 6, maybe 7 rounds to the 2 of Spirit Academy, and it's always a very uncomfortable duel when you're playing the CT side on Dust 2, especially with lacking money.
Definitely a dangerous prospect. I don't know what they do not want to be facing right now. Smoke thrown out at the starts. CNX doesn't have much reinforcements either. Zontix may want to help out, but he's got attention turned towards the B bomb site. So mid will be a difficult affair for Spirit Academy to hold down. With target falling down too, doesn't really help them out much at all. Mad Lions commanding mid right now. Access to catwalk as well. They've got plenty of util to allow them to trickle in. That's what Spirit Academy are accounting for right now. If they do move towards that B bomb site, they'll be in a little bit of trouble. But they've taken the gamble. They've placed ZNX in that A-long area. Together with Patsy, they'll try and hold this through. Lineup coming through with smokes and flashes, but Mad Lions, they still have some time to work with.
Yeah, 50 seconds. As soon as they start to trickle in, ZNX will have to pull the trigger. Make sure he does not miss. But Mad Lions, they're starting to back off. They might have just thrown away a convincing enough fake if they do end up going towards mid. That's not where the bomb is going, though, is it?
It's not, but it's got time to rotate if it wants to, and it looks like that is going to happen. JL spots out a player, but moves out position. That's the B site completely open, but that's the bomb! That is the bomb, and that could be their downfall, but JL's not going to let that happen. DMB holding down the line for the aggressors, but ZNX find the shot. This could be brutal. This could be dreadful, and the bomb is in no man's land. Sorsal tries to get up close and personal, tries to bring things through, but he has no time. He has to go for the kill. Siren on CT. 3, 2, 1. He gets it just in time. Mad Lions 5-2.
Siren barely... He had to live for a second more. Somehow, Mad Lions recover it. What a mess of a round. The flashes, the rotations, the fact that the bomb is dropped out in the open. What was that?
How? But you can see how satisfied they are out of it, because that was a little bit too close for comfort. Definitely made their hearts pumping a little bit harder. BPM went up by 100. Oh, I hope not, because that would have killed them. But but you know what I mean. Definitely a lot of adrenaline running through their veins right now. And we talked about the Spirit Academy. They're set back quite a big margin right now.
Oh yeah, and that lead is going to be further solidified by the fact that this is a throwaway round. Worst case scenario, maybe they can get one gun out of these hands, but what more can you hope for it? Tutson is isolated, but so is ZNX. I love how careful they're being with every single angle, and right now, Spirit doesn't look as strong as they did against Alternate. Granted, we didn't get to see them on Dust 2, we didn't get to see them on the previous map, but This is not the same as Inferno and Mirage, is it?
It is not. Completely different affair coming into this one. And usually we kind of see Spirit Academy to gain the advantage early on. We saw that against Alternate Attacks as well, right? Even in the maps that Alternate Attacks started to bring things back, it was Spirit Academy to have the early advantage through it. This time around, that does not seem to be the case. Looks like Mad Lions have opened things up on the right page in their book. Spirit Academy, they themselves have got another chance to fight back right now, but they find themselves in shoes they've really never put on before. Not at least the past couple of days. At least
Yeah. They've been pretty dominant. Now, Mad Lions have a pretty aggressive take towards short, and they're further pushing back using Molotovs, and they have a bait and switch setup already. They've got a second player in the form of an insurance policy to allow them to get themselves to get the second kill, even if the first one doesn't pull through. With this smoke and flash being thrown out, this combo will allow them to maneuver themselves up mid. This is definitely going to be a B-side pincer unless there is a reaction from Mad Lions. aTTaX will push through the smoke, and this is a lockdown.
It is indeed. Standard smokes coming through from the T side. But they've got more use to the throw out. They keep their opponents in the dark, which means no rotations have come through. This is perfect for them. That double B setup needs to come strong here for Spirit Academy. So far, aTTaX can't deliver. Spell and touchdown, shuts down target as well. And with paid off Patsy falling in mid, it means that Spirit Academy have nothing much to hold on to anymore. Mad Lions, with all 5 players, they're going right after them. They don't want their opponents to save their weapon.
Oh, ZNX, I don't think he gets away with this AWP, does he? A
Oh,
flashbang to maybe help
ouchie.
him out. Siren is making work happen, but ZNX is way too pincered in. There's 2 players about to come his way. You know that he's good at hitting those shots. So is Saucel. So what I want to talk about here is the contrast between how Mad Lions and Alternate are playing. Alternate allowed Spirit Academy to play it to their own pace. And it's not the same case for Mad Lions, is it? The way they structure themselves, Spirit constantly have to go for reactions, and that's not something they're good at. That is where you start seeing the weaknesses of a team that has just been formed. They don't have these properly communicated reactions to certain things, such as the bomb being dropped out in mid. They didn't immediately have a response to it. It was hastily put together. So, if you compare that to Alternate, Spirit kept going for their own styles of play, kept going for pretty basic executes, if I do say so myself, especially on both the maps like Inferno and Mirage. They didn't go for any fakes of the sort, which ultimately leads to Alternate showing themselves as less complicated of a team.
And coming into it right now, when they play against a more refined team like Mad Lions, they start to have difficulties. But ZNX, this movement here, catch a couple of people off guard. Why not? They have the lineup though. Looks like they do. Doesn't matter. 1-for-1 trade at the end of things, but it's still Mad Lions at the top of things. But do they expect Patsy? They completely do not. But JL, can he bring things around? He's got plenty of time to work with, but they have total and utter bomb control. Spirit Academy, they know of this. They've completely solidified that mid control. They are going to check this angle as well. JL shortly peeking through. I don't think he's been spotted just yet. Target does have the lineup. How does he make this work? Slowly but surely easing up his way forward, up against the doors. Target then waiting. Does he expect the crouch peek? No, he does not. That's going to be his downfall. Spirit Academy, at least they get around finally.
But in the meantime, if you want to finally get rid of your old skins, hop on over to our partners at CS Money, where you can get brand new skins for your old ones just by trading them in. Now, Spirit Academy's lack of depth has been exposed by the players of Mad Lions, but that's still not enough to beat out a team on Dust2. Spirit can still take it back in their hands, but right now, Mad Lions are proving to be the better team. Still, playing their slow and aggressive style of play, taking control methodically, taking control of short, and TMB has lined up a bit of a one-way for himself to peek forward and maybe catch somebody rotating, but they are wise to his tricks and they will not be giving it up. I say that, in the meantime, ZNX, he's done a fair bit of damage, hasn't he?
Has indeed. Tutson is down, Sorcerer is low. Bomb trapped in mid as well. Nice attempt in the shot there, but completely flashed, didn't see the player jump up. That could be his downfall, but TMB getting one. They are lining up with a util on site. You could see flying them over. They may want to get an alternative angle onto this. Mad Lion's already on site. They've solidified that control. And with JL moving up against the smoke, could potentially catch a couple of players off guards. It is a little bit unorthodox. It is a little bit weird. Flashes is thrown through, knows that there's a secondary player, then sprays onwards either way. He's got reinforcements now. Molly through the smoke. That's not going to hold on to it. HE grenade thrown, doing a lot of damage. Siren down to 2 HP, but ZNX touches it down. 2v3. ZNX tries to make things happen, but the T's hold true. Mad Lions take the round.
That one round coming out from Spirit Academy was still a Pyrrhic victory because that leads to their economy being crumbled. Target, ZNX, Zontix, they still have something to work with. They've got enough money in their pockets to pull out a couple M4s, but it still will be... Oh, I thought he was going for a dab there. That had me concerned. In the player, that completely threw off my train of thought, but yes, there isn't much money on the Spirit side, and that shows. Patsy, he gets caught out in the open. They're going to go for a straight rush, flashed across into blue bin, but that Molotov will keep them at bay. That is still an advantage for the terrorist side as they've equalized the numbers, and there's a fair bit of utility in between them.
There is a little bit of util in between, and right now, Mad Lions yet again seem to have solid mid control, and this time around, Spirit Academy are more like Split Academy. They've got 2 players on either side of the map, and yes, they're trying to regain some mid control, and the fact that the smoke does really allow them to cross through. But that smoke is more for Mad Lions to push towards Catwalk right now, and that's kind of what they're going for. Looking at JL, he's got lurking opportunities towards that B-bomb site. If he catches it clear, rotations could come through from Mad. They could even get the bomb plant down, because you know how difficult it is to retake this. CNX, though, beautiful display of spray control. Getting 2 kills, make that 3 as he does receive some help from behind. But that is going to be the bomb dropped. Single-handedly, ZNX disintegrates the T lineup, and JL finds himself within the backlines. And it seems like this round may be a little bit out of his control again.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing signs of ZNX being incredibly similar to Snatchy from Ago, where he's far ahead of the team most of the time in terms of frags. ZNX, even now, they're losing 8-3, but he's going 16-8. That is not an easy feat to accomplish by any means. Mad Lions have still ensured that they will be ahead at the end of the half, but Spirit have regained some control. It means that they can still stay in it. The prophecy of potentially seeing these teams take each other's map picks is still in the bag. It's still in the cards. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and watch for that.
Yeah, you're hoping for that, aren't you? Hoping that your prediction misfortune spree ends.
Yes, somehow. So
Yeah.
I was going for pretty reasonable predictions before, and they weren't working out. So I thought, you know what? Maybe let's go for something a little off the top.
Right. My prediction was a 2-0 for Mad Lions, and looking at it, it looks a little bit more doable for them. At least they are ahead right now, and they have solidified the fact that they'll be ahead at halftime, like you just previously stated. Definitely not over. Still early days. And with Spirit Academy's bye here, definitely could keep things going. Now, ZNX does have his trustworthy AWP this time around, not the M4 that he managed to clutch this round with, but let's see what he can do. I mean, so far, he's been a massive difference maker. And I imagine when they transfer to the T side, they'll try and play around him as much as possible. But for now, every single player of the Spirit Academy needs to perform, or else that's going to be a gap through the defense. And any gap is still a gap.
It is a gap indeed, and Judson might have just spotted a foot there, but backs off instead after missing the initial shot. Siren tucks himself away into pit. Mad Lions, surely the way they're playing this, it seems like an A split is their eventual destination. Tutson has the right idea and has his crosshairs ready for the pit player to peek out. ZNX will be left to his lonesome to defend the bomb site all on his own, and he will be thwarted. ZNX, no more M4A1 spray shenanigans for you this time around, even though you've got your better weapon.
And they are going to continue to push forwards. Ontix and Target find themselves in a little bit of a pickle themselves. Sorcerer does shut one down, and Zontix, as soon as Bellum peeks out, should be a dead man. And it's Sorcerer to kill him through in the end. A little bit of a climactic death to a player who's shown much promise in the previous maps and matches today. But Mad Lions, nonetheless, they were through a little bit of a drought in rounds, but have managed to bring things back to where they can perform once more.
The entire theme of this half has been Spirit Academy fighting back with limited resources. Only 4 rounds amongst them. And Mad Lions are just looking to cement this further. They want to get that Sweet 11. And with the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. You can see that Spirit have been whittled down to Deagles once more, and not even Deagles across the board, so we'll see how this one pans out. Tutson, first man into the ace site, slowly clearing things out, methodical play as always, and Mad Lions actually have a similar style of play as Spirit Academy in some of these instances, where they're very careful about walking straight into pushes and always have that sacrificial lamb before they start to commit. Right now, Spirit have the exact wrong read. All 4 players on B, while DNX single-handedly tries to hold down the line.
Yeah, they know of this now. They've covered pretty much every angle that they could, but Tutson does find the kill onto the site, so that's the opener. Spellin does eventually fall down. That long distance couldn't quite connect the shots. With the site under their control, there's nothing really that you can imagine that Spirit Academy can do. They will try and close up the gap against Tutson. AK-47 now picked up, but I don't think Tutson will try and ally that. TMB chimes in for another, and right now, Siren finds himself with 1 HP remaining. Literally a feather to fall on his shoulder would be the death of him. The pigeon poops on him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But it was a bullet to the head nonetheless.
I want to see the statistics on that. Has there been anybody that has died to that? You're gonna Google that later on.
A seagull flies past and you see someone next to you just fall onto the ground and you're like, oh, okay.
Okay, not this again.
Not this again. It's Angry Birds all over again.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna pretend like I've never played that mobile game.
Ah, that's okay. You're not missing out on too much. Though it did go into a little bit of a craze. Though right now, Auto Snipe in the hands of TMB does have an AK-47 either way. It is the last round of the half, so Mad Lions looking to extend the advantage. The Auto Shotty though doesn't. Auto Sniper, I may just say, not the Auto Shotgun. Didn't do anything. Couldn't connect any damage, and 2 players have crossed scot-free. Luckily enough for them.
This might be the first time we've seen the double op setup come out. ZNX and Target. Oh, Target runs away as soon as they might have exposed themselves behind the smoke, but... Well, actually, there was a fair bit of time on the smoke. Scratch that. See how this works out for them. Most of their attention on B, just 1 player watching long. And because he's thrown that Molotov, now they might start to think that they're retaking long. So that audio cue might lead into them rotating players over to A.
Tutson is peeking through right now. Does try and connect the shot. Smalley thrown out. Sourcel down, loads in health, but Target does get the first kill through. Patsy is able to chime in for another. TMB quickly to react, but all of a sudden it's Tutson in a 1v4 with Spirit Academy gaining access of the bomb. So it looks like the final round will be going to the hands of Spirit Academy. Again, I said that name wrong. It's Tutson. But he gets that shot wrong himself, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, that is going to be the half, ladies and gentlemen. Spirit Academy 5, Mad Lions 10. And walking into the second half, what do you reckon, Walderi?
This is incredibly similar to what we saw in Nuke. And you know what happened then?
Comeback.
Oh, yeah. Am I holding out for one? Yes. I'm not going to lie. I do have my fingers crossed for map number 3, but the way Mad Lions are playing, who knows? I really like their jerseys, by the way.
Yeah,
they're very cool and very different to what I'm used to seeing. That white and gold sort of design scheme going on. You don't really see that too often, do you?
No, you don't. It's nice. Nice little changer as well. bright. You know what else is bright? The idea that you could grab yourself a Red Magic Series 6 phone, which has an 165 hertz rate display. That.
Yes, that. Very fast gaming phone. Zoom zoom.
Yeah, if you're into that. I myself, I'm not really into mobile gaming, but I know it's exploding right now, isn't it? I mean,
Oh yeah.
many players.
Because it's very accessible and also it's easy to get into. And then like when you start getting pretty good at it, you might want to invest in something like a Red Magic phone, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. And seeing
I'm
the first
horrible at
matches
mobile
come through. Good for you. But at this point, I mean, looking at the previous matches today, we saw Spirit Academy take on Alternate Attacks, which was a pretty one-sided affair. They managed to beat them 2-0, and now with that win, they managed to get themselves a match against Mad Lions. They got meted guns blazing, though, because Mad Lions won their own map pick. So heading into this one, they've had a series of emotions, right? First, they felt immensely comforted by the fact that they've been performing out of their minds. And secondly, when they thought that the map that they had most chances of winning doesn't go their way. So how does Spirit Academy feel right now? I mean, they are half the amount of rounds that their opponents have accumulated so far, but they've also won
their
the
spirits are
previous
down.
round.
Huh?
Their spirits may be down. But
If I'm gonna throw in a bad joke, you know I have to just do it while interrupting you.
you have to. Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, how do you think this comeback, if there is a comeback, how do you reckon it's going to happen?
Wait, they have to take it step by step, don't they? It has to be off of the pissed around. So I know that is generally the recurring theme about comebacks, but it is what it is generally. You do have to expect them to bring out the pissed around and then maybe snowball off of it, because with the form that Mad Lions has, with the way they played the previous map, with the way they powered through on the comeback, I don't think that Spirit are exactly set up for these Deagle rounds and these one-off, one-trick rounds where they can upset.
Yeah, it does seem like it's the case. But in case you're wondering what is going on and why this halftime pause is a little bit longer than usual, it does seem that Mad Lions are facing some sort of an internet problem. So hopefully that is resolved soon. It's a battle, you know? You run an online tournament and you just hope that the internet comes in, goes your way. And sometimes it doesn't, and it looks like something like that is going on. But seeing how the internet was fine earlier, I would imagine that we should be heading into it shortly. But other than that, I'm impressed by Mad Lions. They managed to switch through to JL from having Waro previously in the other map, and now they're leading by quite a substantial margin. Now, winning the pistol round would be the cherry on top, but let's see if that actually comes underway.
In about the next minute, we might just find out whether or not Spirit Academy has what it takes to win this. 2 players with an investment into smoke, so this has to be a long push, right? Oh no, Mad Lions, they've got the right idea. They've got 3 players around the corner as soon as they try to push in, and maybe they get some help from the flashes, but I don't know.
But ZNX does connect the first shot throughout that trade. But do they check that little corner in the right? They do. Do they connect the shots? Takes some time for Siren to find the headshot, but he does eventually. AD, but Siren finds yet another. Coming into the site, there's only one player holding it, but look at that. JL also from CT. How does he connect that shot? I do not know. Spellin with one, JL with the other. Things a little bit more doable. Make that even winnable. Oh, not quite. They made me wonder there, but Spirit Academy turned things in their favor.
Yeah, Siren with some really good entries there. He got 2 entries by his lonesome, and then he even brings the fight all the way to A site. So 4 kills for him to end the round, and that might have just saved Spirit Academy's map number 2. Mad Lions, though, they're opting for a more balls to the wall approach. Straight to the scout rifle, straight to 4 Deagles. I'm very surprised that they lose that pistol round because they knew where they were coming. They went straight to long, and now we're seeing that happen once more. A player crossing over to blue bins with the help of a flashbang. 4 players around the corner. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
Could be a disaster coming through. ZNX then waiting. Sousou. I think they've got the right idea. Is it going to be executed correctly? ZNX already taken down low, peeking through. If they peek out from long, this could be their downfall. Depends how many players do so, but it's Mad Lions to peek instead. That was insane! Sorcerer with 2, JL with the other. ZNX and Siren trying to trade back before they reconfigure and get rifles, but Mad Lions, they've done it!
This is terrible for the economy of Spirit Academy. You can see that they've dropped to that 1500 mark. They've basically been guaranteed the second round as well. So Mad Lions now, you're potentially looking at a much worse scenario than what you would have expected if Spirit had just simply lost a pistol round. An economic battle will always be surfacing now for the terrorist side. How do they react to this? Mad Lions, they've set themselves up beautifully.
They have, absolutely, they have. And now they've got on the 11th. They've just interrupted the spree of Spirit Academy before it even began. A-Long to be the name of the game, but for a third time in a row, Shugenade will do a little bit of damage as well. Now they peek on through with a rifle and it makes it work. Siren is able to find just 1 kill, but ZNX, he's got a nice little knife there, but I'm not quite sure if that knife will allow him to get himself the win. Deagle now thrown out, but that is not going to be the case. Tudson takes up the last kill. Mad Lions square 2 in a row in a very good fashion.
In the meantime, though, if you want to take control of your economy in a very good fashion, check out Coinbase, where you can tap into the world of crypto and learn a bunch through a lot of expert articles written on the subject. And while you're doing all that learning, you might even earn a little bit of crypto on the side. Back to the game, though. X-Warrior, how do you think this will pan out? Because right now, it's almost as if Mad Lions have guaranteed themselves a victory. Spirit.
Yeah,
Back to Glocks after plunging into their pockets in the next round.
Yeah, no, they did go for the force buy previously, and that costed them greatly. Spirit Academy there and waiting. This time around, they're going for the A-Long push once more. This time, they're not going to hold back at all. No smokes required, no flashes either. Just trying for the find for the raw kills, but it's Sorcerer all the way. Sorcerer with 3, Sorcerer with 4, and just like that, Mad Lions disintegrate the attacking side of Spirit Academy.
Mad Lions have... I don't know what to say. Right now, Spirit, they're simply not putting up the numbers individually either. You can see that ZNX has more kills combined than the last 3 players. Target, Patsy, and Zontix, 5-5-5. I mean, talk about consistency, but right now, ZNX doesn't want that. ZNX needs somebody to step up, lead the charge with him. And although Siren's putting up a pretty good fight, it's simply not enough players being active on the server.
It does seem like that is the case, but now Spirit Academy, after that eco, they'll try and reset their ways. Now, oh, deity. 4 rounds in a row, we saw Spirit Academy take that A-Long route. Do you reckon they'll switch it to now?
This is make or break. They cannot afford to lose this. Everything from here is downhill if they cannot get it. Mad Lions. They've got a player in CT spawn, so he can quickly rotate over to help out on short, but most of their attention is towards long. TMB, I think he spotted an audio cue there. A player trying to spot something over the smoke, but eventually they will have their eyes locked onto the A site.
Do indeed. This time from a different route, though. Catwalk to be of essence. They've got some user to work with, but until they do throw it out, they'll try and stay in the dark. Incendiary to delay it just a bit, but they're going to push through anyway. Spray down coming out from TMB. Smoke to follow through to delay the push, but that might just give them enough room to plant. Spray down. He does get 1, but Siren does trade it through. That's going to be the site take now for Spirit Academy. The 2 players from A-Long have lined up. They're waiting for reinforcements to arrive, and Mad Lions, they're playing it off Catwalk.
Yeah, 2 and 2 on either side. See how this works out for Spirit. Taking control quickly. This is almost a checkmate unless they start losing out these aim duels. There is a Molotov, though. The Saucel can completely turn things around, and he can isolate both of these players with a single piece of utility. Saucel's getting ready for it. JL will shut down 1. The bomb is ticking down, so they need to get frags fast. JL, he does not have a K, but Tutson does, and he should be good for the defuse.
Oh, it's going to be close, but he's got it. Mad Lions, that retake. Now, that was something else, you know? I mean, you had the players on Catwalk, all of them, in fact, from Spirit Academy. Yes, they were spread out throughout the bat, but the fact that they pushed simultaneously from A-Long and CT meant that they had multiple positions, not only on the X-axis, but also the Z-axis to look at. And it just was a little bit too much for them. So many of them, so
I'm
many
sorry,
confused.
what?
But that was a jump shot there.
I didn't even notice that during the duration of that retake.
That was beautiful.
Felon, what was that? I'm so glad that production was able to catch that for us. Crazy
Insane.
stuff. That is insult to injury, salt to the wounds, pepper to the eyeballs of a very down and out Spirit Academy.
Force down, Spirit Academy are actually going for the force. I would have expected an eco to try and play around with that 15th mark, but seems like we're getting a little bit of a deja vu on that previous one. But target now, let's get the bomb planted. That does give a little bit of room for Spirit Academy to work with. Now JL is a little bit stranded here. He needs help from Sorcerer. Looks like he'll have it for the time being, but ZNX comes in from behind with an AWP. He'll look to shut it down. JL survives to tell the tale for a little bit longer to get a kill in the meantime, but does get shut down eventually. Siren though holds down the line. Flash thrown as well. It's going to be a little bit hurtful on the side of Mad Lions, but it is going to be a 2v1. Target repositions. Ooh. What a swing! Spallon gets the headshot upon him, and that's going to be the defuse once more. Mad Lions to find themselves on map and series points.
That is incredible by Spallon. Not that last bit, just the kills. But 15-6. Man, Mad Lions are so close to the victory. Spirit Academy, they've been crushed entirely. No response from them. Silence. The thing is, Spirit were supposed to win their map pick. They had it. They had inch pass, but as soon as they allowed the comeback, it doesn't seem like anything has been going their way. They cannot turn up to the party on Dust 2, and right now, things are looking very bleak. There seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel, and Avalanche has covered the exit.
Must be agonizing here for Spirit Academy. Saw some promise early on today, but I mean, losing this game wouldn't be the end of their means here in the tournament. They do have another chance to play against a third-place team in another group, Group D, I believe. Look at the aggression coming out from Sorcerer. He has the attention from JL as well through the smoke, but he's able to connect. Mad Lions on the front foot here in numbers. I think you might be looking too late. Sorcerer already on the back lines, has crossed through Suicide. Could catch them off guard. Shot does connect onto the A-bomb site, though. They may look to trickle in, but they are pincered in. They have nowhere to go. The Speller knows of this. Already rotating through. JL misses out on the first shot, rotates towards Catwalk instead. No, hides behind the box. The Sorcerer may want to reconfigure behind them. TMB pushes up aggressively. That's going to be costly. ZNX finding the shot. They find two, actually. And all of a sudden, this is within the realms of possibility. Sorcerer needs to come up huge. 1v4, but ZNX holds down the line. Spirit Academy live to fight another day.
That is still around coming off the back of ZNX's plays. Single-handedly, he is keeping Spirit alive. It was the case in the game against Alternate aTTaX as well, where he made things that much easier just by his presence on the server. I know that Siren is chiming in now. He's been stepping up greatly, but this is where we start to wonder. Would presence from the rest of the players really make a difference? Flashbangs come out, taking control of Long. Sauceless come out on top. TMB, anti-flash. And this is all control over the A-Long area. Mad Lions, they've got it.
Seem like they've got the control for the time being. It's not over just yet. They have the numbers. They did last round as well, but the pick on A-Long did work out for them. This time around, got none of that control. They're playing around tunnels right now. No access towards mid. TMB hasn't checked it out either, so it's not like Mad Lions can react on any information here. They're pretty much acting up on the dunk, but shortly spots out an elbow, spray down, connects with one. Now he knows they're going to trickle in and asks for reinforcements. Flash thrown out, delaying, does re-peek, finds another shot. That is insane communication there from Mad Lions. Getting things under wraps one after the other. TMB gets one more, but it's all up to target in a 1v4 situation, and that will not happen. Mad Lions take it home with that win. They not only solidified us two, but they solidify the entire series. They get themselves the second seed of their own group.
That being said, GG's. X-Warrior, because once again, I have added another wrong prediction to the tally.
You get it wrong, I get it right. How about that?
Mm-hmm. See, I told you, I was setting it up for the win-win.
Absolutely.
You see, as long as you feel good, I feel good. But right now, it's Mad Lions that are going to be feeling good about progressing forward, and unfortunately, Spirit, they've been knocked down a peg.
They have indeed. I mean, they have another chance, as we mentioned during the game, if they lose, which they actually did. The fact that they do lose this matchup means that they are placed third in their group, Group C. So that means that they'll have to play another game against the third place of Group D. If that comes underway, that means that if they are able to win that, they're able to qualify to the knockout stage. If not, they may have another last chance. But on that regard, it is much more comfortable for Mad Lions to qualify now because they don't need to play any more elimination games as such. They've already taken that second seed and they've already solidified that they will be, in fact, in the knockout stage. And I think they'll be very happy with that one. Their performances yesterday may have lacklusted against Skade, but again today, they managed to bring things back. And I think deservedly so, they gained themselves the second seed.
Yeah, they look very convincing, especially against the kind of form that Spirit Academy was in. I didn't expect any team to be able to take it away from them with that much ease. Yes, they did have a comeback to go through on the first map, and that did sort of break the spirits of Spirit Academy, no pun intended. But on that second map, even on their own map pick, I didn't expect it to be so one-sided. So great stuff from Mad Lions, and you can see that if they can take down a team that took it so far ahead with Skade, delivered a 2-0 to alternate attacks, they're a team that is not to be trifled with.
Absolutely, they look pretty strong, even though they don't top the group. But Skade seems to be the better of them. But let's be honest, Skade looks to be one of the favorites in this entitlement. But that is pretty much the wrap for Group C, right? I mean, we've already gotten our 4 finishes. Unfortunately for us, Alternate Attacks does not qualify onwards. The Germans couldn't quite make it happen against Spirit Academy today, neither yesterday against Mad Lions. So they'll be last in the group. Third, as we talked about, is Spirit Academy. Second, it is Mad Lions. First, Skade, obviously. And yeah, heading out of this one, I guess we can say for certain that out of Group C, we've got very strong teams. Skade will be a very difficult factor for many of the teams to face, but also Mad Lions after this game, they look a lot stronger. Because let's be honest, I mean, it did look like the Academy there, Spirit Academy, looked fairly strong in the game today. But the fact that Mad Lions were able to beat them out in such an impressive manner is a really good point. But we're heading right into an interview with none other than our friend Spellin. Welcome, man, and congratulations on your win.
Hello, guys. Thank you.
Excellent performances today. And first of all, I'd like to ask straight out of the bat, I'm sure this 6-man roster has been brought up many times. I'm not sure if you've done an interview before on that regard, but how does it feel having to change a teammate every so often? How does that change your communication?
It's not such a big deal because we have certain players that are playing certain maps. Like, for example, one player is not playing this, one player is not playing something else. So we practice with this lineup. So for us, it's okay. Like, it's easy. Nothing complicated.
Okay, I wanted to ask you one thing, Spellin. Does it allow you to have more hours on the server with your coach, with your IGLs, get more practice in because there are different players on different maps? Does it make it easier to have more complicated strategies because each player has fewer things to worry about?
I think yes, to be honest. Like, for now it's working pretty good. I think it's fine for us, yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
And currently you're on a trial basis with a team, right? But
yeah.
How does it look? Do you like the squad? Do you like playing with them? Do you think this is going to keep on happening?
Yeah, of course. I like the team. I like the atmosphere, everything. But for the trial, I cannot say anything for now. Like, we will see really soon.
Well, you're getting very impressive results out of it so far. But well, Daddy, it seems like I just managed to speak just with before. You seem to have a question in line.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to ask you, like, what is the IGL situation in Mad Lions? I didn't really get a chance to brush up on this subject. So who's IGLing? Because I know that when you came in from Skade, I believe you were in charge of the decision-making there?
Yeah, I was. And still I am the IGL on every map in this team as well.
Okay, that clears things up.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything you'd like to say to the people watching at home? Because obviously you're under a new roster. I'm not sure if you've noticed if there's a difference in fans in this new organization. But is there anything you'd like to say to the people watching at home and supporting you in your endeavors?
Yeah, just want to thank everyone who is cheering for us and supporting us. And also to our sponsors, our whole organization, and yeah, we appreciate our fans. So keep supporting us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for joining on this interview, Spellen. It's been a blast seeing you guys perform today.
Thank you, guys. See you in playoffs.
Take care. Now, heading out of that, ladies and gentlemen, is sort of going to be the wrap of the day. But before we wrap it up, I'd like if Wildade, if you could make a little bit of a summary to what happened and maybe a few thoughts on the matches that we saw today before we take it to a break. Well, not break,
Yeah.
to completely end the broadcast.
Yeah, for anybody that is tuning in late, anybody that wants to wrap up and, put a little bow tie on it, the complete package, Spirit Academy starting things off incredibly against Alternate aTTaX. 2-0, looked incredibly dominating. And in fact, even when they went into the second game after beating Alternate aTTaX, even when they went into the second game against Mad Lions, they were off to a great start. They were winning out on Nuke. But after a little comeback, after that 10-5 went awry, after Mad Lions came back on it, it was all done and dusted. We went to Dust 2, and it was all over right there and then. We saw 2 2-0s today, one in the favor of Spirit Academy, and one that didn't go their way.
And it was Mad Lions, of course, to come out victorious. It means that they do solidify that second seed in their group. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for joining in today. I hope you guys had a blast with all these games because they were very exciting ones. We had clutch-worthy moments. We've had some disappointments. We had comebacks, but we've also had dominance from a couple of teams throughout it. So hope you guys enjoyed the whole affair. Hope you guys enjoyed us casting for you as well. And great thanks to the production team in the background as well because they've done a splendid job so far. But that is going to be the wrap for today. Make sure you tune in for the following days because Blast Rising, this is just the beginning. This is just the group stage. So imagine how close the competition is going to be. Take care, ladies and gentlemen, and have a very good evening.
I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was, you lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. apart instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we about to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from